remind our brothers in the police force as well that even though you might think we are not friendly with you because you have compromised yourself, but we also understand the difficulties you are facing. A DPO that has 500 men under his command gets 30,000 naira in a quarter to manage a police station with 500 men. So for him to buy fuel, he has to do extortion. For him to even buy stationery, he must extort somebody. In some cases, the elite will ask them to go and shoot somebody. The family of the person they have just shot will be the one to buy ampiclos for the policeman who is now sick after shooting the person. That is the nature of our country. And I've heard a lot from you, and I want to say it, and I'm not patronizing the police. We want to extricate the rank and file of the police from that slavish pension system. It is that pension system that have been making the police now say, take your pension before retirement. So, and I've consulted with DG. If it means that we do a nationwide protest for that, we are not doing it to patronize you. We will still deal with you if you do stupid things. But as employees of the federal government, you deserve housing, education for your children. You deserve to get paid more than a banker that you are protecting, because without the police, the bank cannot open. So, finally, I want to remind the legal IGP of police, Egbetokun, that he will never win this case, and he's going to lose like the rest of them.
I'd like to request a moment of silence for the victims and their families, please. Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for a nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of really, we are in mourning. This is really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people. Unfortunately, were on that plane.
Why they actually don't support M23 themselves, including AFP, you as a journalist. Why don't you support M23? Or why is the question, you support M23 or you don't support M23? First of all, what is M23? M23 is an organization born in and out of Congo. That's number one. Number two, these are Congolese. And you will hear even Congo admit it now. Why do they exist? Why are they fighting? Why do they have arms? Is another question. It is also a simple question. They exist because they have been denied their rights as citizens of that country. They are called Tutsis of Rwanda. Fine. But then you need to be educated also a little bit about history. We have Rwandan communities in Congo who are Congolese, and by the way, these are not just Tutsis, it is the same social structure of a country that is also there in Congo. Like, in fact, we have other neighboring countries.
Of former Governor Rotimi Amechi up.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, whatever I say, put the blame on Tambua, because we had together prayed Islam prayer that we should not talk here at all. And it looks as if his prayer didn't work. That's why I'm talking. Exactly. Says my name Ibrahim. I was going to respond to you. You see, all we hear here is typical Nigeria. Typical Nigeria, and you are clapping. That's why politicians get away with anything. They get away with murder because you have short memory. Short memory. None of you here seated can defend the votes. If you have complained, Nigerians have been clapping for you. The only way Shekarau became governor, do you know what? Do you know how? Because people lined up. When they ask how many people are there, they say over 500,000. No, I won't give 500,000. Announce Shekarau. It happened in Ghana. Before the election of the last president. 2 days, a lot of us were called to intervene. But why did they do that? The people were ready to die. You are talking, abusing everybody. Nobody has power and will give it to you. Nobody, not even me. If you want a pastor as president, can get one. The politician is there in Nigeria to steal, to maim, to kill, to remain in power. If you think Tinubu will give it to you, you are wasting your time. So when we speak, we forget history. Unfortunately for me, poverty has made me to be part of the political system from when I left university. I left university in 1987, and I've been part of the process till today. You can't wish me away in the formation of APC. You certainly can't wish me away. You can't wish me away in how APC won election. You can't. But the truth is that if some of us did not stick at our neck, say, PDP, good luck, we want to die with you. When they saw that we were ready to die, what did they do? They gave up power. So we have sweet mouth, we'll talk about it, we'll repeat these things every day. Tomorrow they will call you in Lagos, you will go. Somebody told me in Lagos, said, look, Mr. Mechi, I said, sir, you see these people that gathered here? I say, yes. We called them all. Transport, this, they came. If tomorrow Tinubu comes with the same transport, they will also come. And the final example is when we are pursuing, the APC was registered, and I was scared that, look, they may rig us out. So I got the party to agree that we will carry out a demonstration. They agreed that we will carry out a demonstration. We assembled at, what is that parade ground? Eagle Square. We released some money to go and bring women and all that. I walked in. One time about me, I must go early to know what is going on before people will come. See the women gathered. Guess what they are wearing? Jonathan for president. God bless you.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people are a platform for him who are supporting him.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Saturday, February the 1st, 2025, and we're coming to you live from New York City. I hope you're having a good day wherever in the world you are. It's a beautiful day here in New York. I want to welcome everybody on the comment section, those who are watching at home, those who are already in the studio. We have a full day, just like every other day, every other weekend, we have a full day full of stories out of Nigeria, Africa, and the rest of the world. We're starting with United States, where we have the story of airplane crash that happened on Wednesday night, and then there was another one yesterday. And people are beginning to question how safe is the U.S. air travel structures. And we had the president, Trump, and the statement he made and the interactions that has been going on across social media in terms of the insinuations made by the president. So we're going to talk about that and the stories about how I really want us to discuss how the U.S. Congress, how they are vetting the Senate, how they are vetting people nominated to serve as what we call ministers in Nigeria. And we can compare that to what's going on in Nigeria's National Assembly, where we are seen our senators looking at the defense of budget that is going on in Nigeria. In other news out of Nigeria, we have, of course, Bola Tinubu, the president, has been trying to manage the economy, and we're getting several stories out of Nigeria about the economy, the budgets that they are defending, the different ministries. We also have El Rufai, who, as we know, is still a member of the APC, kind of captaining his own party, calling the people managing the country illiterates. In other news, we have Sowore dealing with the Nigerian justice system over the incident that happened in Lagos, where he had a kind of interaction with the police, and when he called the IG of police in Lagos. So that story is one of the stories in the news we are going to touch on. We touched on it a little bit last week, but now he went to court and they gave him bail conditions, and he is rejecting the conditions. So we're going to talk about that. Also, we know that Trump is deporting people, and we understand that there are 3,690 Nigerians on the list of people that are going to be deported. So we are going to look at that and what it means for Nigerians in the United States. Of course, the Afe Babalola situation is one of our lead stories. He withdrew the charges against Dele Farotimi. A lot of people are saying that we wanted this to go to court so that the courts will rule about what is defamation and what is not. Anyway, we will touch on that. And finally, we have a Nigerian who just became a citizen. You know, when we are talking about people being deported, people are becoming citizens of Nigeria. So at the top of the hour, he will join us. His name is Valentine Offor. He lives in New Jersey. He became a citizen of United States just this week. So he will join us and tell us what it feels like in this time to be a citizen of the United States of America. These and other stories are what we are going to discuss on today's show. So if you want to be part of that conversation, please join us. We share the link again. In the meantime, thank you so much for those who have joined. We are going to begin the conversation in a minute. Welcome back. Let's see who we have here. I see CM. CM, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Well, what is the time? Yeah. Good evening. Good evening, Rudolph.
Yeah, how are you?
And thank you.
How is the UK?
Well, feeling great.
Okay.
Very cold. I wouldn't advise anybody to come at this time. Yes.
All right. So we're going to begin with the people we have here. If you want to join us, if you're in the studio, please turn on your camera. If your camera is not on, we won't let you in. And we just want to know, first of all, what stories are you paying attention to? Anybody? Any story we missed? The ones that I didn't mention.
Well, maybe I think I didn't start with you. Probably you must have mentioned it. You know this crazy government we are having. They said IPOB. They are affirming IPOB as a
yes.
of Biafra, as a terror organization, terrorist organization. Nigeria can never change. It's just a waste of space. So that thing really made me. How do they say it? It made me to. I laughed heartily, in a country where you have Lakurawa not banned, Mieti Ala Hotankore, nothing to say about it. Boko Haram till today in Nigeria, they are not designated terror organization. ISWAP has taken root. ISIS is in Nigeria, and I think last week, am I the only person that had it? They say there's a new terror in town, a new terror organization, not Lakurawana. They call it Achad, ACHAD, Achad. Those ones are those are the ones that we implemented Sharia in the southwest. That's what I heard. So when I hear all this type of nonsense and they still have time to even discuss IPOB, I know Nigeria is a joke anyway. So there's nothing anyway. Nothing spoils. They can't go. If they lie, let them go to their Supreme Court in the midnight and declare it and say, "Hey, the court has declared them." Is it not court that said Nnamdi Kanu should be set free? Is that not that same court that said Nnamdi Kanu should be set free and pay compensation for infringing on his right? He was enjoying his bail. They invaded. The Supreme Court even said till today it has not been implemented. Supreme Court even said he should go and enforce his right for, for invasion of his house apart from everything. All these things we can't continue going over and over. Nigeria is just a very big joke. Already Afeni Fere is telling Nigeria releasing Nnamdi Kanu, let him go. He did nothing. Ohaneze Ndigbo they've said it till Iwanyanwu died. So what are we talking about? Why are we making ourselves a laughing stock every day? People feel that they know more than even God. They love Nigeria more than Lord Lugard. That's what they are talking about. There's something Oshomole said. Maybe you forgot that news. For the first time, I don't usually agree with Oshomole. Do you know why? Because Oshomole was one of the people that discredited Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala when she was about to build the economy with Jonathan. Oshomole was governor. So since then, I look at whatever Oshomole says as if the man is just prancing. But last week, or really this week, he said that on camera, not allegedly, that the retired generals are mining the gold in Zamfara and selling it and making billions, not millions, billions of dollars. So for my own analysis, I will say just a 2 billion. Because when you say billions, we are talking plural. So let's just say 2 billions. Oshomole said, why is it that when there is oil bunkering by maybe the people of Niger Delta, be it Urobo, Joy, Chekiri, or any other people, they will use JTF comprising the army, the navy, the air force, the SSS, the police to invade and massacre these people. But they left that of Zamfara. Give them free.
Sam, thank you. We have that video. We'll play that later. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's just touch on the subtopics we may have missed and then go into the conversations. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you and good morning. Yeah, I think CM just take it off my mind. The Oshomole thing. That's exactly what brought me to the show. But if I want to tell you, it's just laughable. It's shenanigan. It's just nonsense what Oshomole is saying because I'm a worry boy, you understand? So I know these things and we see these things. And Oshomole himself also said these things. Doctor, I know you're a journalist, you're a seasoned journalist. So I want to challenge you to go back to your archive. Back in the days, you will see the kidnap people, Edwin Clark will go release them, James Ibori, when he was governor, will go release the white people and everything. It is just business. It is the soldier themselves who arrange all those things. Those things has been there for a very long time. They put people, but you never hear that they take one person down. You understand? And everything. So it's just plan, it's just business. So that thing that Oshomole is saying, he's part of it. If you can't make mention of name, don't say it. All of us, we all know all those things. Don't say it. So Oshomole is just talking rubbish. Oshomole is talking for them to bring him into that league. Remember, Oshomole have good relationship with Tinubu. Oshomole is Tinubu's candidate. And Tinubu also planned his own general, Alake, you understand, as Minister of Solid Minerals and everything. So Oshomole want to enter that league to also make his own money. So if you make noise, they tell you, okay, calm down, we'll create one farm for you. He's not doing it for the love of the country. If he's doing it for the love of the country, let him make mention of name. He's not doing it. He just want to enter the new big boy league. Doctor, remember, Buhari closed airspace in Zamfara that has no airport because of this same thing. It's so funny. You close airspace in a state that don't have airport because people from Dubai, they fly all these aircraft, they give this guy weapons and they carry all these solid minerals and every other thing. They do it. And it's been there. So all the big allergy, they are doing it. So when Tinubu planned Dele Alake there, when we talk about Tinubu, 5 main cabinet is solid minister. Dele Alake is supposed to be one. But now the question that I want to ask, is Dele Alake performing? The answer is no. Doctor, they go chop, claim out. Oshomole is just fighting for them to introduce him into the league. He's not doing it for the love of the country.
All right, thank you, Paul. Before we go to Ike, I want you guys to pause and take a look at this.
This is on a Saturday morning on the hill, the beautiful island of Bonaire. It's a place we come to take a walk in the morning or in the evening, depending the time you have. We come here to take a walk to see the beautiful nature, the beautiful creation of God. We are blessed and endowed in the island of Bonaire with nature. The way it used to be in my village many years back, where the grasses and the trees are left to grow and things are left to be the way it's supposed to be. This is nature for you, the beautiful island of Bonaire. As I take my walk this morning, just want to let my friends and family to see the beauty. The beauty of the creation of God is awesome. Is awesome. Yes, friends and family, is a bit.
All right. That's our Ike taking his morning walk. So when my kid, when he was very young, if you show him this and you're saying this is beautiful, he'll be wondering, well, yucky, what is what is this? Ike, welcome to the show.
And thank you, my brother. God bless you. Blessings to CM Paul and my sister Luke. Happy New Year, Sister Luke. Long time. Happy to see you. Yeah.
You're muted, Ike.
No, I'm not muted. Unless you mute me, I'm not muted.
Not
Can
me.
you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, all the news you relayed, I think what I think we are missing is your grandfather, former governor of Oshu State, Akande, who said that Obedient was behind the NSA movement. I think you know, we have a lot of old grandfathers who are confused with the realities of life or trying to make news on the news, you know. So I think it's an important discussion we have to have. Yeah. So I think that is one thing I think we miss. BC Akande, yeah, the former governor of Oshu State.
All right, I got that video. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Madam Luke. Welcome. Happy New Year.
Welcome, everybody. Good afternoon from over here.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm like, I heard about DRC, and that was what really I was interested in. You know, I don't. But be it as it may, or as we have it here now, we might as well delve into it. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing with Oshomole there. But as the tribunal in Edo State is playing out, it's very interesting. We're going to go around this, what do you call it? Roller coaster again. And then at the end of the day, they will tip everybody into the mud with their tribunal case. I don't know why anybody thinks as long as Tinubu is on the throne that we were going to get any kind of justice or that anything is going to happen. So Shomale, I don't know what he's up to, but being that he's in the APC camp, I can't even discuss him because he's not worth discussing. So what I will say, I don't know if there's any other video you played because I was jumping between YouTube and iRock TV, so I missed some of the videos that you were posting. But this young man here that is enjoying the weather, please, where are you enjoying this weather from?
Island of Bonaire, he said.
Madam Luke, I live in the island of Bonaire. It's an island in the Caribbean.
Oh,
But,
I see.
we are more closer to the US. If I want to fly to US from my island, is about 4 hours to Miami.
Oh, I see. I was confusing with the guy that
want to fly to Holland, which is under the island is under the Royal Dutch Kingdom. If I want to fly to Holland, it's 10 hours from here to Holland. So I am more closer to you and Paul and our doctor. 4 hours and Miami. So
you got it made. As anybody that is not going through the deportation process, or even your president is deporting people too. I don't even know what nationality is deporting. They say he's deporting. So if anything, so everything is trending. He just jumps in there and starts doing his thing. So I didn't understand it. I thought that was quite comical. So everyone is deported. So he had to get on the bandwagon and deported some people from where to where? Where did he take them to? Anyway, I'm going to leave that.
I think Brother Kena and KJ will tell us more better when they join the platform.
Okay. So I don't really have much to say. It has just started. So let's see what the next topic is. Dr. Damages, did you post anything else?
Yeah, there were some other topics. So I think we are going to start with Trump and what's happening in America, and then we can go on to maybe Congo crisis.
You already played the one for Trump, right?
Yes. I started with Trump, the air crash, also the confirmation of the people who are appointed for his government. So we can look at that and look at the deportation, where we have 3,619 Nigerians.
You lower your voice. I'm speaking here.
So since you're talking about Trump is now the president, the new sheriff in town. Whatever he's doing, we are yet to see. I'm yet to see where we are going with all this. Unfortunately, we're just going to pay condolences now. We're doing it's no longer search and what is that?
Rescue.
Search and rescue anymore. It's search and recovery. It's unfortunate. These things will happen from time to time because we just not too long ago we were talking about the guy we lost from Nigeria, the bank guy.
Wigwe.
So you see, once in a while, that was just a freak accident because I do not know if the two pilots were drunk or what. I just cannot understand it. How they just collide into each other and then senseless lives. I mean, lives are just lost senselessly. So may their soul rest in peace. And it just tells us that life is very fleeting, and you just live your day that is going to be your last. Like it's going to be your last because you never know what's going to happen. Who's to blame? Nobody knows. And then talking about the deportation, the last time we discussed this topic, I was kind of like, I was kind of like irritated because people deport people every day from their countries, like including your lame president. But what I wanted to focus on was like, is there no better way to handle this? Every year you deport people. What happened to the pathway to citizenship? Whatever happened to that where you say you have these jobs that nobody wants to do, can't they just register them somewhere, give them some kind of permit so they can work legally without running from place to place? Because honestly, these are the jobs that nobody wants to do here in the United States. So what exactly have the Republicans and Democrats done to regularize the stay? I won't want to say regularize the stay because I don't believe in illegal migration. Whenever they want to come and work, they do something like what they do in Dubai. Everybody has a sponsor. For you to have a sponsor, and as soon as you come in here, you have to surrender your passport. There has to be a way they have to regulate this instead of breaking down churches, burning down houses, so that way it will be more regulated. And it will be easier for people to come in without, even the new fence he has built, people are already climbing over it. So isn't that my thing is, what are the solutions? What are the solutions to this? What exactly are the solutions? So that's what I really want to focus on. I don't care whether he's deporting people from Nigeria or whether he's deporting people from Yemen, or that's not the issue. How do we combat immigration? How do we get immigration reform in the United States so that way people are free to come and work? And then the benefits they get will be tantamount to what they are doing here, that it doesn't encroach on the citizens and overburden the citizens for taking care of them. Because you can't come here and tell me you're working for $5 an hour, you pay taxes of $1,500 a year, and then you are getting benefits of $200,000 on the taxpayers' money. It has where is the equity is my problem. Where is the equity? You need to put in whatever you put in here is what you get, but you can't get more than what you're putting in. That's my problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. CM, I know you don't live in America, but everything that is happening here somehow impacts everybody around the world. So there are a few things going on here. We are dealing with an increase in air crashes. We're dealing with the issue of deportation and immigration. We're dealing with the issue of tariffs. Today, Trump, unless he changes his mind, will impose tariff on Canada, on Mexico, and then China. People have talked about what it will mean for a typical American who lives here, because people here will pay the tariff. But Trump is insisting that it's not the people here, that is the country that he's imposing the tariff on. So you can look at it from many of those angles. And of course, the confirmation of an appointees of Trump is something that I also want anybody who has seen some of the videos to maybe weigh in on. Stian, before I come to you, let me just show a little bit of a confirmation hearing that happened in DC. I think that's something that even if you don't live in America, I think you can connect to that in terms of what our lawmakers typically do when we have a confirmation of ministers.
And I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that to particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Poland article suggests that Blacks need fewer antigens.
This is so dangerous.
You get the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be voting against your nomination because your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
All right. So, CM. Right.
Okay. First of all, let me start from the air crash. Air crash sometimes they are avoidable. Sometimes you don't know. You are not the pilot. Depends on the state of mind or what happened. Could be technical. Could be incompetence. I don't know. But my heart goes out to the families that lost those loved ones. every accident is avoidable, but in this case, I wouldn't know what happened. So may their souls rest in peace. That's what I could say. While investigation goes on, just to prevent future occurrence, whether to stop flying at night or at one time, I don't know, or some type of aircraft, but and those are for technical details for those that are technically sound to determine. Now on tariff, I usually do not like the way Trump is approaching it. It's like Trump comes across to me now as a typical Nigerian president. You know, all those Buhari type of 2015. Crush them. You came in, we crush them. We do this, we do this. I don't know. Because tariff, this is purely economics and business. Remember, the people you are putting tariffs on whatever, business is you scratch my back, I scratch your back. There are things you may need from Canada, or those you are putting tariff can still gang up and then, you know, jeopardize your interest one way or the other. This is something that should be, you have to think it through. It's not something you do in a hurry. That's why I'm having a sense of foreboding that Trump is not up to a month in office and he's already talking tough as if he's a military. He could make a lot of mistakes. It reminds me of what happened on 29th May 2023 at Eagle Square. Somebody who's immediately he signs his name across the dotted line with shaky hands. The ink hasn't dried. He grabbed the microphone. What is it? A subsidy gone. No economic team. No minister for finance, no nothing, no cabinet in place, not even economic advisor. You just say subsidy gone, and then you now start to pick behind. You start paying subsidy. Let it not be that Trump will say all these things. 2 weeks down the line, maybe they now start to make amend internally, because that is what he's trying to. That is what it's looking like. To me, I don't think it's well thought through, despite America being what it is. It don't just move from one extreme to the other. It doesn't. It's a civilized economy. That's what I will say. I may be wrong, but that's my mind. Then on deportation, man, this issue of deportation, self. Again, this issue of deportation, like Madam Luke said, I think I will closely, in fact, I will appropriate what she said, because those people you are deporting, they are not the highly skilled people. They came for a purpose to help you. You know, in my part of the world, in Igbo, when you go to marry, the day you want to take a wife, the joke that day is to tell your in-laws, say, you people should even praise me, because what you cannot eat, I'm helping you to eat it. So you have to give me a title, that type of thing. The job Americans doesn't want to do, and some people are coming to help do it. It's not that they call it illegal or something. Let them make it a seasonal migration, something. Treat people with dignity. By the way, has they thought about the economic implication that the price of groceries, like some people are saying, will go up? Because if there are no people to go and help the farmers and there's little they could do. It happened here in UK when people growing strawberry was asked. He said maybe a supermarket may require 50 cartons, but he can only supply you 10. He said, why? He said, I have to supply others, so let me distribute it equally to retain their patronage. I can't give you the much you want because there's nobody to go and pick them up. So I'm looking at it from that angle. Deporting people this way, it doesn't, because they all contribute. Unless the person is clearly a criminal, you can pick the person out. You're a criminal, you are illegal, then I deport you. But if it's just because he hasn't got papers, but he's not committing any crime, that he's contributing, doing a low-grade job, and like Madam Luke said, they pay tax. So why? They do it the other way. Then on the appointees, well, for what it is worth, at least I've seen the exchange. Maybe because of the voice of R.F. Kennedy. I mean, is it not Francis? Yes, the Kennedy Jr. Maybe because of his voice is cracked or so. It might seem as if he's not passing his message across. But all I know about the American appointment is that they grill them. Unlike in Nigeria, where we come from, they will say, take a bow. So in America, you don't take a bow and go. I don't think they say take a bow. So to that extent, it's enjoyable because you have to really show them, demonstrate your ability, and then they dig into your past. That is the most important thing. They dig into your past. Any shady this thing you did, that is where it will. I've had in the past under George W. Bush Senior. There's a guy called John Tower from Texas. He should have been Secretary of Defense. The person, he wasn't confirmed. Under Bill Clinton, Janet Reno from California should have been the Attorney General. It failed. I remember Susan Rice. She could have been the UN ambassador to UN. John McCain torpedoed it. So, I like the here because they will tell you why, and then they will bring so many things you think they don't know. So to that extent, it's good. It's good to me. So thank you very much, Rudolph. Let me stop.
All right. Thank you, CM. You mentioned about Trump reminding you of African dictator. I just want to play just a few seconds of this skit by...
That Trump is basically the perfect African president. You start to notice the similarities everywhere.
I'm really rich. I have a great temperament. They love me anyway. I don't have to do this. I've done an amazing job. I was born with a certain intellect. God helped me by giving me a certain brain.
Idi Amin, former president and best president of Uganda.
The people like me very much. I am very popular. I am very powerful. I am the one who has got the money. I have got a very good brain.
All right. So we are seeing that in everywhere. Paul, welcome. So
yeah, just to let CN know that sometimes to America also do bar and go, take a bar and go. They do it with Marco Rubio and every other thing. But Marco Rubio, even when they do it with Marco Rubio, they know him. They know everything. They did it with him in 1991. It was just easy for Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. But on the flip side, like I told my wife, I don't think Trump is so dumb and I am so smart. So Trump is forgetting like APC is doing, What do I mean that Trump is forgetting? Trump forgets that he has won this election. It's time for him to start governance. So he's still talking like somebody who is campaigning. So these are the things. So the things you talk when you campaign, now that you have power, you don't do it. But sometimes he forgets, then he will quickly remind himself that, oh, I think I forget. Doctor, the people that Trump want to deport, like, I'll use Nigeria, like these Nigerians that we are talking about. These are Nigerians who is in prison. These are Nigerians that they've already placed there for deportation. But Trump is talking it like politics, not like they go pick somebody in Target or Walmart, or they go pick them in workplace, they gather around and they just ransack people and every other thing. That is one side. And it goes three ways. Three ways in the sense that another way around, doctor, you have to remember that prison in America, many of the prisons in America is being run by private-owned businesses and every other thing. So they pay per head. Many of these people also sponsor Donald Trump campaign. If you deport and you release all those people in prison, you deport them, those prisoners is losing money. That's another aspect of it. The third aspect of it, so many people who are not in America don't really understand this thing. The third aspect of it, you see they put channel prison to some extent in white area, and they count all the people in prison as residents in that area. That's how you see one small area that don't have community. You see a black community area that have like 2 million people, who have like 10 school districts, like 10 schools, say 10 high school. I'm just saying it in this way now. Then you see one small white area that have population like less than 100,000. And they have decent schools. They have all the libraries. They have all the districts. Do you know why? They count all the old people who is in prison that they put around that area as residents in that area to give them facilities, to give them all those things. So those people in prison, it is not everybody that will go. You understand? They'll still keep it for the purpose of business. America love money. You understand? So Trump forget himself. Oh, we're going to deport. We're going to deport. If you start deporting, those people will still go back and report. Okay, president, the MTO. How are we making money from this thing? That's another aspect of it. Then talking about these guys who work and everything. Doctor, let me tell you, I live in a border state. I live in Arizona where these things happen. It happened in Arizona and it happened in Texas, where we see all those things. There's a city called the city of Tucson. Tucson is like Badagry. It's an ancient city. They pay people to keep their household. And when you go to Tucson, you don't see Mexicans there. In quote, I am so sorry the way we generalize all these people from that zone as Mexicans, the Guatemalas, Honduras, El Salvador, and the like. We generally just call them Mexicans. You don't see them there because by the border, you don't want to jump fence and come into the US and stay close to the border. ICE can pick you up. So do you know how important these people can be? They went to South Sudan and bring 5,000 South Sudanese. South Sudanese is the one who are doing this dirty job, this unskilled and skilled job in Tucson. That's to tell you how these guys are important. So where they can't find them in America, they miss them so much where they go bring another people. Because no eyes will profile somebody who is very, very dark and naturally understand that these are people who come with visa through refugee program. These are the guys that are doing those jobs, and the likes. So what am I saying? In my area, they are building houses everywhere, construction everywhere, the farm, the everything. You think I don't know that all these people these are the people who don't have quality? No, they won't go there. You understand? So Trump is just talking tough, but it's not happening the way it is. My kids' school, they keep writing us and the likes and everything because so many American citizens today, American citizens, kids that were born in the US are not going to school because their parents don't have paper. The fear that if they hold your child, the parent would naturally come outside. So these kids are not going to school. It's affecting. The school keep writing me. The school write me this thing. They said they're going to work with us and everything. It's just funny, when we get all those things. So it's not as it is. But sometimes the media too is overblowing it. And it look like I'm supporting Trump. But the way Trump is talking, it's affecting him. He's not doing it. They never went to school to go arrest anybody. They never went to school to go arrest anybody. You understand? It's FBI that went to school for somebody who called this nonsense talk and everything. Then the principal just say hi, but they never went to school anywhere in the 50 states. You understand? But the thing
excuse me, Mr. Paul. What you just said just now was, it was very confusing to me.
That's it. Where are you confused about?
Are you trying to tell me that they went and packed people from Sudan to come to Tucson?
Yes. I live in Arizona.
You see, that is where you're confusing me because we have the same thing here in Georgia. These are people who went through the program. They are not illegal.
Dan, you are confusing me. Now you are confusing yourself. I'm telling you. Then let me land. Let me land. If you confuse, then let me explain to you. You confused. Then let me explain to you to bring you up to speed. You say you are confused. How important these immigrants can be because they don't have it in Tucson. The city of Tucson take the pain to work refugee program to bring people from South Sudan to help them do those type of jobs.
We are saying the same thing. Why don't they do the same thing to other people so that they can have a pathway to come and work?
So there's nothing to get confused about now. So that's another aspect of it.
You're telling us that because they don't have papers, their children can't go to school. No, they are not illegal.
You are missing the thing. I spoke on so many things. I'm telling you how important these immigrants can be, these undocumented immigrants, whatever can be, where they don't have it, how the city miss these people so much. They have to take the pain to do it the right way. Let me tell you, the city of Tucson have one of the best school districts in Arizona. Do you know why? After they bring these people, they went to India to go bring 2,500 teachers. About 500 maths and science teachers, STEM teachers in India. You understand? They also have a very good school district. This is how important immigrants can grow your community. So you said...
Mr. Paul, I understand what you're saying. Immigrants are important, but we cannot promote illegality. Is my problem.
Dr. Damage, can you stop this so that the guy will finish his talk,
I'm only asking you questions so you can explain to me. That's all I'm doing. We're still on the subject. Because I don't want to go back and get some kind of misconception.
All right.
We all know immigrants are important. But what Tucson did was go through the legal channels.
Madam, no offense. This is not time for rebuttal.
Okay.
I like that people just give it to themselves the right to become a producer, executive producer, moderator, telling me what to. I like that. On the comment section, people tell me how to manage the show. It's always interesting.
So to some extent, Doctor,
hold on, Paul. As far as the conversation going on the panel here, I'm here. I think if I allow something to go on, there's a reason why I allow that to go on. So. Let's give that. So, Paul, finish up your thought.
Okay, so what I've said is that this thing that happened after Bill Clinton left power, Junior Bush did the same thing. Thank God there's a man who's been in Texas for a long time. When Junior Bush pursued these so-called undocumented immigrants, this is how they migrate all the way to North. They left the state. The same Bush that said, you can come work citizenal work, what Madam Luke is talking about. When you work finish, you go back. The people who jump first enter, you arrest them, you call them name. Now you yourself now on your own now said, come work seasonal. When you work finish, you go back, you open door for them. So what Trump is doing now, you understand, by the time job report will be coming, houses, people can't pay rent, people are losing their house, people are losing everything. That's why I said, I don't want to see myself like I'm smart, Trump is dumb. It will come back and bite him. Then when he bites him hard, now he will think another way of doing it. They never went to all the places that none of us that stayed legal, all the jobs that we are doing, they never went to anywhere. If there's anywhere they did that, it's in New Jersey. And why did they do that in Jersey? They did that because Trump is behaving like a baby. It is the Attorney General in New Jersey that took him to court for the citizen thing. So for him to fight back, that's why he went to Jersey to just do that thing. It's going to bite back at him. And if he bite back at him, by the time people start talking, remember Bill Gates owned the highest farm in the whole world, the biggest farm in the whole world. When he bite back, it will call for room for them to reform all those things. So what Trump is doing, it will end up become blessing, but Trump is very stupid the way he's going about it.
All right, thank you, Paul. Let me just show a little video of what is happening in some parts of America as we speak.
On every day, day in, day out, ain't nobody working, not a soul.
The Hispanic workforce is pretty much gone out here.
Our workers, the Hispanics, they will be up there. They don't want this to get wet. All those houses are sold, getting wet more than they have to and getting destroyed by the humidity. Well, they pay for them already.
This is not good. This is not good. I'm not seeing a lot of workers here. I'm not seeing a lot of movement going on here. This is not good. From a real estate standpoint, if you're already under contract for a property that's under construction, expect a lot of delays. And if you're looking for a new build property, expect prices to go up because there is a ridiculous shift taking place right now in the workforce. And unfortunately, that check is going to be passed on to us, the consumers.
All right. One thing I want to point out is kind of a correction, not really, but diversify the topic. So, Paul, you were talking about the people being deported, the people on the list, 3,690. I'm talking about Nigerians. From what the government is saying, it's not people who are in prison. If you're in prison in America and you don't have your documents, what happens typically is that after you serve your time, they deport you. That has been the standard. There are people that they gave notes and said you have to leave the country. And if you didn't commit any crime, you are not going to be arrested. There are people they're already on the process and they have detention centers where they kept some people. Okay, those people, they are detention centers, and Trump is now trying to open another 30,000 bed center at Guantanamo Bay. So these are some of the things going on. So I'm just saying that it's not just, the story is wide and big. And there are people who are not on the list that are being picked up. They could come to a house where they know somebody is, and then they see somebody who has no papers. They take the person too. And the people they've taken to Latin America, we saw they were kids, they were parents, they were, these are not criminals that they told us that they were going after criminals. So it's expanding. But we are going to continue that conversation. But before we do that, I want to introduce someone.
Doctor, real quick, let me use 30 seconds to answer one part of that aspect.
Yeah.
So in 2010, they introduced that, but I think it started working very well almost about the time that Obama left. So they discovered these criminal gangs, these internet fraudsters and the likes, like what they did with Hush Puppy. They discovered that whenever they arrest these people, when they arrest them in court, these people on their own will tell the judge, deport me. I don't want people to sleep with me in the prison and everything. So they deport them. Even though those that have their papers, they revoke your paper from the court there. Then as you are coming outside, they pick you, they deport you. So they discovered that these people already take their loot out of the country. So they ask for deportation. That's what they did with Hush Puppy. That's what they are doing with those kids in Michigan and the likes. So what they do, if they catch you, a fraud person, whatever you commit any criminal thing, they put you in prison, you do the time here. So many of them now, Trump is changing some of those ones that instead of us to keep them here, send some of them out. Okay. You understand the thing now? Send some of them out.
All right. So before we continue this conversation on what's happening in America, which we'll do for another 30 minutes or an hour, we want to bring in someone who actually became a citizen, because we are talking about people who are being deported as we speak. There is someone who this week became a citizen of the United States. So let's watch a little bit of video from that.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. America is good. We thank Donald Trump, the best president in America right now, that make it possible for us to become a citizen. I've been fighting for this for like 5 years now. But just in a week of Donald Trump in office, he granted my citizenship. Today I'm an American, all the way from Africa, from Biafra land. People say that Donald Trump is deporting everybody. No, it's not deporting. You have to do what is right. It's politics. You have to protect America. You're here to protect America. You protect America first, then you can protect outside. Charity begins at Trump. Trump is a good president. We've seen him before. We know what he can do. So now he's back. He's gonna do better. It's all about America. Think America first. We want to make America great. That's what it's all about.
All right. Let's welcome to the show. He's here already with us. Valentine Offor. Valentine, welcome to the show.
Yes, Salute boss. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, nice to have you. So you became an American.
All right. Thank you for having me on your program.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we are talking about people being deported, and you are moving in the other direction. You became a citizen, so you are safe. How does it feel like to be an American citizen at this point?
Yeah, it feels very good. Before I go ahead, I want to say my heart to those who just died in the plane crash between this period last month and this month, because it's all about feeling for each other. That's what America is all about. So my heart goes to them, to their families. Mm-hmm. Right.
In that video you played, it showed you saying that it took you 5 years. What do you mean by it took you 5 years to become an American citizen? What happened?
You know, this is a process. We started this process 5 years ago. In fact, I was denied twice, but I keep on pressuring until this last minute that Trump came in the power. Actually, I'm a member of the Trump campaign, like, as you know, in New Jersey right here. So, and also I'm one of those that dedicated to go to New York, at inauguration. As Igbo man, we are the one that texting and asking government to leave Nnamdi Kanu or release him. So we went there to make our voice heard on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu, while we have interaction with some other, delegates they sent to us and the representatives. At cost of everything, because of I was so strong in campaigning for Trump, this kind of a right question. What happened? I hope you all got votes very well and all that. I'm like, no, I didn't. It's like, what's going on? You know, I'm like, I didn't become citizen at this time. So they kind of say some certain things that they gotta see what they gotta do. They're gonna look into my documents and paper and see what they can happen, possibly what is holding, you know. So they have some delegates, some people, they hold me later and say, okay, they see what they're gonna do if everything is fine. So I received a call and the email that my paper had been brought off as the next day, because that wasn't happened on, I think it's on Monday, that inauguration happened on 20th. So before you know it, everything is fine. I went on the next week, Monday. So find out that it was just a delay. There is no reason for all this, because, you know, when they deny you American citizen or any of your application, they will give you reasons. When you look at the reasons, the document they asked me, I've already sent it to them. So I will only repeat it again. So this time around, it's like careful review of my documents and everything, and then it become what it is. So that's why, that's why I put that. It takes 5 years before now, and it's less than 1 month, one week of Trump in the office. He grants me my, you know, my citizenship. That's why I made that statement.
All right, congratulations. Let's see. Well, if anybody has a question for him, let's ask him a few questions before we move on to other things. Yeah, go ahead, Madam Luke.
Congratulations, but I want to let you know that Trump did not grant you your citizenship. You were already in the process, and you were already.
Hold on, I do have a question.
No, hold on now, man of Presi. Somebody is speaking. Madam Luke is speaking. Go ahead, Madam Luke.
Congratulations, Trump did not grant you your citizenship. But I know you went through several processes, so maybe you went to congressman or whatever that is, but you were already in the process before Trump came to power. Is that a fact?
Yes, I agree with you, but if I'm deported today, who will you say that deported me?
No, you're not deported. I'm just
I'm
saying.
I'm asking you the same question you're asking me. If I was deported today, will you say Trump deported me, or?
It's going to be Trump, but what I'm saying.
So what is the difference?
Okay. I'm going to say the credit goes to Biden, because it was your Biden process that got you where you are today. So Trump is not who gave you your citizenship. So congratulations.
All right, thank you, Madam Luke.
Thank you.
Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations, Valentine Offor. Your story
thank you,
just ended here. I think it's not right for you to come here and say Trump granted you the image, granted you your. I mean, I know how the process works. So it's not possible for Trump to grant you your citizenship in a week. So I mean, you may be a Trump, person or whatever support, but don't come here and paint, pander to Trump, because what you just said doesn't make sense. So I can bet you on that. The process of you getting a citizen has already started a long time ago. It could have happened without Trump coming to the office. As a matter of fact, Trump people has never started processing people to begin with, because they're going to make a lot of changes. If you look at a lot of changes they do, it's not going to just come here and grant you because you're a mega or whatever you're going to be. I mean, with due respect, okay? What you just said here doesn't make any sense. I mean, we're in America, so we know how it happened.
All right, thank you, man of Prestige.
Okay. First of all, congratulations for being a citizen.
Okay, if they pass me like this, they give every other person opportunity. I raise my hand before my.
Hold on, you can ask San Antonio. Go ahead.
Okay, I also raise my hand. Go ahead.
Okay, when you say what you said, when people look at it outside United States who doesn't understand how processes go, they will believe that story. Okay, that story where you just tell, that is not true. Your process is, believe me, Trump would have deported you if he get custody of your process. I guarantee you that. Unfortunately, your process have already been granted. I've been an American citizen for 28 years. I know the process very well. Your process wasn't Trump making. Your process went through the proper channel. They deny you. You keep on reappealing, until they grant it. But what you miss, there's a fundamental reason when they deny you the process. And that fundamental reason have everything to do with your background check coming back from FBI. Go and write it in the wall. I'm telling you that your citizen does not have anything to do with Trump process. If you wait for Trump process to take into effect, bro, you will be in Igbo land today. I'm sorry to tell you that.
All right, thank you, Ikena San Antonio.
Can I respond?
Hold on. Let's get all the questions.
Just take all of us. Ikena, you make me laugh. I think you went too far. So let's balance it. He's already a permanent resident, so they can't even take him back. You just be denied not to have citizen. See, my brother, if you do B1, B2, if they deny you, they give you section 214B. You understand that they will not give reasons. That is visiting visa. For citizenship, they will tell you the reason why you are being denied. It comes in two ways. It is either your background didn't come the right way, or your citizenship interview, you either fail written, you either fail writing, or you ever fail verbal, talking English. Either of these three, you either fail these three parts, or your background check didn't come out very well. That is one aspect of it. Then another aspect of it that you didn't do very right. Please, that naturalization certificate is a very sensitive document. Next time, please blur that in. Somebody can zoom it and take all your information. Please, you better go, maybe take that video down or go blur it. That's another aspect of it. Then talking about Trump, come on now. America have process where I can go to my congressman, I can go to my senator. I'm arranging to take my kids to White House. I will go through my congressman, not to go stand for outside like all of us do. To enter inside White House, you go through your congressman or your senator. These are processes that they've put in place. You follow the process like everybody follow the process. It's a process. It's the duty of your senator to do for you. I want to bring my mom, they delay me. I go to my senator and complain. I want to bring my dad, they delay me. I go to my congressman. It's a process that has been in place. It's not Trump. So Trump just came yesterday. You understand? Everybody will do that thing there. It is the Biden's own government that are there now. Trump has not even touched that place. So please, we can play politics, but come on now, let's balance what we are doing. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. One more question for him, and then we'll move on. If anybody has a question for him,
the only thing I want to add on what Paul just said. My brother, if you have green card and commit any crime, they revoke your green card and deport you back to Nigeria. It happened to my brother, and my brother cannot come back to US because it's automatic, especially when drug is involved. If you commit any crime with green card in America, they will revoke your green card and deport you. If you have a citizen and commit crime, you go to jail and come out. Unless if you commit treason or said, I'm going against America. That is when they revoke your citizen. So we just want to make sure that everybody understands that, sir.
All right, thank you. Justin, I'll come to you, Valentine, after Justin. Justin, go ahead.
Please. Coming from a young man that wants to better his life, I have two questions. The man on the right that is in San Antonio, please, how can I come and join you there? Me, I'm looking for how I want to jack back from UK. Because
you are in the UK.
If I be there, I'm even hoping that they should.
Justin, we're going to have a UK, show. A special show for UK people who want to come to America.
Who's in UK here? You know what I just found out?
We'll bring an immigration lawyer. I'm actually talking to some immigration.
I think forefathers is in UK now.
Yeah, he may want to come too. We're talking to immigration lawyers to
Do you know that when you exclude London, the whole UK is poorer than the poorest state in the United States?
Where are you in the UK?
London, obviously.
Oh, okay.
London.
Okay.
This country is the economy in this country is shit now. London has fallen. God, everything that happens in America impacts us in so many ways. Literally, the amount of Brits that have left for the United States and Dubai, especially, is like Dubai is just loaded full of British people now. Especially like from the more diverse background, like black people, all these Asians from England. You even know when you go there, there's so many of us there. Because how can an NHS nurse, for example, now be earning like 30-something K in British pounds? Even if you convert it to American currency, it's not even up to what people in the poorest American states are earning. if the minimum average salary in the USA is like a bit less than 60K, let's say Florida, which is below the minimum wage, because they earn below the average salary in Florida in
You
the
done your research,
USA.
Justin.
Yeah, it's one of like the states where they earn lower than the average. That they are lower than the average is
Okay,
still higher than
I
our.
thought you said you won't talk to me. Okay, I thought you said you
Oh,
won't
yeah,
talk to
now
me.
because now I know say now San Antonio do they Texas economy is good now. Texas, there's jobs everywhere in Texas. Texas, there's no
No,
way me I'll go to
he's
Texas
right,
with my.
Dr. Dame. He's right.
Justin, so you know, Show is not happy that you're exposing the behind of London and UK. You know, there are a lot of UK people who are mad at you. Go ahead. We like what we're hearing. Go ahead.
No, it's the truth now. It's the truth because if you look at it, I can okay. Me now that I'm about to enter the labor market now, when I graduate now, I'm even thinking in my head like, if I finish and I'm earning above 48K, and I'll be getting taxed 40%. Trump said it yesterday. I think it was yesterday. He came out and said that they need to scrap this income tax system in the USA. Funny enough, California, the highest income tax state in the US, their income tax is 13%, meaning the highest tax US states is still lower than the whole UK's income tax. Meaning me that I'm in London, they are taxing me more than somebody that is in California, the most expensive state in the USA.
You have
That
free
is
insurance.
madness.
You have free insurance now.
Oh, you think it's because we have free healthcare? That healthcare, when you think about it, that healthcare is not that impressive. It's not that free as we think it is.
All right, Justin, before we forget we have a guest, let's let him respond to us and then we can go back to our normal conversation and hopefully I will remember where we stopped. Valentine, respond to the questions and comments from all the people that spoke to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph, for this opportunity again. You know, every like 80% or 90% here make it so easy to say that the credit is not for Trump. But that question I asked them, nobody answered. If I was deported today, who would take the like all these ones? Everybody jumping around. Trump is deporting everybody. Is the Trump is the one put all those criminals and all those that he's deporting? But you are putting it to him. It's not that we like to be, you know, kind of a compromise. It won't take it away from me. Trump gave me. I'm the first, if not from in Africa, in Nigeria, that Trump gave his citizenship. He take that glory from me. And I know
Valentine, hold on. You said you're the first. How did you know? I mean, this event happens everywhere across the country. How did you know you were the first from Nigeria?
Yeah, that we have a statistic. We are not done. We have a statistic. We check out things. I'm not saying. I say if not. This is the question mark in my point.
Oh.
What I'm trying to say, at least I am in the lead point. So whoever are trying to take away the glory of Trump just because of you want to make a point, my brother, you have done well, but we know that if you ask you, when did I get my citizenship? We wouldn't say it is during the Biden time. So take it home at the back of your mind and argue with that. Then the other side of it is that I'm a participator. I'm not those who sit on the television, talk everything. I do campaign for Trump. I work with their team. We have a team. Like the other guy said, if you need anything, you go through your counselor or your whatever. Yes, we know all those things that you're saying, but the channel you are working with also dedicated to help you out when you need something. Like I told you, my file had been there for 5 years, right? And this is not a place to begin to explain so many things. This is but I'm telling you, after getting attention to me on Monday, which is 28th, on 27th, I have a receipt. If you want me to display some more information here, like email I got and other things, I can do that, but it's not necessary. I am the one wearing the shoe. I know what's going on. Everybody have his own story. We all making sense, but I'm telling you my own story, so I don't have to go into try to bamboozle it. Again, the purpose of what I said before is that we are delegated to go and make a voice. One Nnamdi Kanu report to Trump, and let him know that there is our brother Igbo man holding in custody of Nigeria unjustly, even when court have given all the judgment to release him, and he was holding there unjustly. So we are one of those who went there to do that. Some of you are here don't know some of those things that happen. We have a special, kind of received people that delegated to meet us. It's not something I come here to tell you. But what I'm trying to say, because of this thing, there's some things that happen behind the scene. Nnamdi Kanu we are making case of. It's a case that is right now on
no
in the front
problem.
of.
We agree with you.
Hold on, my brother. When you're talking, I didn't say nothing. This is our. I think I have a opportunity to have in this program. Let me say what I want to say before I forgot. Okay. So we sent to go and make this voice hard for him. Right. The case is on the table. I didn't say I take it to him, but there's a delegate. There's some people who work on it. But we're the one that walk around to make Nigerian government to see, to release, because Trump is the one went through political injustice. Last time, you all know what happened to Trump and other things. So now he have a different mindset in this second time. So any person that is going through political treatment, he's care for it. Why I'm saying this is because I participated. I'm not saying you that tell me. I'm not reading in the newspaper. I told you I went there. I have evidence. If you want me to put some certain things on the television right here, I'll give you some evidence of what I'm saying to you. So that's why the story of my citizenship is different. Not everybody will go through what I go through or went through what I went through at the same time. So the purpose of this whole thing that gets me to this is to make voice hard for Nnamdi Kanu, so that the Nigerian government will look into his case and know that Trump is getting interest in that matter. But it's still a broad, matter that is still waiting for some certain documents and some certain evidences before we get to the end of it.
All right. Thank you, Valentine. We have. Let me just say this before we continue. Kandu, I will come to you next. Let me just say that we have a producer. We just hired a producer who is watching this show. So I'm no longer the person in control. Sometimes somebody will tell me, okay, they cut it off, that we have to move. So we are trying to make it more professional, and we are going to roll in so many new things. So we really want to mention that and thank all those people who are supporting us. All right, Kandu, you have a comment before we let Valentine. He may join us, continue to join us as we discuss if he wants, or he can.
Am I going to be allowed to say something?
Oh, you raised your hand. I didn't know.
I didn't know.
No, for the purpose of this segment, we are going to go around. Obviously, yeah. Go ahead, Ken.
My good doctor.
How you doing?
Who did this to us?
I know. I know.
I don't even know where to start, honestly. I have family members who have been in this country for more than 20 years, and without going through the marital route and what have you, when their parents died in Nigeria, their mama died, they couldn't go home. Their papa died, they couldn't go home. I was so happy when I saw your show, one of the shows last weekend, and you played that Reagan piece. It was really a masterpiece. As much as I don't support Reagan and never had, that really showed what it is to be an American. You can come from any place on the face of the planet and become just about anything in this country. I came to this country, I'm in the US, I came 36 or 37 years ago, I don't even remember. I don't even know where the American Embassy Day for Lagos, I don't know where it is. Because I was one of those fortunate people, that came with what they call them, diplomatic passport, And even when I got here and my diplomatic status expired, I didn't even want to become an American because I was making so much money. My plan was I was going to go back to Nigeria with $1 million cash. And I was on the verge of that. I had girlfriends who said they will marry me to become an American. I said, no, I don't want to be an American. I'm a Nigerian, and if I ever die, I will die in Nigeria. But unfortunately, I wasn't participating very well with the IRS, and they showed me shaggy. I say that to say this. This is the greatest thing moving anywhere. You can go to Germany, you can go, like Reagan said in that piece, you can go to China, you can go to Saudi Arabia. You will never be what you can be in this country. And like we said, before the adverts of Bola Ahmed Tinubu that he had nothing for you. I've had this conversation on this particular panel and on one man that where were these people when Trump was running this country for 4 years? He's a chaotic human being, and all he's going to bring you is chaos. Thankfully, so for somebody like me, I don't care what he does. It doesn't affect my bottom line. I don't care if he fights Canada, take over Greenland or Iceland or wherever else he takes over. He will show you. And let me tell you something. If you go back and look at the treaty from 18 or 19, whatever, between America and Mexico, 5 or 6 states were supposed to be reverted back to Mexico after 100 and something years. Arizona, Texas, I forgot the other ones. But like I've always, that's why on Cinco de Mayo,
Nevada, California, and New Mexico. Nevada, California, and New Mexico.
Thank you. Like I've always told my Mexican friends when I used to live in California, it will never happen. I don't care what the treaty said back then. It will never happen. But I lived in California for like 17 years or so. And we have a lot of Mexicans and other South American people that work. And like it's been rightly said, regardless of whatever is happening in some of the border states, this my Mexican / whatever else you call them, my good people, hardworking people. If you want to go back to 1986, when Reagan gave them the, allowed so many people to become citizens. And that's what it's going to end up being. You're not going to deport 11 million quote unquote illegal immigrants. And from all of the numbers I have ran, I think there are about 2 million Nigerians and children of Nigerians in this country. Even if you have 20,000 of them being deported, based on the numbers, is insignificant. It's so insignificant. But we are here, we're in this country. Even those who are illegally here are here. This is the best thing moving. They're going to be the best Americans that have ever been. It's not about pulling away the ladder when you have made it up. That is what makes us the greatest and will ever be the greatest country in the world, because we bring everybody in. It's an inclusiveness. Not who came here. Even Donald Trump and his wife and their family came here illegally. How dare you talk about anybody being illegal? We love everybody here. Even those who came here illegally, their children are going to be the somebody of tomorrow. It's not about where you have been. It is about where you're going. And no, Trump did not sponsor your paper. The people who write your paper, they have nothing to do with Trump. They don't know you. It has nothing to do with you. This is the same way people in Nigeria will be thanking their governor for doing his job. All you're doing is doing your job. It's not for you to be. Who cares if Biden was the one that signed your own paper, go self? Who cares? You're an American. Make the best with you and your family, and welcome to the greatest country on the face of the planet. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kandu. The Americans will like you.
Doctor, please, on the soft side, he said his paper started having problem 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it was Trump that was president 5 years ago. You understand? It was Trump that was president 5 years ago when his paper started having problems.
All right.
You understand?
Let me see if I can remember where we stopped. So we're talking about Valentine. Thank you so much for joining us. You can continue to join and be part of the conversation if you want. You want to say something? Okay. One last thing.
Yeah, let me give you there's the misconception. Certainly, when I say 5 years ago, that's when I filed the tax. I mean, I filed the paper. That's starting the beginning anyway. What I'm trying to say, that question I asked, everybody take it home, answer it. If I'm deported today, who deported me? Nobody answered me this question.
Nobody deported you. You were deported by immigration, not Trump, not Biden, not anybody.
So why are you saying
department, not any president?
I agree with you there. Why are you saying Trump is
to have? This is a bad mind to have.
No,
Your
listen.
thinking,
You talk for 5
thinking
minutes.
is
We let you talk.
rearranged. It's not the president that deported you.
Listen, you talk
It's
for
the
5
people
minutes.
who
We
want
let
the
you talk.
department, not the president.
All right.
So
You talk for 5 minutes, Oga. We let you talk. We don't
Mr.
talk for you and
Valentine,
talk for me.
as of
What I'm trying to say.
yesterday, the police deported, they accidentally deported some Native Americans, and they accidentally arrested Native Americans, and even some legal Mexican immigrants, thinking that these people were illegal. Something like that, an action like that was done by the ICE police. But that does not mean it was Trump's intent to have that happen, because Trump is the only one not directly deporting these people. The police deciding to accidentally arrest legal American citizens is not still Trump's fault, even though he's the one that spearheaded it with his policy.
Anyway, the reason why we are here, let me tell you what I want to say. The reason why I'm here is for those who think it's all about deportation. Let everybody also, we want here to encourage some other those who are doing with their papers to know that you are not going to be deported because of you're in America. The only way you are deported, if you find first of all, what is the meaning of illegal in America? You came to America, you have no traces, or you commit any crime. These are the two people that I know that are deporting. Because some people, they don't analyze this thing very well because of political interest or because of who they hate. Nobody deports anybody if you don't commit a crime or if you have traces. Those who came from Nigeria, 90.9% of all of you came to America through, document. So you're not illegal. There's a difference between illegal and immigrant and those who walk into America without no documentary. Or you stay here beyond the time. So what we are here to encourage those who are still in the process to know that if you do what is right, push your documents and everything, it doesn't matter who is the president or who is not, you will get what you want. But you can't take away the glory of the man that is in his regime that I got this thing. That's two things I want to put to you guys, whoever cares to understand what I'm saying.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much, brother, for giving me this opportunity to be here today. And then we'll continue.
All right. Thank you, Valentine. We appreciate you. Okay. So we want to get everybody to weigh in on all the issues about what's going on in America before we go back to Nigeria on the topics from home. So part of the issues we mentioned are things like deportation, which we've been talking about, things like the plane crash that happened yesterday and the one that happened on Wednesday. And then, of course, the process in the Senate in terms of confirming people that will work with Trump. We're trying to compare that process with what we see in Nigeria when we do have such confirmation hearings. And also even the debate about budget. If you compare how serious the people in the Senate and Congress, how serious they are with the figures and what they discuss compared to our own people. All right, I lost track of where I stopped. I know that Paul spoke. Madam Luke.
Forefathers is waiting.
Okay,
No.
Let's start with forefathers.
Okay.
Forefathers.
It's supposed to be me, Rudolph, not forefathers.
You have not read about America.
No. It was after it was supposed
Rudolph,
to be.
how can forefathers speak? We haven't speak. Mr. Ike hasn't speak.
Okay. All right. Let's start with now. Is this disorganized? Let me start with Ike. If I'll get to everybody, just trust me. 3 minutes for everybody. I'll get to you. Ike, you can start.
Okay. Thank you for
Mr. Ike. Sorry, Justin, check the private chat, the inbox. Just check it. Go ahead.
I go ahead.
Let me start with the confirmation of the secretary of the secretaries that are going to work with the new administration in the U.S. The case of Rubio, personally, I think I'm happy for Rubio to be Secretary of State because his experience in the Senate, and he has been an experienced senator, and I think he's a good choice for me, my personal opinion. For RF Kennedy and the other lady the lady from what is her name? The former Democrat who became a MAGA member. I don't know her name.
The one going to the intelligence.
Yes.
Okay.
For RF Kennedy, I mean, for me personally, he doesn't qualify to be Secretary of Health in America. He has a lot of controversial things he says and what he believes in. So I don't think because he's going to be speaking for the whole families in America. So I think they have to tread softly with his own, nomination. And the guy that they want to make FBI director, Patel, is that?
Yeah,
the
Patel.
guy Patel. That's another MAGA that is another MAGA in the worst of all the whole MAGAs in America. So, I mean, I don't live in America, and I think American citizens, I think this should go beyond politics. But I think what the Republicans in the Senate is doing is they have taken a bow, in this confirmation, because I've been following. All of them now is queuing up with Trump, even whether the candidate is good or is not good. You can only get the three senators. Madawaski from Arizona, is that the lady from one of those states? All those three ladies, they are the only three people in Republicans who always say, no, I'm not going to vote. So I think personally that Aref and that lady and Patel, I don't think they're going to confirm their ministerial position. But if they do, all good to America. On the issue of tariff, I think this is what America voted for, because like Paul said, after election, governance coming. So I think the tariff at the end of the day is the common people in the US will pay for whatever tariff the man is trying to put on China or put on Canada or put on Mexico, whatever he wants to do. So for me, I think at the end of the day, I think it's the common citizens in America that are going to pay. Right now, he talked about the issue of high cost of living in America when it was part of his campaign. In the first day, I'm going to bring the prices down. Everything will go down smoothly once, So it's just politics. He's supposed to, lead. Now he's governing. He's supposed to govern, For the people that lost their life in the air crash, I think sympathy to the family. Is unfortunate that it happens. We hope Mr. Paul is in that field. Maybe at the end of the day, when we have to go back, maybe we'll have to enlighten us a little bit about what actually is happening in America with constant, air crash and, colliding of aircraft in America. We don't know what's really going on. So at the end of the day, congratulations to our brother who became an American citizen. And I think that my brothers and sisters who are there with him, who have been there for a long time, have tried to put him straight on how to do it. I give an example where I live, because I said I'm not good in languages, and I said I'm not going to study Dutch for me to become an European citizen. And that means that I have to live here 16 years. If I live 16 years, then I can get my citizenship, which I've lived over, right? So right now, I'm qualified to be an European citizen where I live, because I didn't go for exam. I didn't take the lessons because Dutch is too a difficult language for somebody to do, So I decided not to do it. And because I love my green passport, but finally I'm going to take it because marriage, my wife is from here. 5 years, I was supposed to become a citizen, but I refused not to take it. But I think now I have to, just take it, just take the passport, and that's it. So everything has process, like my brothers were trying to explain to Valentine. The process for me here is that if I'm not going to go lesson, if I'm not going to take exam, even though you are married to the citizen, you have to wait for 16 years. And that's it. Without any crime, without making sure that the renewal of your permanent residence here, there is no gap. Because if there is 1 month gap, you're going to start afresh. So those are the processes, like my brothers are trying to lecture our brother. That's the process I went through. I never had any gap in my renewal of my, my permanent residency here. So, and I have no crime record anywhere. So now I am ready to, I'm only waiting for the date the governor of the island will say, I have my email that today is your day that you go and say, so God help me, so help me God, So everything has a process. Thank you, my brother.
All right. Thank you, Ike. I think man of prestige, is that a sequence, and then forefathers? Man of prestige.
Please, I want to say something. And a lot of
I mean,
people will
yeah,
hate the
thank
fact
you.
that I'm
Can
about
you
to
hear
say
me?
this, especially people from UK. They will
Yeah,
hate me for saying
just
this.
hold on.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Greeting everybody. It's nice to be on the platform. Let me start from where Mr. Ike started about the confirmation. That's the process of American politics, particularly when you have somebody like Trump, who want to be an emperor, because most of Republicans are scared of him. Even I thought they feel like some of them, like the defense secretary and some of Tosi Gabi and JFK, a lot of them are not qualified to be in that position. But they don't have any spine. They're going to cower to that, regardless. I mean, happen to Democrat, but regardless, it's part of the partisan politics. They're going to confirm all of them, regardless of Susan Collins. She has a regret. The lady from Alaska, McCaskey, she doesn't, but she has no choice. It's just where we are in politics, because she's afraid what's going to happen to her if she decided not to. So most of them is going to confirm. Forget about what's going on. If the defense secretary, the young guy, was confirmed, I bet you it's going to be 100% confirmation. But that's part of the politics. That's why election has consequences. So they want both houses, they want the presidency. So he has the right to get whatever he wants. It's part of the politics. So let me come to the deportation and what's going on. So when we come to speak, we need to put this in context. Because what's really happening right now, the people they are deporting, is illegal immigrant or somebody, but that's what they call collateral, because if they went to your house and decided to deport you, you commit a crime or you're illegal. If somebody there is illegal, they're going to deport him, because I saw a lot of pictures in Boston. So that really happened. But people are not missing it. All this deportation, I think to my own understanding, there are about 11 million illegal immigrants. That's according to the Pew Research. I don't know how factual that is, but they can't deport everybody. So let's be factual about that. And let me give you a record. I just pull out this information here. What people are talking. We know about Trump. He's a very transactional person. He wants to put everything on video where people will see. You have people in podcasts, everything, people immigration or something like that. I'm for it for someone what he's doing. There's nothing wrong about it. This is his presidency and his prerogative. He can do it, in a humane way. But Trump is not the kind of person, who you can go has to do something very humanely. So having said that, he can do it, whichever way he chooses. Let me give you these statistics, because people are worried that Trump is going to deport, he's deport more than Obama. During Obama 2 term, the first time he deported about 2 million. During the second term of Obama, he deported about 3 million. So that's the highest so far. Trump, during his first term, go and look at it, what I'm telling you. He deported 2,100,000 and 290. That's how much he deported. So Trump approximately deported about, 2 million during his first term. And Biden deported a total of 4 million, more than 4 million during his term, but it's not on camera. It's not on camera. Trump is a very transactional person. He wants to put everything on camera. So, say he's ready to his supporter, like people like KJ. I see my brother KJ smiling. He wants to please you. So you can say Trump is doing a good job. But that's exactly what he does. He may not deport as much as Obama deported. Anybody should go and, Google what I'm saying. Biden deported more than 4 million, but people didn't, people didn't notice that he deported people. And most of what he deported was illegal people, people who committed crime and some other things. But Trump just want to put, all his show on the camera. Look at what's his name, Dr. Phil. Didn't you see him in Chicago? Patrolling himself like one of the eyes. I mean, what is that? Is he one of the eyes that deporting people? So it's about Trump being very transactional. He's just going to make it and put everything on camera. So, he's the president. So we see how things is going to pan out. I think the tariff against Canada, Mexico, and China is supposed to start today. So I don't know if you already started. So we see what kind of effect it's going to have on the economy. Then we can go from there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. And let's go to Forefathers.
Well done. Greetings, Dr. Damage. Thank you for having me. Greetings to the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. Yeah, I think I will second the condolences to the Americans for the crash that occurred recently, and obviously the fire in Los Angeles in the past, and for the grieving man of prestige. This is the third stage of grief he's going through. We have to understand people grieve all the time for the loss of their political parties. But that said, the deportation process going on in the U.S. now. It's not only about the numbers, it's also about sending a message. And the people in the US support it. They don't care about those buildings that are, they are not being maintained by illegal migrants. They are hoping that their people replace those ones that are being removed. And they are also fighting a greater struggle that most people just think that they are just fighting for salary. That's not it. They are fighting for their own survival. They know what it took them to take that land from the natives, and they want to watch others take it from them. They are not going to engage in that conflict. They are not going to engage in it. And this is the fear that they have. Trump may not even be engaging them at that level, but his supporters know that. Steve Bannon has made that clear. They know what they're talking about. I even just finished a conversation with somebody that was in a conversation with white supremacists talking about they want to create a world dictatorship, because if they see that they will lose power, they would rather have that than have anything else. I have been in conversation. No, I have not been in conversation. I've watched it after they've had it, where they were talking about breaking up the US. And these people are not joking. The data is there. Go and check the polls in America. What they are saying that some of them are talking about breaking up the country. Nigeria, if you talk about breaking Nigeria up, if you give them polls, you will get less number that want to break Nigeria up than the ones that want to break the US. You'll be shocked. And the reason why that is because some of these people fear that they are losing their country. Maybe they know, because they know what they did to other people to get that land too. So the idea that they are going to be checking the numbers, man of prayer, don't see it like that. They are seeing it from the point of view that they are scaring anybody that wants to come there. If you want to come there now, you will think twice. When you look at how Trump is behaving and the mood of the border guards, and now they put even sometimes military in some positions, the mood, they are not in a good mood right now. And I don't blame them. The idea that this is unexpected, I've been saying this for years, that I've never seen another nation where a majority becomes a minority peacefully. It never did happen. And, this the speaker that came earlier on about that was a, American citizen and all that. It's all good that he's a citizen, but he seems to be giving out this Badenoch Chalabi energy that is very, very eager to sell out. And I really don't understand our people. He's even felt the need to condole the Americans and their death. But when it comes to Nigeria, they don't have any mercy for their country and their people at all. And they will be willing to do anything. And that part makes me a little bit, whenever I see people that do those things, I just feel bad that these people they might be our biggest threat. If we want to do anything in Nigeria, if you are lucky, get one good leader in Nigeria, those people will come back. And you think you are enjoying them now, opposing these governments, but those people will be the instruments of our destruction sooner or later, because they will be very happy to sell. They are all too happy. So that's how I look at that aspect. And Justin, what is this now? You're just badmouthing the UK left and right.
It is what it is.
Why are you badmouthing the UK? You see, the Americans, what I just checked while you were talking, the average salary in America is higher than that of the UK. But if you factor in health insurance,
another bullet.
Calm down. You have to think clearly. You have to look at these things. If you factor in health insurance and you factor out all those things,
put me at the back.
The UK actually offers more than the US.
You really just said that. Don't go and say that in outside.
It's over $5,000 on average health insurance in the US. An individual. Not the entire family, an individual.
But do you know how much these people are earning? Jesus. See, let me tell you how healthcare really works.
I check average. I don't worry too much about individual earnings.
Let me tell you how healthcare really works.
You UK people, hold on. Don't.
Why are you making it look like UK is the bottom of the barrel? We are
No,
all
no,
at the bottom of
forefathers.
the barrel.
We are going
Forefathers,
to have
as a
a special
Londoner,
show for the UK people to path to citizenship in America. We have a Canadian who is already on the path to coming to join us in America.
Really?
But I think he's who has not said anything. I think can do and
Wait, so if I'm British now, is it easier for me to come to America?
Justin, you talk to us, talk to our producers. We set you up on
Special make una link me.
We set you up special show for this purpose. But let's hear from. I know the Kandu has not talked in general on this topic, but let me go to who did I mention? Kandu, can we go to Chim first? I know this reason why I'm saying that.
Absolutely. Yeah. We need to get him over here. So let's hear him.
We need to get him over here. Let's see if we can get him from Canada. Chim, you're next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so compliments to everybody. I guess the conversation is on the deportation events going on. Am I correct?
Not just deportation, all the things going on in America. The plane crash, the what is that thing? The in Congress where they are trying to confirm.
Okay. So let me start from the most contentious because when I read and listen to people, sometimes I don't understand if something can both be right and wrong at the same time. We can empathize with people who are being deported, but at the same time, we can also look at what is appropriate and correct to do. I don't think any of us, first and foremost, we're all Nigerians before whatever nationality we have taken as a secondary one, whether it's British, American, or Canadian, or Irish, or German, or whatever it is, irrespective of where you are. I do know that at some point, as Nigerians, we used to lampoon our leadership back home for the porous nature of our northern border. Anybody here who has never complained that the northern border, the Nigerian northern border, was a source of concern to them, then I need to re-verify if you are really a Nigerian. Within the last 8, 9, 10 years, all the atrocious activities, killings, first and foremost in the Benue Plateau area, and then going down south, the ones that happened in most of Yoruba land in Ondo State, and some point even in some parts of the east, we accused a certain ethnic group within us who have appendages outside of the country, people who flow from the Futajalon area. We accused them. And we said our president at the time and most of our military or security personnel who were responsible for securing our borders were compromised because they were showing affinity to these people. I'm being careful not to mention names. A certain governor even went as far as to pay money to that group of people to please not come and kill Nigerians. But every sensible Nigerian was asking, why is it difficult for the leadership to secure the border so that what we termed illegal headers will not come into the country? So let's begin to do a rethink and consider it from the American angle. Yes, we may read racial issues into this. I understand that sentiment. I've even argued with somebody to say, okay, you know what? It is not only Black people or Latinos that are illegal in the US. There are people who are also Caucasian who are illegal in the US. Maybe they are coming from Eastern Europe and all those places. Why don't these advocacy groups who are pushing this ask the government to say, can we see the list? Can you make it public, the list that you have given to ICE of people you want to go and let's see the split.
The list is public.
Chim is public.
It's very public.
It's public.
Yeah.
So the list is public. Hold on now. Hello. Sorry. I don't want my time. I have very short time, please. So the list is public and that list comprises of everybody, irrespective of your color.
Yes.
Okay. So are they picking up those ones who are of a lighter complexion?
Yes.
They are picking them. Okay. So if they are picking them up, what is the sentiment that some of us are making it look like there is an ethnic cleansing or racial cleansing that is going on?
Because we are the ones that run away from our country more. Those are the
Okay,
minorities.
hold on, madam. I hear you. I don't want to share my time with you. So we are the ones who run away from our country more. Okay, so if we have to run away from our country more, why don't you run away in the right way? Why don't you run and be legally a runner? You've run, but run in legally, so that when they are doing this thing, you will not be picked up. Why is some people shaking their head? Are you going? Sorry, let's bring it down to, if I go to Paul's house, I jump the fence into Paul's house, enter Paul's house, and Paul has a garden, and I start picking Paul's garden. Will Paul find it funny with me? I bet not. So when Paul is not going to find it funny with me, but Paul is okay.
My brother, there are 5 Igbo states that are in the board of NNPC.
When I called your name, it wasn't for you to respond. Hello, Paul, you are taking my time. Paul, you are taking my time. Rudolph, please tell him. So, but listen, my sentiment is very straightforward, and I know that anybody understands it. If you're legal anywhere, you have nothing to fear. But if you're an illegal immigrant, you've overstayed your welcome. If the law catches you, fine. If the law does not catch you and you're able to run away from it, it's okay. But the point is, and let's all not forget this, the man said, we're going for those who have criminal records. If he's not doing that, the advocacy group should go against him. I'm not going to defend Trump on what is not right.
Can I ask you a question, Chief?
But don't ask me any question. I'm not here to answer questions. I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here to give my views. When I finish giving my views, you can respond.
But illegal immigration is a criminal.
So please, on the last issue, on the issue of those being on the nominees for appointments, I think it's strange to me when I listen to people like these Democrats talk. I thought the Democrats were pro diversity, weren't they? So how diverse can it come that you have a Patel who is of Indian origin and you don't want him to become the next FBI agent director? You have what's her name? The lady that what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard also has some measure of diversity. You don't want her to come in. And these are people who are Democrats originally, but this time around, Trump is appointing them. But the same party that was appointing a man wearing a skirt in a military uniform suddenly finds it difficult to accept people who really know the job. The same people who were voting one head-shoving man like that had beard wearing skirt, suddenly today, they have a problem with these people. You know, sometimes when I see the kind of politics people play, I really do not understand what they are looking for.
All right,
for me, whether they confirm Tulsi or not, I don't care. What's my own? But the point is, it's good to always ask these people what exactly they are looking for. Somebody says he wants to make Americans healthier, and you're busy pushing and trying to defend Big Pharma, who are paying you and whom you collect stuff from. People think we're stupid. We don't know what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hold on, KJ. Koji, hold on. Chim spent 7 minutes, so I just want to make sure it's not the standard. We're not going to let everybody spend 7 minutes, so otherwise we're not going to go away from it. But let me just, before we go to KJ, I just want to say
because people were interjecting,
you call their names now. We don't call anybody's name. But I wanted to plead with our friend Valentine to talk to Trump so that we can make you a citizen. But this thing you said now, I'm not going to sign that paper anymore. No, but Tim, there's something you said here.
I'm happy being a Canadian. Trust me.
We need to clear something. You know, when people say that we want diversity, they are not saying we want just anybody because they fit into that. You have to still be competent. I hope you know. I don't think there are people.
But no, honestly, I think.
But Rudy, how competent was that big woman that was wearing skirt?
She's not even a woman. She's not a woman.
The other people are not competent, but don't say that that's what the people.
No, but no. Let's see. I'm not going far. I'm just saying you have brought competence. How competent was that woman? That woman, man, that was skirt.
Who is a major to Lloyd Austin, who is a general? You understand? And it is still diversity, but they give a general compared to a Pete Exet, who is a major that didn't really do much and everything. look, diversity does not really mean that you must be less competent. They just want to pick you.
So,
Diversity
Paul, are you
simply
saying
means
that, Paul, if you end your career, as a specialist today, you didn't become a GM, and Rudolph becomes president, and Rudolph should not appoint you because you ended your career as a specialist?
Austin is a general. So
No.
Yes,
I'm asking you a question, Paul. If you end your career as an officer, but you are skilled enough and you understand the job, are you saying that if you ended at that mid-level, the person who ended at high level only should be appointed?
You try to condemn one, and I'm giving you another example.
I'm not condemning one. I'm only making. I'm responding based on what people are saying.
You just did with the skirt thing. You understand? America, what we enjoy the grill. What Republicans do to Democrats, that's exactly what Democrats is doing. And
so fair is fair now. So fair is fair.
We don't need to complain. We like the grill than buy and go.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Thank you, Paul. Let's go to AJ. Go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me, Rudolph?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Chim, well done. I salute you. As you have done very well. And I want to start from where he finished. This is the same party who appointed a woman to the Supreme Court who could not define what a woman is. She couldn't define what a woman is, but she's in the Supreme Court today sitting. And you're talking of Tosi Gabbard, who is a colonel in the army, has 5 FBI clearances, have served in action 3 times, and you think she's not qualified to head that department? We're talking about what's the other guy's name? Pat, right? Yeah. Kash Patel, who is a renowned researcher, a officer, who has also taken part in actions for America, okay? Who was also one of the top FBI guys in doing overt and covert operations. You are saying he's not qualified? We're talking about, what's the other guy? Let me go to the last one. F. Kennedy.
Pete Hegseth.
Let's not even go there, because I'm biased towards Pete Hegseth because he's a journalist and that's been a kind of reporter. Whether you like it or not, I'll be biased towards that. But when Obama put Kennedy in one of his nominations, Democrats held him. They called him superstar. He's still there. I'm reading from what I saw in the internet. They call him a superstar, a well-bred, a researcher, and this and that. All that praises. The same person today, they say he's not worthy to handle that position. Because why? He's against some of the food we're eating that is so poisonous to our system. I will not concern that he gave a statistic that Americans are one of the most unhealthy people on earth today. I will not concern about that. I will not concern that most of the people in America today live on prescription drugs, month to month. In fact, you when you get to a certain age, you make a particular reservation on how to be collecting those things. I will not supposed to concern about that. The truth still remains. These are all politics. If you could say that woman who is he taking over from? The lady who just leaving the office. Who between Kennedy and that woman, who is more qualified? Who's more qualified? So look, where somebody has done good, let's give the person an applause, whether we like him or not. We say, this person, you have tried. For me, one of the things I've always said on this channel is, I will not support anybody who comes into another man's country and go and start to buy people or rape women. I will never be in that support because it doesn't make sense. Okay? If you are a visitor in another man's country, behave yourself, put yourself together. Not that you go and be committing all kinds of, atrocity and you expect that they will keep quiet about it. Whether they attend, even if you don't worry, some people's argument that it's not only illegal immigrants that are committing that crime. It's okay. Even if there are 2 people that are committing it, they will still term you as illegal. So what is our concern here? Our concern here is that we should advise our government to put their country in order. If you put your country in order, your people will not be, become illegal anywhere because they'll be content living in their own country. But what I'm going to end up with is this. Whether we like it or not, when there's a new sheriff in town, parade will change. Okay? Parade must change. If new commander, new parade. Okay? I don't know any of you, if you have as the Chim is, Tony is not here, he will have told us. But anytime you have a new GOC, parade changes. And there's nothing you can do about that. That is the situation we have found ourselves. Let's enjoy the moment and pray that we will not be found culpable in any which way. Whether he is doing it for the right reasons or not, the truth remains. It is their country. He will do what they think is better for them. You and I, if we love we don't like it, let's go. This energy we are putting to find fault, let's put it on our own government and make sure that they also sit up and make our country more peaceable and profitable for the people, so that they don't have to leave. Look at what the young man in Burkina Faso is doing. Okay, look at what he's doing in less than 2 years. Okay, this is I will not say color. What is the difference between a Burkina Bay and a Nigerian? Nothing. So we need to come to a place where our leadership also will realize what to do and do it, because we have the ability, we have the brain, we have whatever it takes to do it. We don't have to leave Nigeria to go to anywhere and be told that we are illegal in those places. That's my own argument. But I came in purposely because I want to come and talk about it.
Rudolph, I'm logging off, but I just want to say, for those who keep talking about this, some people stole land or not, listen, I'm not here to talk about that. You ask yourself, whose civilization are you living? Whose civilization? Is it your grandfather's civilization that you're living? See you later.
All right, Chim, thank you.
Yeah, Chim took one of my minutes. Let me just complete it. You see?
Come back.
Those people who are now saying, those people who are now saying that America took land. We have been crying. IPOB, Biafran people have been crying. We took our land. We want to go back. They're not allowing us to go back. And you're talking about Mexico. No, don't bring that argument here now. Don't bring it. When you let Biafra go, then you can bring it. As long as Biafra have not gone, please don't bring it. Let's leave it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So,
Doctor, I think it's my turn. I've not said anything. I mistakenly.
No. Hearing your voice all day. Let's go to Kandu.
No, I mistakenly look. I have not said anything. Anyway, go ahead.
Kandu and then CM and Kandu, go ahead. We have to round up on this topic so that we can go to.
Fortunately or unfortunately, like I've said about 2 years ago here, there is no hope for Nigeria. Maybe when people like me are dead and gone, maybe 50 years from now, maybe the new breed. Because if you separate Nigeria, this is just a quick aside. If you separate Nigeria, even within the Yoruba people, Ondo man we say is better than Ogbomoso man. Akure man we say those Ijebu people, watch out for them. In the East, some part of the East we say you're not Igbo enough. So this is not good. I don't care how much you take all the knowledge and intellect and the wherewithal that you've gained in all these places back to Nigeria. It's not going to work. You're just a different breed of human beings. It's not going to happen. So, but on the confirmation side, you see, Dr. Damages, for the second time today, I'm going to say, who did this to us? Where does this type of thinking come from? That because the Democrats allowed somebody, because somebody is a pants-wearing, skirt-wearing, bra-wearing man, because they allowed somebody before, does that mean I have to allow you? Because other people allow other people? I don't understand this type of thinking. I don't even understand that people with this type of thing, if you have this type of thinking, you should not be allowed to procreate. You should not be allowed to have children. Because how can you be saying that because your own person steal, so it's okay for my own person to steal? I don't care, like somebody tried to express, just because somebody have intellect, this and that. I saw a piece, I think this morning or last night. They were talking to one of these appointee people, and I guess it was being appointed for health ministry or something like that. And he said, well, black people have some gene in them that makes them not as susceptible to white people. And one of the Congress people that was interviewing this moron said, so if we're going to be taking vaccine, what percentage of the dosage of vaccine should black people take compared to white people? I mean, just because you have a position or you went to school doesn't mean you have common sense. Some people don't even deserve to be running anything. Go and be running whatever you're running. In terms of the plane crashes,
Why do you allow him
unfortunately,
to keep talking, Rudolph? Why?
unfortunately,
KJ, I don't know
unfortunately,
what is happening.
unfortunately,
Let him finish.
unfortunately, these crashes tend to happen in series. We've seen them happen over time. They tend to happen in series, one after the other. It's unfortunate, but like I always say, at any given minute in America, there are over 4,000 planes in the air every given minute in the United States. So the fact that we don't even have more of these crashes, plane crashes that are happening, is a miracle. Is a miracle. So fortunately, this is not some kangaroo country. MTSB will come in. They will go and find every piece of those planes that they can find. The data boxes are there to listen to what happened. They will find out what happened. So I don't know. This, if you I've said this here before. If Trump was my father, I would have disowned him since I became of age. Because just because you can make me money or you can make me have a position, money is not everything. Money is good, but it is not everything. It is not what defines you as a human being. I don't care how intelligent, how competent Trump is. If you don't have character, you are useless to me. Totally useless. And all of them that voted for this guy will be here. Fortunately, none of his policies has anything to do with me. So I'll be watching this movie. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Can I respond?
Hold on. I'm going to let KJ respond, but before KJ, you come down a little bit because I know we respond. But let me play this video. There's something that Kandu said that I want to redirect our attention to. Just this video a little bit. KJ, you prepare your response.
Following, and I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that to particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Poland article suggests that Blacks need fewer antigens than.
This is
so
so
you get
dangerous.
the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be voting against your nomination because your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
All right. Before KJ, let me just say.
Dr. Damages, real quickly, please, I beg. I don't care if this Kennedy guy is a member of the Kennedy family. I don't care if he has been a Democrat from the beginning of planet Earth. These are dangerous people, dangerous to society.
All right, thank you. Let me just say this. So when I watch things in America happening, I don't forget. I don't watch it without remembering that I'm Black. Sometimes we forget that. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the issue of how we assess things. And I hope we will be able to get at the end of all these programs we've been doing, we kind of agree on something. I think that one of the reasons why Nigeria or Africa is the way it is really things I see all the time, which is that we think that this is our own. And if this is our own and it's wrong, or that their own people did that. In Nigeria, we see that a lot. That there are people like Tinubu, we say that Buhari did a lot of appointments that are not credible because it's their people. So I will do the same thing. And that would be right, you know. Anyway, I just want to point it out as we continue the conversation.
Okay. I was going to actually let out the dogs, but I decided to change my mind because I don't think it's worth me, exchanging word with people who have baked on ability to, to speak properly and unadvisably. So I will not even go to that route. But I will say this: as much as I think I have opinion, and I have the right to air my opinion, does not give me the right to insult anybody. If anybody thinks that you come here and because you have knowledge, you probably be a professor in one of the Ivy League universities, and you bring your understanding and want to impose it on us, I don't think you're better than Trump that you condemn. You are even worse than him because I don't think he's trying to impose his ideas. So when you come to this forum, simply because you've lived in the US for 36 years or more, and you think that you now have a God-given understanding of what happens.
My dog is better than Trump. My dog.
Hold on.
That is to show how very intelligent you are. Since you can compare your dog to Trump, it means that you are very intelligent and you have been able to display that. But I won't go that route with you because I'm not from the gutter, so I won't go down with you. Now, simple, I'm saying this, and I say this again. The Democrats celebrated Mr. What's his name now? Kennedy. They called him the superstar that was ever. Yes, they celebrated him when Obama was going to appoint him. They celebrated him. In fact, he was so advertised. It's there. I'm not talking of what I saw on the internet. You can check it out. So
I don't know what's happening with KJ. KJ, there's something with your connection, so it's not us. So I want to make sure that people understand. It's not.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah.
Now, the thing is this. What I'm simply saying, my own is this. If you don't complain about Buttigieg when he was made minister, secretary for transportation. If you didn't complain about him, you didn't complain about the woman who was taken as a chief judge, as a justice who could not define what a woman is. Why do you find problem with the next set of people? What the clip you played of him trying to explain what it means by the different distance is understandable. If one is arguing from that point, it's a different point. But you and I know that truly, a black man's gene is stronger than the white. You know that. You know that. How many of our people are getting all these vaccines in the communities and they're still growing? How many? In the US, I know that when a child is born, you get up to 40 or more vaccines before you get to the age of 7 or 5. Okay? How many people give those vaccines in the communities I'm coming from? It doesn't exist apart from polio that you're giving. So simple put, and that's not even my bone of contention. My bone of contention is simply this. Once you have a new brigade commander, parade must change. You like it, you don't like it. The man didn't campaign to get there and allow you to stay.
All right. KJ is frozen. We will continue. I think the next person will be CM, I believe. But before CM speaks, I just want to point out.
KJ is in Trump ward.
I just want to point out one thing. I hope people have been watching this confirmation process for years. KJ, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. Let me just say this. I'm watching this confirmation process for years because what you will notice if you've been doing that is that if the Democrats is in power, okay, the Republicans will be the ones that will be asking tough questions and will be praising the candidates of the Democrats will be praising their candidates. If the reverse is the case, that's exactly what happens. But what I think is important for people to know, because when people watch, I make sure they understand that what is important for people to know is that all these things that are going on doesn't really mean that at the end, these people will not be voted in, because in this case, the Republicans, they have majority. There may be few cases where they will lose at the end, and they will only lose, they will not get the votes if only Republicans are against that. So that's important. So when KJ, you mentioned that when they asked the Chief Justice, the candidate, to define a woman, it's not that she doesn't know what a woman is, but it's that being the politics that is playing in the country and the confirmation process, she cannot say anything that is outside. I can play you a video of who was the candidate in this current confirmation, where they asked a simple question.
Even Kennedy.
A simple question they didn't answer. So it's something you should take with a grain.
You see, Rudolph, that's where I have my problem. That's where I have my challenge. you are able to explain that of the Democrats. But when it's on the side of the Republicans, you don't want to hear their own explanation. That's my challenge. She was there, she could not answer because of the point. Why now, if he's a Republican, you want to insist that what the person didn't answer is a problem?
No,
Okay.
it's not.
Let us know.
KJ, Kennedy, in the Kennedy's case, why I picked that, there are so many videos of them messing up or doing what they always do. Why I picked up the Kennedy one is that this is something that should concern us as Black people. This is just, when it comes to when somebody is talking about medicine and the person is trying to tell you that there are some vaccines you should take and some you should not take, or that that's a dangerous spot to be. Dangerous place.
Okay.
And if that doesn't raise alarm.
Let me say this. Mr. Kennedy priced himself as somebody who have taken more than 40 years doing research over different vaccines that have been given.
Did he do research or reading research that other people did? I don't think
almost everything. He has done all of it. And those who are in the, I'm coming, sir. I'm coming. You see, I try as much as possible to balance what I'm talking about. Not because I want to come and talk here, but because I want to have an understanding. Why is he so confident he's not a doctor? None of us was questioning Bill Gates when he was asking that vaccine should be given to everybody in the world. We didn't ask on what pedigree is he standing to make those assertions. We all accepted and gave our hands for it to be pumped in. So now in this case, we are talking about this particular person who has taken time to do the research and has worked with other people in the industry who have said about him that this guy knows what he's talking about. But that's not the case. That's not my quarrel here. All I'm simply saying is that if you elected KJ as the president of America, irrespective of what you think, I will call my own team, I'll call my own people. That is the reason why I won. I campaigned and I won. You should stop campaigning and accept it. The more you're condemning and saying anything about Trump doesn't change the fact that Trump is going to be there for the next 4 years. And he's going to do what he wants to do. So why don't you relax and enjoy the ride? That's simple. It doesn't mean any other thing. Simple.
Thank you, KJ. All right, where are we? CM.
Okay. I think Rudolph, if you agree with me, this issue, whether it has outlived its usefulness, we've trashed it. Why can't, let me nudge us in the direction of Sharia controversy in Southwest Nigeria. That will be more interesting because they say it's thing they want to spread and people are kicking against it. Why can't we look at?
Oh, we have other topics we are going to. I just want to hear from you and Uzo, and then we go to other topics. We have so many other topics. We can.
Doctor, you mean I won't contribute on this topic? I won't contribute. Okay. Remember, I went out. I left.
Generally on this Trump deportation.
Go ahead, CM.
Yeah. Generally, from what we gathered, in America, it's a policy that if you're a criminal, you are in prison. When you finish, they deport you. That's a fact. That should be good so that you don't commit crime. But this idea of deporting low migrant workers, they contribute to the economy because of the job they do, the little job they come and maybe they
right.
Trump wise are true because they are contributing to the economy. They are helping the farmer for the way. Oh my! Maybe my connection is not good.
All right, let's move to Paul. We'll figure it out.
Please.
Yeah, London Bridge has fallen. Just
London Bridge is falling down.
All right, go ahead, Paul.
It just beat my heart when Chim was saying some of the things that he's saying. See, there are certain rules in America that people should understand. Like, for example, now, very many of us that come to the US with visiting visa, there is room for I-485. You understand? Where you can do application to change your status and every other thing. And they tell you, they say the day you become a citizen, you marry an American citizen, even if you commit so many things, all your sin has been forgiven. So these things are there. So if Chin think that he is so lucky to get what they call an express visa to Canada, some other people come with other routes. in America today, there are over 198 different pathways to citizen. You understand? So you can commit certain things and everything, and your sin too can still be forgiven. You understand? When we talk about the pathway that Reagan did, great. Obama did the same thing. Some of these immigrants were so scared when Obama said, go and do the right thing, go outside and apply. Some people trust, some people went. Some people even did the very funny way. They went and they come in through the wrong door and stay here. Then they tell them that, oh, it's time for you to apply. They go through the wrong door and went back and they came. Some people out of panic that, how will I go back? Where will I start from? Some people didn't go. So Obama did that and everything. And Junior Bush did something like that too. When he sent these people, he affecting. So when we talk about immigration is one of the most cardinal points that they use for campaign. Democrats will use it to win election, and Republicans will also use it to win election or lose election. It goes both sides. You understand? So when we talk all these things, which state is the biggest, reddest state in America? It is the state of Texas. That's where you get more of these so-called immigrants. You understand? We'll talk about the second biggest state of Republican again. It is Florida. This is where you also get these people. They see these things. Florida is big in farming. You understand? Like the state of Texas. So these things are there. You understand? But they just play politics on it from both sides. These are the part that Madam Luke tried to emphasize on. And then the way Trump talked down on people, looked down on people, you understand? It's just so painful. But it has been there. And it will always be there. They play politics with it. None of them is ready yet to say, let us just do it more of a better way. But both sides play politics. Then KJ, remember what Bernie Sanders asked ROFK? He asked ROFK that is health insurance for everybody. Is it good? The guy make mention that how will everybody have health insurance when some people will abuse it by people who are smoking? Everybody have health insurance in Canada. I just came from Canada some 4 or 5 months ago. People smoke there now. People drink there now. People have health insurance in the UK. People smoke there. People drink there. But everybody get a universal health insurance. So politicians will always do what they know how to do best, to play politics with any topic that doesn't favor their own ideology. You understand? So that's exactly what the Supreme Court judge also did. They play politics to favor their own ideology. You don't expect Tinubu's guys to come talk down on Tinubu. You understand? It's when you are leaving the door like Amechi and Rufai, that's when you start saying all those things. That's what I'll say for now. Doctor, you look like you mute yourself.
You mute yourself.
Somebody did. Uzo, welcome.
Yeah, doctor. Good morning. Paulo, what's up? Man, look when they look. You don't come out. Okay, I heard everybody. Dr. Mr. Ike from the island of I don't know that name. That last one that they had me. KJ. But I look when they look. Well done, man. Paul, you said, I let's support whatever you said. Sometimes you said whatever you want to hear, how it is, the reality of life. As if they used to say, they talk about Sowore, they pass bill. So you're not aware of where they're passing bills. So we there and say, inside, so many bills they pass. As you said, the Kennedy of a guy, remember, Jesus told the criminal, you'll be in paradise from today. What did Trump told you when he went to campaign? From today, you be my head what? We don't forget that when Trump already promised in that position, so there's no amount of screaming that will take him out. He told him that already, that from today, I make him my health minister, I made that for supporting me. So I would not expect anything better. But anything I want to say, when we come here sometime, let's not to start calling people's name, all right? Because I used to say, the way you see Tere, I may see Tere as W, I can turn Tere, I tell you W. That's the way I see it on my own. It doesn't matter if it's right or I'm wrong. So sometimes the way people see something, that's the same way somebody else see it. Democrat or Republican, yeah, what you think is right, somebody else think is wrong. What you think is wrong, somebody else sees is right. So let's try to balance and start calling like call somebody dog, my dog better than this. That's very, very as a father. I know that's very, very wrong to say that. No matter how the person is, no matter how stupid that person is, we should always be all human beings. We should not refer somebody as a dog. We all know how dog is. not American dog. When we talk about dog, we talk about Igbo dog who bingo, that eat shit and that go early in the morning to the bushway to eat shit and that what Una's dog. All this one in America, they are pets. They call them pets. They have medical hospitals. They have hotels and everything. So on my own immigration stuff, as I want to say, as I said the other day, who know who they have who they have listed. If you know someone that are listed from Nigeria that's about the port, nobody know it yet. On my own saying, Paul said it, people that they are, I think they are hunting people that have case at hand. Yeah, there'll be a collateral damage. There's no how we'll write that out. There'll be collateral damage along the line. Not that they are going from Home Depot to Lowe's to Walmart to look for people. But people are scared. Like I said, when I go to look for some laborers in Home Depot, and nobody disappeared. You can't see before in the morning by 7. You see about 100, 200 people running back to you. You need help. But I went there. I didn't see anybody. Everybody have disappeared. Everybody disappeared. That's the effect of it. You know, we know that it's going to affect the America and whatever we talk. Like I tell you, I've been calling the guy that I caught my loads for like 3-4 days now. He's not more picking call. I don't know if the guy he's scared to come out. Now, if I want to cut my grass now, I have to call John Moore. John Moore is 150 per cut. John Moore is 150 per cut. You know, if I do it twice a week, 300. Then if I call the Mexican guy, it's $25. That is different. That's what you are talking.
Uzo, I can do it for $20. Just
Uzo, te pasa. I'm not qualified.
5 minutes
You're going to affect everybody, both white, black. It's not like P2P said. Where do you buy bread cheap? It doesn't matter. Trump is for himself. Even the white guy he's talking about, he doesn't care for them. He cares for himself and for the big guys. Which he said that was the kid. Doesn't care for when you put all the tariff now, they're already crying. A carton of Brooklyn would have keys. Now I go to market. He went to market yesterday. He told me I should be going to market. It's time I should be going to market because the whole money. What happened? He said no. You go to market. Tell me in the next 2 months this will continue like this. It's going to be difficult though because we're here. So my own point is that then people should not be scared. They are not hunting anybody that commit no crime. I mean, those Nigeria, they have shortlisted. And I tell you, if you watch 50% of those names have been there for like 20, 30 years. People that come early 80s, 90s, most of them have no party now. They are like still working. We all see them, all right? But then the rest of those guys, people that are like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you know, the amount of Nigeria commit internet fraud. Those guys are still in jail. They should be deported, but they're still in jail. And at least some, they release them to street to walk around, do their job, do many things, but they know where they are. So that's the end. They're not knocking at anybody's door or going to Walmart or do this thing to like hunt people down. And secondly, we don't say Trump not show of force, not show of power. Yeah, all this one not show of power. We were here 4 years go. Now this is what we don't talk about all the way. Nobody even. No policy will be implemented. 4 years now, deport, until they go finish. That's my scare, that whole thing. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Damages, can you please give me 20 seconds, please? Just 20 seconds.
Okay. Can do. Go ahead.
Okay, just for clarification, Mr. Uzo, when I talk, I speak in absolutes. I don't know what African dog is, Nigerian dog is. I talk in terms of dog. And what I meant was that Trump, regardless of his intellect, regardless of his money, those are not the things that govern someone like me. It is about what type of a human being are you. And the person that made the statement was making a statement about Trump being a better person. And that's why I had to interject and say, he's not better than me. He cannot even be better than my dog. So that was the point of that statement. I'm not better than anybody. The way my parents raised us is that nobody's better than you, and you are not better than anybody. So I treat each person as a human being. Thank you.
But can I ask this? Can I just put this? Let me ask you this. I have to ask this, all right? I have to ask this. We all know that minus God on this planet of Earth now, Trump is the next command. If you take God out of what he made Jesus Christ now,
And maybe no, it's not best. You see, in the world that I live in, Trump doesn't even exist. I live in America. He's the president of America, but he doesn't have anything to do with me. None of his policies affects me. Maybe
even when the groceries are up, and the guy go to $10 per.
It's not. You see, it's not going to rise to $10. And even if it does, look. There's no point. It doesn't matter. He might be the God of everybody else, but the Peking with my own mama born is not the God of me. It doesn't have anything to do with me. Thank you.
All right.
I have a question for Dr. Damages.
All right. We are rounding up. We have to.
Okay, just question. One. Uzo. Biko kọwara m ihe pet wu na n'Igbo. Isi nkịta ndị Igbo wu nkịta nke America wu pet. Gịnị wu page n'ala Igbo? Biko kọwara m ihe page wu n'ala Igbo.
Mr. Ike, Mr. Ike, esi nkịta ka Igbo wu bingo. No, nkịta ka Igbo wu bingo. A na-akpọ bingo. America we can call America own, which I go use here now. I don't see myself. Dog whether they call it Andro. America does put Andro, but now Nigeria have bingo.
All right. Translating this, you guys don't be dog. Translating this that you are saying now to other people. All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Ovie will be the last person on this topic. We're going to Congo next. We want to discuss what's going on in Congo. We have about 30 minutes for the next stream to begin. So, Ovie, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, where are we, and what are we talking about?
Oh, if you don't know what we're discussing, then we move on to the next person.
I think I started listening when I hear you guys talking about Kennedy and
We're talking about things going on in America today. We're talking about the plane crash. We're talking about Trump's deportation of Nigerians and other people. There are actually 1.4 million people on the list for those who were looking at numbers. 1.4 million people on their list, but there are only 3,690 Nigerians. There may be other Nigerians who are holding Ghanaian passports and Liberian passports, but as far as we know, 3,690 Nigerians. The other thing we talked about is the confirmation of secretaries who work with Trump. And wanted to say what is going on there, how it mirrors, if any, what happens in Nigeria.
Now, I mean, there's no difference between the Senate here and the Nigeria Senate, the confirmation. It's just the one 3D blockbuster, the 3D on 3D show. Because when I was listening to the hearing, I just can't help. At every interval, I remember this our show here. That the same way that is when you hear somebody say, because that man has gone over in 7 minutes, he has done 10 minutes, me too, I must get my time. I was like, this is Dr. Damage at his best. So it's what we be in a nutshell. So just as our own come by down, go. On a more serious note, on that type of what's his name, RFK Jr. I mean, you can't help if you understand the power play in America. Those are just they are not speaking for the constituencies. They are not speaking for the people. They are speaking for the donors. That's what that's about. Well, the funniest thing is that when you understand the correlation that brought Trump to power, then you will be surprised if RFK Jr. no scale through, because you need to go and study the Maha movement, make America healthy again. That's a real movement that started 2016. That finally find their way into power. They are the coalition. That's what the RFK Jr. campaign was all about. So there's the coalition when all you need to do go listen to the speech when they're in Arizona where Paul Day when they welcome into the. Listen to that speech. Listen, that's where the movement actually resonated. So it's part of the coalition that actually got him to where he is today. So I'll be surprised if he no scale through. That means that the coalition no get power, no reach again. then if you also understand the future of food, the future restaurants, right? The cloud restaurant as they call it, which are pretty much everywhere now. Then you also understand the silicon angle to the correlation, which also in calculation with the RFK Junior. So just so more to it than all those shout they shout against themselves. So that's why I'm talking about the same. It's the same thing that is playing out there that is playing out here. And on deportation, you're talking about 1 point something million. Out of how many? China is in at like 11, I mean at 20 million. I don't even understand. I mean, nobody I don't
11
understand
to
why
14 million.
Well, what is the difference between deportation today, last year, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, next year, 5 years time, 50 years time? It's gonna be the same. Now how you use them to paint your narrative, it ain't matter, right? The Democrat don't have to use it as a narrative to win election. No, it's already. I mean, they play that in the long way. They actually using to some people consciousness, so they don't have to use it. So the Republican also have to like use it as a form of power. So not be saying that there's nothing different with what is going on now and what is going on, what happened before administration. I don't know why where una dey, which office una dey. I dey street. If I carry my phone show you now, go see where cone and everything dey. Everyone, everything normal, everything they go normal. But when you decide to listen to TV or watch internet, you see everywhere they are like, where are all these things happening? I mean, I want to be on the show too. I want put the camera, but I don't see anything. Everything they normal. But again, I understand. It's all part of the narrative. That's what American election is about. Festival. The policy that is at play now, they don't set time before Trump was born, before anybody was born. Any American that is alive today, the policy that is at play today, senior everybody. So I don't understand why is with the always guy go affect. Why go affect? You know, it doesn't matter. So it has nothing to do with Trump. Again, listen again. I forgot what it does in Trump. Give me paper. No be Trump. Give me paper. Trump. Give me paper. And I can't help than to just zoom into, you know, back those days in the plantation when they would argue within themselves. They capture me. No, I willingly join. They sell me. Nah. That's exactly what I understand the conversation is going. It doesn't matter who give you. They bring you here for it. Come work. Shut up and work. It doesn't matter where you work. Work. That's what you are here for. So the idea they say, now this one give me back. It no matter. Now so them put them. The people then bring first come here, come work, and you will come here willingly. Now faith now the same. That's what you need to understand. Do what you are here for. You don't get problem. You don't have anything to worry about. So it's the way we approach all this conversation is as if we are not ready to learn from the real things with the carried away with the narrative. Let's actually go into the real what is actually going on, right? What's actually going on? Not be all this Trump. Real policy have been signed. When Trump they sign all those agenda, all those things, another thing was going on in Davos. All are the same. So you now understand, even Trump said is inconsequential in what is coming to us. We are the receiving end at every junction. So when CM they does people forget that let's talk about this Sharia law. I felt that, man, that's what we should be talking about. Because that would define going forward. That's the Nigeria we will see today. So collaborating on how the America they move. That's what we should be actually talking about because that's important. Right? Now, Tinubu is not going to use a Muslim ticket again, but they see Sharia courts they spring up in his own territory. What do they want to use again? I mean, there's a conversation to have once he bring that record, but again, I understand say with the America, we don't have to worry about what local concern us. It doesn't matter what we think or what we do. We can't do it. There's nothing to change.
Okay, we have to
So,
go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just say thank you, everybody who have been joining us and talking to us and participating. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Franklin Obunweze. Dr. Franklin Obunweze will join us. He's a lawyer and a consultant. Most of you know him from Switzerland. He'll join us to discuss Trump's policies since coming back to power, the crisis in Congo. Ibrahim Babangida, he wrote a autobiography, and it's coming out this month. So he will talk about that and the situation in the Southeast, where we have a lot of ghost towns. as a result of the crisis going on there. So if you can join us tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. New York time and 6:30 Nigeria, he will join us. We're going to talk about Congo, but before we do that, we are going to take a break.
Doctor, I thought Dr. Franklin lives in Germany. Is this Switzerland?
Yeah, he works in Switzerland. He's on the border, so sometimes he's in Switzerland. I don't know which, but understand. He's there, and he will join us tomorrow at 12:30. I also want to mention that we hired a producer who will begin by next week. You'll see some changes on the show. One of the changes that most people may not like is that the show will be properly broken down into different segments. So like today, we were going to handle 3 topics before we move over to the second stream that will be manned by forefathers. But we have been talking about one thing, although it's broken into 3 for 3 hours. So there will be producer who will help us to be more disciplined and more professional, because we want to take this thing to a different level. So,
okay, Doctor, let me ask the right question. I hope the producer is also not from the UK.
No.
Dr. Damages, I'm glad that my brother Show finally got the job. I will call you and talk about the salary later.
Show is not the producer. Show is actually the executive producer. That's on unpaid.
Wow.
That one is on paid.
Mr. Show, different level, executive producer.
Producer, he doesn't get paid. But we will do that. We will introduce our producer.
Ijebibo.
Oh, Show is here. Okay, Show, you can speak for yourself. How much do you get paid? 0. So yeah, but the executive producer is watching us, so we will implement some of the new ideas. It will help everybody, help us to cover most topics. The way you see it on TV. We have spent almost 3 hours. We've just been talking about one thing, and if this is CNN, they've finished everything about America, about Nigeria, about Africa. So we will do that. We will learn and we will improve. Sure, do you want to say something, or should I move on? You are muted. We can't hear you, Show. Is this how you executive produce the show? We can't hear you.
Without network, you want to produce show. not network.
Unfortunately, we can't fire him. He's the one that fires people. Sure.
We can forgive him. Zanijebu man. It comes with Tinubu's profit. Now, when you get Tinubu as president, you get people like Show, so it's okay.
Okay, Show, go ahead.
I beg your pardon. It's this news that I just got. I said I came up just because I had Kandu was going to discuss my salary. So I said my salary is going to discuss in public.
You are spending too much time with these people.
Any amount from 0 is an improvement.
See, if you see Ijebu man hanging around the Igbo people. You see,
actually, there should be a relationship, maybe 10,000 years ago, but we will get
possibly. Ijebu man, Igbo man, you mention money and they appear
10,000 years ago. All right, so let's take
I just came to say hello to you guys. I've got nothing to add.
Okay, all right.
Wonderful show. I've been enjoying it. Thank you.
All right, we take a break. We come back. We talk about crisis in Congo and then hand it over to forefathers. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying. We are moving on to the current topic, and the topic is Congo, the crisis in Congo. Most of you must have known that M23 are fighting in Congo, but they've taken over Goma, which is in the eastern part of the country. Now, what are the implications and why are they doing what they are doing? The Americans is something that it has become more serious than we thought. The Americans are interested, the Russians are interested, South Africa is interested, and Rwanda is actually threatening to, because everybody is pointing at Paul Kagame as the person who is fueling this. Let me play for you guys what Paul Kagame said at a press conference. I played a little bit of that at the beginning of the show, so let's see the concluding part, and then we go into the conversation.
Citizens of those countries. We have 100,000 people originating from this community, 100,000 who have been living here in Rwanda in refugee camps for the last 2 decades. Why? Because they are being uprooted from their ancestral homes, persecuted, and sent across. In fact, there are more in Uganda. There are 300, there's 100,000 here, there are hundreds of thousands there in Uganda, more numbers. So M23 is born out of that situation. That's why I asked the question. I said, well, why wouldn't anybody else, why are we being accused as Rwanda of supporting M23? And I'm saying even those who accuse us, actually I should accuse them of not supporting M23 because it is as if they agree with the injustice that is being done to this community. Otherwise, if you didn't agree with that injustice, you would be actually raising questions. Why these people of M23 being treated like this? Why are we having 100,000 refugees here in Rwanda? That's where you would start from. Not start from asking Rwanda, are you supporting M23 or not? Are you still denying it? Because you are asking the wrong question. The issue is not whether anybody supports M23 or not. The issue is, what is actually the problem of M23? That's the question you should have asked, in fact. What is the problem? What is this thing called M23? Are they human beings? Are they this? Are they Rwandans? Are they Congolese? Are they that? Why? Why do they exist? Why do they even have arms and are fighting in their own country? This is the right question that I should be asked. So whether Rwanda supports or associated in any way is actually immaterial. It is relevant to the question. Or even you, if you want to educate yourself or educate the public, the question should have been simple. Ask me, by the way, what do you understand the M23 to be? What is it? That's a fair question. That's the one I would wish to be associated with rather than whether I support or not support.
All right, that's the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. Most of you know him, trying to put the crisis in context. You can take it back all the way to the Berlin Conference of 1884 and how Africa was broken down. And you can actually connect it to what's happening in parts of Africa, other parts of Africa, even in Nigeria. So let's begin the conversation. We'll start with you, KJ.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. And I thank you for also bringing other African countries of concern, because not only Nigerians are on this platform. You see, the Rwandan issue is so pathetic. And I totally agree with Paul Kagame, even though I don't agree with him on a lot of points, because I think from being a celebrated Democrat, he has almost shifted a little bit into the far left, of becoming more like a dictator. Because if in a country of that magnitude, it's only one man who can lead it, it becomes almost impossible to move forward after that man is gone. The reason why China is what it is today was because there was a man of vision, and he made sure that when he was leaving, he had brought up other leaders who could continue from where he left it. The reason why the Chinese celebrate Xi today is because his thinking and understanding is what every Chinese wants. Everybody, right from your young age to your youth, you are able to use your hand, use your leg, use everything that God has given you to be able to make your country and yourself great. The reason why the guy in Singapore was celebrated was because in that time that he took control of the country, was also able to put laws in place and raise people who could hold on to the horns of that leadership when he was gone. The problem with Africa is that we have leaders who make themselves strongmen, and they believe that they are the only ones who can lead. And consequently, even when they don't have ideas, that barrage of ideas, they keep remaining there. In this case now, in this case, I've been able to put it in context. And that's what we Africans should always ask. What's the reason for the rise of the separatist group in Cameroon? Okay, the Amazonian people. What is their qualms? Okay, what's the reason for the rise of the IPOB in Nigeria? What's the reason for the rise of other dissident groups in Africa? And why always coming back to the same thing, circling back? And why is the world not really ready to discuss the reason for these things? Instead, what they look for is how to keep the people together so that they will keep getting what they are getting. Now, in the case of Rwanda, we all know that that part of the world has the richest minerals and more blessed than every other part. But why is that they've not been able to have peace even till this time going forward? That's what we see. You see, my biggest challenge with Africa is that we wait for our neighbors to come and resolve our problem. We wait for somebody to come from far away and say to our neighbors and our brothers and our sisters, hey, you do this, you do this. Oh yeah, there should be peace now. I declare peace. And then we will keep quiet. But when it is us, we, sitting around the table to discuss, we will not agree to come to an agreement. We will not even say, okay, because me and you are from the same lineage, let us just swallow our pride and leave it that way. We will wait until somebody from Europe, America, or somewhere in far Asia comes and gives us an ultimatum. If you don't do this now, we will do this to you. Then we'll quickly round up. So in other words, he has been able to call a spade a spade. What's the reason for the rise? And can that thing be treated and let the issue be resolved, rather than pushing it aside for another day, another time, and another season? Thank you.
All right, thank you. In having this conversation, it's important to remember that Congo is larger than United States. Just think about that. It's larger than all of Western Europe. And if not for the riches in the soil of Congo, the interests of the rest of the world will not be there. Congo is so important to the world that all the powers of the world are interested in what goes on there. All right. So let me go to, I want to go to Madam Luke because, I think she came back from work. So we want to hear from her before we go to other people. Madam
She has been looking.
Yeah.
Madam Luke.
Please pardon me. I know I'm a nice chief person. This is my day to sleep. Anyway, I have been waiting to discuss this Rwandan matter. I have gone and done a lot of research. And I think that president of Congo is a bloody weakling. He is such a weakling that he's not fit to rule. If you were ever able to label a leader a puppet leader, he's number one. Not only is he a puppet leader, he's a puppet on strings. Can you imagine that somebody with this kind of country cannot control it? Somebody with this type of, this is a man. It's supposed to be a sovereign country, and everybody is just coming there, taking a little chip. In fact, they keep digging in there and digging in there and digging in there until it's going to be no more. And as for that Kagame, he is the architect of all the problem in that Congo. That Kagame is the... First of all, there were no Tutsis originally in Congo. I don't care if Berlin decided to divide Congo into whatever. Just like we never had Fulanis in Nigeria. There were never Tutsis in Congo. But after that war or genocide, half of those rebels fled into Congo. And when they left, Kagame pursued them into that place. Now he is trying to use that M23 to secure land in Congo. What is M23 doing in Congo? What is M23 doing in Congo? And you have a president. And not to add insult to injury. They sent the Congolese soldiers there. They went there and surrendered to the M23. The whole place is sickening. Now you have the US there, you have China there, you have Russia there, you have... Now, what is South Africa doing there? Uganda and Kagame are partners in crime. Now you have South Africa coming there to play Big Brother. Like I said, the fault lies in the Congolese president because he's a weakling. And he's also complicit in the plundering of Congo's resources. And that is why he's getting what he's getting. Can anybody try that in Uganda, in Kigali? Can anybody try that in Rwanda? So please, the fault lies with the Congolese government because they're not able to take care of, just like Tinubu, your so-called president, cannot take care of Boko Haram and the Fulani jihadists and terrorists. The same thing going on in Nigeria is what's going on in Congo. The Tutsis, now he's telling us that they're Congolese Tutsis. What does he mean by Congolese Tutsis? Are Tutsis indigenous to Congo? So who is he trying to deceive? I am praying that this is going to be his downfall. Because what he's doing, he's an alliance with the US and the Western world to take the resources of Congo with Uganda. And that is why when they had that uprising there, they went ahead and burned down all those embassies. And then you have that weak puff of a president calling out to cry for international assistance. What a weakling. So I don't know where this is all going, but unfortunately, many people are suffering. There is no war, but it looks like it's worse than even the Rwandan genocide. So if anybody differs from all this, please educate us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Luke. So from the perspective of the history of Congo, Congo has never been controlled by one man from the beginning. What we mean by that is that from independence, after they killed Patrice Lumumba, the country has been losing control of the center. Basically, the presidents or people who led that country only stay in Kinshasa. They never had control of the whole country, especially the eastern parts. If you remember in the 60s, the Katanga crisis was the first time that the UN had to come into a new African country to help keep the peace. So let's go to the next person. Ike, I think you are next. Oh, no, Uzo. Uzo, you are next. You go ahead.
Okay. I don't know much about what is going on, but little I know is that as rich as Congo, as the land map and natural resources, I think that the Western world can allow them to stabilize and challenge them in the world. You know, I look at it this way: if Congo or those countries stabilize and use a natural resource to develop their country, what would the Western world do? So the only way out is let them keep on fighting when we make the whole resources out. Just like that way it is. There's nothing too well about it. Let them fight with make resources as Manalu said, that China, they are everybody's there looking for the honey. Nobody want peace to reign. Nobody want peace to reign. And people, the indigenous of the land, the countrymen of the land are not seeing that. Just like Nigeria, the same thing. Imagine Nigeria is still being stabilized. We make use of our natural resources our oil in the south, our gold in the north, cocoa and this in the south, in the southwest. What will Offor be doing here? What Offor be doing here? We have a Bonvita company. We have a coffee company. What Offor be doing here? So for we to come here, for the Western world to still keep us down, they will make sure that it's not stabilized. We live on their loan. I give you. We live on that. The same loan they give you, still return it back to get something you need. They loan you $1 billion. You use $2 billion to go and buy a fighter jet to fight our people. So what is the essence of it? So that's what we are seeing happening. They loan you the money. They will still say a gun that you are going to use to kill yourself. So we Africa are not getting it right. As Kagame said, how a country like Belgium, like, how is it the whole Congo? It's just part of a village. Or I don't know. It didn't put together. All right, I can't put that together. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. I don't know much about that. When we talk about what's going in Nigeria, we can speak more. But on that one, I don't know.
All right, thank you, Uzo. Let me correct something I said a few minutes ago about the size of Congo and the United States. Congo is actually not larger than the United States. It's about 2 million and something square miles. United States is big, especially if you think about all the islands and other parts of like Alaska that is part of the United States. But Western Europe as a whole can fit into Congo. I just wanted to correct that. And I also want to announce that at this point, I will have to hand over to KJ to continue moderating the conversation. I'm sorry I have to leave, but I thank all the people that joined us. And hopefully tomorrow, if you can join me with Dr. Franklin Obunweze at 12:30 New York and 6:30 Nigeria. We are going to expand on this conversation on what's going on in Congo and America and the rest of Africa. I want to thank those that are on the comment sections that supported us, Alexander Gomez, Kulata, Superman, Oriako, Tope, and everybody. We appreciate you. KJ, please continue the conversation. Thank you, Uzo. Thank you, Ike. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Righteous Man. Thank you, Paul. Kandu. Thank you so much, Madam Luke. Thank you, Man of Prestige. Thank you, and everybody else that joined. I thank all of you. KJ, please get Righteous Man. I don't even think he said anything today. I saw him once and he left, and so you can get him to be part of that conversation.
Okay, right. Thank you. We can't even see your picture. Your phone is is it deliberate? Okay, let's
No, it's not deliberate. I was kind of being surprised that the picture is blunt. I don't know what is responsible. I am very shocked to see it this way.
Have you cleaned the lens of the
Yeah.
you use Technophone or Infinix? Which are you using?
Thank you. You can buy me Pro Max. You know, you are in America. You are loaded with dollars, so you should be your brother's keeper.
Indigo, now they use Indigo.
Okay, all right. Let's move the conversation forward. For those of us who do not know, M23 is actually March 23 movement. It's the group was formed in 2012 by the former soldier who defected from DRC Congo army. They have been in conflicts with the government of Congo, and yeah, they've been there, and they've done a lot of damage to that country. The leader of the MR2 group is a bit complex. There's no really known leader. There's no real known leader. But the guy who is there now is one guy who has a name like a thief name, Naga, the leader of the Alliance for Congolese Federation, AFF. So there are many of them, but what we are discussing here is, and I'll come to you, Uzo. Why is it difficult if Congo is so? Oh no, Uzo, I'm talking. I'm coming to Ike. Why is it difficult for we Black people, Africans, to sit on a round table and have a conversation that will not end in conflict? Why is it difficult?
Well, my brother KJ, I think one of the reasons is that the people that are sitting on the round table, somebody is also sitting on their head, telling them what they have to discuss on the round table, right? I don't think that there is any of them who are sitting on that round table that somebody is not somewhere pressing the button to say what they want to say. So that's why we can always end in conflict, so that their influence and their greed will continue to expand in the continent of Africa. Even if it calls for killing your brothers and sisters, it doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is their influence, right? So I think the issue of Congo, the problem of Congo is bigger than Africa as a whole. Africa has nothing they can do in Congo. It's a matter of the world powers playing their power games in Congo, using the citizens, who has become refugees in their own country, right? And they will compensate you by taking about 500 to go to America, take 1,000, go to Germany, take 250, go to France, take as a kind of, they say, safe haven. They want to give them refugee status. That's the compensation. And they will sell you the weapons and the weapons of war, which you use to kill yourself. And while you are killing yourself, they also employ you to mine the mineral resources for them on their behalf, even in the midst of the war, right? So it's funny, it's unfortunate, right? So for Kagame and Uganda, they are supposed to be big brothers, but they are the evil incarnate. They are part of the thing. They are fighting for control. They are fighting for political control of Congo. Like somebody was saying, Congo that is almost larger than the whole of Europe, right? And because of God-given gift, the world want to kill themselves over there. At the end of the day, who will remain in Congo? Because Congo is almost empty, right? If you go to France, you see the Congolese citizens roaming about in France without no job, only to talk about the Makossa music. There are so many of them everywhere. This is a country that is so blessed by God. This is a country that, if things work well, none of the citizens of Congo is supposed to be suffering, or they're supposed to go to school from primary to university education free. And when you finish, there is job waiting for you already. This is the kind of blessing they have, just like our country called Nigeria, right? So, but it is what it is, KJ. There is nowhere when they say we sit at the round table. The round table they are sitting is all about interest. So I don't think that what is going on now, or Kagame is trying to present himself as a good person, but he's one of the most dangerous human being Africa has ever produced, right? But at the end of the day, it is what it is. American interest is in Congo. Russia interest is in Congo. China interest is in Congo. Belgium interest is in Congo. France interest is in Congo. Almost the whole countries of the world. Germany interest is in Congo. Now South Africa interest is in Congo. So who is going to lead that peace talk? Which table are they going to see? Who will bring the table that they will see? America or European Union or Paul Kagame or Museveni of Uganda, or who's going to bring the table? And they see this is why they will continue to, supply arms and they continue to kill themselves. If not, the rebel leaders in Congo, how many do you have? More than 100 rebel groups in Congo. And if me and you, like this group, we are here now, about 10 people or 8 people. You can form our own group in Congo. That's what it is. You go to any country today, they give you some arms, and they give you some arms, and you give them any little portion you people are controlling, you give them that portion to continue to mine. This is what is going on in Congo, my brother. So anybody who is telling you that it's going to be a lasting peace in Congo, you're just deceiving yourself, because it's not going to happen.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, Ovie, I don't want to say we're going to time you, but maybe you have 3 minutes to go ahead and do that, which you need to say. And I'll come with you with a different question.
KJ, I've not spoken. No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let Ovie finish. I'll come to you. Just 1 minute. Ovie, agreed. Congo have the richest resources in Africa, as in terms of minerals. Is there a way we can split the country, or what's the way forward to bring peace, lasting peace to that piece of portion of Africa? Is it by making sure that Kagame goes away with some part and the other part goes to another country, or what? How do we ensure that there can be peace in Congo, and Congolese can go back and live a happy life with what God has put in their resources? How do we go about trying to achieve that?
Thank you very much. And special greetings to Eda Ike. May your days be long. Because the way you answer that question is everything. And pretty much that's how the world works. KJ, your question is the same question you go ask in Nigerians. Are we ever going to achieve that peace? Because not the same thing. Now, for you to actually appreciate what is happening, just what Papa is trying to say, you need to understand the Cold War in the 60s. What happened to us? What happened to pretty much all around the world? If you understand, that's exactly what is happening. They gave their independence in 1962, if I'm not mistaken, and 2 factions broke up: the nationalists and those that are veering towards the Soviet Union, which is the same thing in Nigerian Congo, just about 3 parts. So now, if you understand that part, which of them was leaning towards the West and which is leaning towards the Soviet Union, and who end up winning, then you now come to the role of Kagame. Again, you also go back to the 60s and understand their own problem, right? Where America was in charge of supporting the Tutsi, which eventually turned to Kagame. The French and the rest of them were behind the Hutu, the other guys who were actually in charge of them. If you remember, now rebel leader Kagame be heavily supported by United States. At the end of the day, they become they take the mantle of leadership and they are minority. I'm saying that to say that's why he was able to do what from the M23 that you are talking about. So none of us, when I say none of us in the African continent, they produce weapons. So the weapon has to come from that flow, which is what Baba was talking about. So if you now say, okay, now Kagame was the product of the Clinton administration, which is pretty much United States, then now they gave birth to M23, and who M23 they fight. Then you now understand that today the second Cold War is no longer about the Soviet Union, but about the BRICS, which is led by the Chinese. Cold Wars pretty much now dominates the natural resources we are talking about in Congo, and is 80% controlled by the states, by state-owned facility, which is heavily invested by the Chinese people. If you want to, if you read meaning to what Trump is talking about Panama, Greenland, and Canada, then you understand the same thing. It's influence. How do we not just contain China influence in Congo, but pursue them away? Which exactly that's why they killed the likes of their leaders, who was a strong nationalist then. So all these things connect until you understand that, which is why I said and I actually just put it in a very simple time. At every table, people sit down for their head, right? So who are they? So that's exactly what is happening now. It is a fight between the proxy fight between the America trying to make sure they take over control of their dream, they lay that the control of that resources again over China, and at the same time, anywhere you see kind of crisis, that's how you should approach it. The same thing as we talk in the Northeast, every day that they kill people, every day. But at the same time, all the international companies are rushing into the same place where they kill people. They establish their mining industry, right? We know that our that's because our government successfully contain our media. They don't talk about it. But anytime you go Nigerian news, all the foreign media, that's what they talk about. 20 people died today, 3 people they catch today, they kill farmer, they do all this. Every day is going on. So again, it's all about influence. America are feeling threatened. They have right to feel so, right? So anywhere their influence is being challenged, they have to go after it, and there's going to be pressure, and that's exactly what is happening in Congo. So it's United States supports Rwanda and whatever to just reduce the influence that the Chinese have over the government, who are controlling 80% of the resources. So only God knows. I just as Baba talk, I don't think we are in position to actually solve the problem. Just as I've always said, it's one thing for you to know that you are not free. It's not your fault that you are a slave, but it's your fault for you not to know that you are not free and you are a slave. Not you cannot get out of it. So we need to understand that we don't own or control our resources. You say now God given, yes, but can you protect it? You can. You only own what you can protect. That's how the law of nature work. Anything where you go to protect, now you own. If you cannot protect it, you don't own it.
Thank you.
That's how it works. Thank you.
Ovie. Ovie have driven the point home, and I think we'll continue from there. Mr. Righteous Man, coming to you. Ovie has said anything you cannot protect, you cannot own. No. So that means that we in Africa, we are all vulnerable. Maybe one day, people who have more power can just get up and own us. Now, in the case of Rwanda, is there a way that Rwanda can own itself by being able to protect itself? Is there a way? Or how you are? He's gone away. Okay, so let me revert back to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige.
Make mistake, you said Rwanda. Are you talking about Congo or Rwanda?
Sorry, Congo. Now, the Rwanda guy is playing, what we call underhand, okay, with these issues. What is his interest beyond just protecting those he called refugees who ran from their distance and now living? Do you think that, just like Madam Luke has said, that the man has an ulterior motive? Do you think that he has an ulterior motive and the role he's playing right now?
Yeah, greeting again, second time for everybody. Madam Luke made some interesting point, and I totally agree with him when it comes to the president. That man has no spine, the way the voting is going. But let me begin, from stating from what I posted, whatever is going on in that part of the world, it's about mineral conflict or mineral activity. That's what is exactly going on. Without that mineral, like Dr. Dame said, the country is bigger than Western Europe, bigger than USA. Having said that, this is a country rich in mineral resources. Look at the mineral that you can get from there. They have tin, tungsten, platinum, and gold. This is a very rich, country, particularly in the eastern part of Congo, where we have Goma, which is the capital in the city over there. So they are very, very rich in mineral. Let me give you all these statistics. That's what people don't realize. It's just because this is happening in African continent, which is the least of the whole continent in the world, which the global doesn't care about. This is the deadliest conflict since the World War II. Go and find out what I'm saying. Since the World War II. You know how many people has died in the last 15 years? 5.4 million people have died in that area, but nobody's talking about it. We are talking about Ukraine and some of that. Go and, take these statistics that I'm giving you, and go and find out exactly what I'm saying. 5.4 million people have died in the last 15 years in that part of the country. Nowhere in the world where you have that much population period. But people are not talking about it just because of the mineral. Yeah, all this mineral I just mentioned to you. This is the world depend on it. People like Apple, laptop, all these phones we are using, they are benefiting from it. That's why you have all the global interest because of their rich mineral, particularly when it comes to electronic part of it, which the world depend right now. Even trying to go to the we are transitioning to gas car right now. We are transitioning to not gas car. We are I'm trying to see what I'm trying to say. We are transitioned from gas, to envy, so everybody's going on that route, and that help the kind of mineral they control in that way. But having said that, that part of Eastern Congo is where the whole mineral is. They control the majority of the mineral that I just mentioned to you, and that's what's causing all this conflict. And this guy, the president of Rwanda, he is benefiting from that conflict. Go and find out because the European people the AP has already confirmed most of those ammunition that is being sponsored, is sponsored by him, the British influence and everything. This M23, they have weapons, from Kigali. Everybody, can Google it and find out what I'm saying. So the guy, all those nonsense he's saying there, is because of the profit. Go and look, their revenue have doubled in the last 2 years. He is benefiting from that part of whatever is happening in that part of the world. That's why he's supporting, that part, supporting that group. I mean, there's some tissue living there already. But the British, you remember during the war, some of them ran over there. He used it as a pretense in order to feed them out. But supporting the group, just to usurp the whole mineral going over there. So it's about mineral conflict. That's what they're doing over there, but nobody's just paying attention. We're not talking about Congo.
All right.
What people benefit is about interest. The whole world is benefiting, like I stated earlier. America, Western Europe, particularly, United Kingdom. United Kingdom don't have any resources. Like, forefather here, you all depend on America, you all depend on Congo to live. You all don't have nothing in London, So it's about imperialism, you all use other people in the world, to enrich yourself.
Thank you. So
that's what's going on over there. People need to pay attention. It's going to be a very catastrophic something going on there.
Thank you. Madam, look. Yes, you raised an important question, and you just go relax as if nobody caused the fire. Now tell us, you have lead this thing. Now, how do we bring about peace in that area of that region of Africa? What is the African? Yeah, that reminds me. What is the OAU doing? The AU Africa. That reminds me.
What is the what?
The African Union, the Organization of African Unity. What are they doing? What should they do in this circumstance to stop the massacre that's going on there? Just like Man of Peace have said, over 5.something million people have gone. What should African Union be doing at this point?
Brother KJ, what did they do in Sudan?
Wow.
When has African Union ever moved to solve any problem in Africa? Do you see what is going on in Sudan? That one is a whole different story entirely. The same resources. They have gold. It's the same thing going on in Sudan. This one is that they're even killing themselves and they're backed by external forces. So where is your AU and where is your ECOWAS? And you're asking about Congo. See, AU is complicit in all these things going on. Just like when you had your electoral coup in Nigeria, they kept mute. So don't expect AU to be anything. Where you now ask yourself, where do we go from here? You go nowhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Luke. You see, the problem is big, and I'm coming to you, Kando. The problem is big because, like she said, we are going nowhere. That means that there's no agreement today. There's no agreement tomorrow, according to Fela. Is that where we are?
Is that me, Mr. KJ?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Before I go into that, and let me read according to Google, what is leadership? True leadership involves inspiring, empowering, energizing others through passion with a clear vision and setting positive example. It involves helping a team to achieve goals, involving helping others reach their full potentials. Whether it is in individual leadership, leading an Abebe or Abule in my village, a state, a country. There are not too many people in the world I see as leaders. And as long as things are your God, things, money, achievements, position, as long as those things are your God, you will never be a leader. Paul Kigali came there for all the right reasons back then. After the slaughter of almost 900,000 human beings, mostly by machete, neighbors macheting each other. That is why when people tell you those Igbo people are your problem, or those Hausa people are your problem, or those Yoruba people are your problem, be very, very, very careful. You don't have leaders. There are not too many leaders in the world because a true leader understands that everything comes to an end, including you yourself, Gogon. You will end. No matter how much wealth you amass, it's all going to come to an end. If you're a true leader, I don't care if the British colonized Nigeria for 200 million years. A true leader does not allow what he or she is going to gain personally to direct what they do that will be in the best interest of their people. So whether it is the guy in Congo, the guy in wherever, or the woman, true leaders don't care about themselves. You lead by example. People see you. That is why I say about certain people that if they were the people that born me, I will disown them because they don't have character. They don't have leadership. That's what true leadership is. So these people, whether it's Kigali, most people, even if they come in as good people, if they stay long enough, there's a tendency for them to become dictators. That's usually what happens. So I don't really, my own belief is I don't really care who colonized you, how long ago, you should recognize how you got here. But I don't give excuses why you're still where you're at. I don't care if the US and Europe are pulling the trails of Tinubu and directing him. If you're a true leader, there won't be anything. Even if you find a video of me sleeping with a man, that will not be enough for me to be following and doing whatever you want me to do. That's what true leadership is. These people are not leaders. They're not my leader anyway. Thank you.
Please, just 1 second.
KJ, you mute yourself.
Please, KJ, permit me 1 second. Can you imagine that somebody is writing in the chat that how is Kagame, one of the most dangerous people in the world? That man, he's next to Hitler. Let me tell you, see someone like Burkina Faso that just came 3 days ago. You know what? That man is so smart. He even mentioned the fact that he should hand over to the civilians. See the uproar in Burkina Faso. They told him, you go nowhere. You're going to stay there. This is someone that said he was even trying to I don't know if he was sincere about it, but he just mentioned it, that it's time for him to start transitioning to civilian rule. The people refused. Kagame is the opposite. They've been begging.
NEPA don't take light.
Okay, what happened to Madam Loke?
NEPA don't take light.
Okay, why is her life to be restored? Paul, yes, your view.
I think for me, I just want to apply common sense, some things that this big African leaders is doing, this more or less like a monarchy system of government that has never helped us and it will not help us. Same thing we are going through in Nigeria, same thing they are going through in Sudan. This is the same thing. And in Congo, it has been there for ages. Why don't we practice what America is practicing? You understand? And put a very strong tax system. Let the people who come from that place manage their resources and tax them. Then you stay from far. Because this problem is there. You understand? That you stay from far, that somebody just come into your place and make money and take the money to somewhere else with no development, with no nothing. If they make the people to go and run that thing, if this region felt it is the Russia who want to help us, use Russia, all the center need to do, tax them. If the other region felt is the US, use the US. And if another region felt you want to open the market like America, lie, you understand? Open market and bring everybody, Otto, Dick and Harry, bring. We have the Sam's Club, the Costco and the Walmart in America. Bring everybody in. Then the center, just tax them. You understand? But a situation where we are still looking for this big man president, it will not work in our part of our world, because if the big man president does not carry the people along, they will use the people to compromise him. That's exactly what they did with Lumumba. You understand? Patrice Lumumba. And the same thing will happen. This same thing will happen is going on in Sudan. This same thing is going on in Nigeria, with everything that Tinubu have in his pockets. But for the fact that Tinubu can play ball with the US, nothing going to happen. They're going to leave Tinubu alone. This same thing going to happen. You understand? But what I'm saying is that if every region can manage their resources and pay tax, then we'll get very strong, effective, you understand, center that will so much tied to their tax that they want to monitor you so that they can take their own tax. And education. Look at a country called Botswana. Botswana remind me back in the days when you used to go to school, you go to your Lysion office, you go collect your bursary. KJ, I know you collect bursary. I don't know whether some of the young people understand bursary.
I do. They finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know Botswana still collect bursary? Botswana, that school in America, they have full scholarship. Not scholarship that book one university in America gives scholarship. Scholarship from your government. They collect their money. These guys are groovy. When you see these guys, they graduate, they tell you that they are going back to their country because freely they can come to the US. The statistic is not there for them. I'm not coming back. I'm not going. And then for that thing. So these are the things. But also when you don't educate your people enough, look the way they are using their people. What is the minimum wage? What type of jobs their people are doing there? You understand? They are using these people below what I would even say people go through slavery era. You understand? People are dying while they are mining all these resources and the thing, and they have government. You understand? Yes. So it is easy for people to also recruit other people to fight against their government, and they will compromise because their government is there looking. No regulation, no nothing.
That's the question for us as Africans to answer. And I'm coming to Madam Luke. Do you want to complete your take before I move to forefather? And I'm coming.
Yes, please.
Madam Luke, do you want to complete your?
Yes, please. I was frozen.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know where I stopped. I was saying that Paul Kagame, I was comparing Burkina Faso.
Yes, for what goes on.
Yes.
Yeah.
This young man, Sowore, has been there for like 3 years. And I don't know if he was sincere, but at least he was courteous enough to even suggest that he wants to transition to civilian rule. The people took to the streets. And they were like, no, you go nowhere. On the other hand, Kagame has refused to leave. There's no opposition. He has silenced everybody left, right, and center. Like Uncle KJ rightly said, when somebody feels you're the only one who can rule a place, that person got to be the most dangerous person on the planet. Because you cannot be the only one who can rule a country. You have set the standards, you have set the pace, you have set the culture. Let somebody else rule. But the man is not ready to let go. Like I said, his appearance speaks for himself. You know how you can eat and eat and eat, and you can never look well. He does not even look well. But everything that is going on in Congo, he is complicit in it. Like Boom Boom Ray said, Hutsis and Tutsis, whatever, yes, they were in Congo. But you need to find out, how did they get there? We all have boundary neighbors. We have Republic of Benin. We have Cameroon. We have Badagry. Never have you had any problem with our neighbors. Only the Futajalon ones. When we first had the languages in Nigeria, the 3 main languages were Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo. Did you see Fulani there? But now, Fulani has taken over the whole country. Tomorrow, you will tell me they are indigenous to Nigeria. These are the same things the Hutus and the Tutsis are doing in Rwanda. Doing in Congo. They were never indigens. But 50 years down the road now, you will think they are indigens. They were never indigens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke K. The truth is that, sometimes when these truths are told, people, they regionalize it immediately. They tell you that, no, you are not, you are stroking.
KJ, in a short response to Madam Luke, Kagame never leave because people will put on there never want him to leave. He's still serving, he's still being a good boy. And they are still looking for who will replace her where you play good role. So that's why he's still there.
You're taking it off my mouth. Don't worry, Madam Luke, don't respond. I'm going to forefather with that. Now, why is it that it's only African leaders that have monkeys on their shoulder? That's to you, forefather. Why is it that it is only the African leaders that have monkeys on their shoulders? Why does that not happen when they are European leaders?
Okay. Sorry, Uncle KJ minus Sahel. I got my Burkina Faso passport.
Okay. Now, why is it that it's only African leaders that have monkeys sitting on their shoulders? Welcome, Mr. Chukuma. I'll come to you very soon. Mr. Chukuma is joining us from Nigeria, and just give me 1 minute and we'll come to you. You have a lot to say on this. So, yes, forefather, go ahead.
Thank you for having me, KJ, and greetings to everyone on the panel and the chat, and especially to the viewers. Interesting to see Chukuma Okoro here. Thank you for joining us. Oh, well, I'll carry on with my conversations. So, this stuff, man, I was furious this morning when I checked the information about what was going on in DRC. Because sometimes it's good to look at the underlying data. That's how you know the evil that is going on there. If you want to call it evil anyway. When I looked at the Eastern Congo, where they said they have a lot of resources, and I decided to say, because I saw Kagame making a big fuss, like, oh, why are they talking about M23? That is M23. What people should be arguing is, why are you not supporting M23? Because M23 is fighting for his people, because Congo is treating them as if they are not citizens of Congo, and M23, you should support M23 for that reason. You know what I decided to check? Okay, M23, okay, they are Tutsis, okay, fine. They are Tutsis, okay, they are citizens of Congo, fine. They shouldn't be discriminated against, fine. Then I checked, okay, where are they? They are in the eastern Congo, okay. Are they the owners of the land? Oh, yeah. Kagame made it sound as if that is what is going on. I was like, okay, if that's the case, that's fine. Then when I checked, the population of Tutsis in eastern Congo, they were minorities. In northern Kivu, there were minorities there.
Thank you. Like the Futajalons.
In southern Kivu, they are minorities. The Tutsis make up less than 1% of the population of Congo. That is crazy. Less than 1% of a population is devastating the nation because Rwanda is behind them, causing chaos, pretending as if it's because of the discrimination against the Tutsis is why they are doing it. And their troops are inside Congo right now. If that was the case, why have we never heard of Kagame making this case to the UN, to the African Union, to the East African organization, or even AU? I've never heard him make this case before. Suddenly, he's making the case now. He's sounding very much like somebody I know. We've been hearing about in the Middle East recently. He was sounding so arrogant because he knows he has been empowered. You know, when he talked about this monkey on shoulders, he has been empowered by forces. And 4 or 5 years ago, I was on a platform with this lady. She kept playing this video where Americans were talking about how they work with their partners to manage events around the world. And in Africa, whenever they are talking about Africa, they are showing Kagame. And during that time, they are showing Kagame's forces. During that time, we were always praising Kagame. Remember, 4-6 years ago, people thought Kagame was a good guy. He was defending Africa. He stands up to the Europeans. They were always showing his soldiers. I was like, why is it that this lady keeps playing this as if it's a bad thing? But it's not necessarily a bad thing because everybody loves Kagame. Now I understand why. Because this guy has been empowered. He was literally trained by the Americans and brought back to Rwanda to head the organization, the fight against the Hutus. Even in Rwanda, the Tutsis are minorities. Unbelievable stuff. They make up 10% of the population of that country. What is the point of democracy anymore? This is why it's good to look at data sometimes. Don't look at the nonsense they are talking about. Even in Rwanda, they are 10% of the population. I think Nigerians will lose it if they were subject to this nonsense. Nigerians will completely lose it. And yet, they govern those Hutus in Rwanda as if the Hutus shouldn't have a voice.
Yeah,
the Congo is causing more trouble.
I have a lot of questions for you, Forefather, but Mr. Chukuma is coming in from Nigeria. Let's hear from him because his network is a bit unstable. We'll come back to you. I have a lot of questions for you. Yes, Mr. Chukuma.
It's not joined though. Is he
here?
Okay.
Yes, he's here. Yes, please, Mr. Chukuma. You have informed from the background.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Please go ahead and tell us what's your view on all what I've been saying.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, KJ.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Very clear.
Hello, KJ. Can you hear me?
Yes.
KJ, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Then thanks very much, everyone. I've listened to everyone, and sorry. Yes, I'm talking. Sorry, network is kind of bumpy here. You see, I've listened to everyone, their takes and all of that. But I think away from the mineral war that is going on, it has to do with what we call the dialectics of history. The latest of history, I'm talking about the politics of identity that is sweeping the whole world now. You know, especially Africa, parts of Asia, and even South China. If you look at what happened, you know, in Europe, Europe itself was a theater of war for over 100 years. And what were they trying to do? They were trying to establish boundaries for ethnicities. That was what Hitler did when he wanted to unite the whole German race in parts of Europe, in Poland, in Austria, in Germany, and even parts of France. If you take it away from that, you also recall that recently Putin is doing the same thing. He did that same thing in Georgia. He also is doing the same thing in Ukraine. To do what? To unite the Russians. You know, any other thing could be used to, to smoke screen the wars, but it's just a politics of identity. So, and George Friedman, if you know George Friedman wrote a book in 2000, and he was trying to position how the world will look in the 2020s, and that's exactly what is happening. At that point, he said that, look, America should empower Pakistan so that there will be a buffer against India. That was why it wasn't a difficult thing for Pakistan to acquire nuclear weapons after India did. So what Paul Kagame is actually doing is to ensure that the Tutsis are united in one sovereign ethnic group, sovereign ethnicity, like a
Did we lose him?
Yeah, his network is gone off.
Well, let me help him here.
Okay.
Let them go and reunite in Rwanda. They should get out of Congo.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chukwuma, did you hear that addition? Maybe you can equally, when you come back, when your network connects, you can come back to that. Yes, let's move on to Forefather. Forefather, you are so passionately about what is going on now. What's going on now in Uganda? In Rwanda and Congo. Is it different from what's going on in Nigeria and going on in part of Cameroon? If that be the case, if they're not different, why then are you not shouting about that one also with the energy you are shouting with this one?
No, it's very different. The reason why it's very different especially when you look at the fact that they barely make up any major population in Congo, massive one, that's less than 1%. Is just, you can't have less than 1% cause so much trouble in the nation.
Sorry, Mr. Forefathers, let me help you here. Do you see the amount of nationalities in Congo?
Exactly. Unbelievable.
Hey,
the ones I've not even heard of. Nobody talks about them, and Tutsis are somehow like a ton everywhere. I really don't. And as a matter of fact, what Kagame is doing is bringing Tutsis, the tribe, in front again. He's making it about tribal issue when it shouldn't necessarily be about tribal issue. Now, in terms of whether it reflects, how does it compare with what is going on in Nigeria? Nigeria is not even close to that. Nigeria is very unusual in Africa. We've not had one leader that ruled us for 10 years, not to mention one group continuously ruled. Nigeria has been governed. They won't let you survive in Nigeria. Nigeria, as a matter of fact, Buhari was looking for exit by the time came. He couldn't wait to leave. So Nigeria is quite different.
Okay, I'm not sure I will agree with you on that last.
Kagame has ruled Rwanda for 25 years and he's still there.
Mr. KJ, they can rule by proxy, but you will get out of that place. You will not stay there.
You see, let me even say this, Madam Luke and Forefather. I don't think, and I don't want to put my opinion here, but I don't think that if anybody wants to rule Nigeria and for that long, he will not do that. And I'll give you an example.
Obasanjo tried now.
You try now.
Obasanjo tried now.
Maybe you should go and try it.
I'm coming, ma.
Wait, Mr. KJ, Abacha chop apple. You know how you want to do it?
I'm coming now. You see, the how is what I want to tell you, talk about. But however, let's not deviate. But you see, Nigeria is heading towards one-party system now. If this guy continuously the way he's going, at the end of the day, come 2027, there will not even be any credible opposition that will oppose him from returning, and that is where it starts from. it's a spiral, fall. Okay.
With the kind of tribes we have in Nigeria, I beg, no talker.
Okay, you see, the thing is that this is what we have been saying in Nigeria. We say if they rig this election, they can't. They rig the election. We stay there. Benin of Lagos, they do the same thing. What happen?
Mr. KJ, I promise you.
They can't try it in Imo. They carry 4 person.
No, Mr. KJ, I promise you, come 2027, Nigeria goes with Shaggy. Don't even try it.
My sister, I wish I can agree with you. But let's move ahead. We are coming to the Nigerian issue. So, forefather, since Chukuma is not back on. He's here. Okay. Yes, Mr. Chukuma, please, can you conclude your
I'm back. Admit me now. Admit me.
I've admitted you.
Yes, admit me, KJ.
Yeah, you are in. You are in, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Clearly. We can hear you clearly.
Can you hear me? Okay. Madam Luke asked me a question. Can she come back with the question?
Yes, Madam Luke, your question again.
I said, yeah, he's trying to reunite the Tutsis, but can he do it in his own Rwanda there since they are indigenous?
Hello, Madam Luke. Madam Luke, can you come again with the question?
His camera. Maybe that would be better.
What did you say, Chukuma?
Yeah, but Mr. Chukuma, can you hear me?
No, when you say that, my camera is on.
Okay, go ahead and speak.
My camera is on.
God, yeah.
But Mr. Chukuma, you know you are in Nigeria. You can't use both audio and video at the same time.
I can hear you.
Okay, I think we're
having what is happening there? That was exactly what happened during the Nigerian Civil War. I mean, the people wanted to be together, the Igbo people, as a result of marginalization. Now, the Tutsis, you find them in Rwanda, you find them in Burundi, and during the genocide, a lot of them also moved into Congo. And they stayed back there. The genocidaries that were driven into Congo, not all of them have come back. A lot of them settled in Congo. So the effort now is to reunite all of them. And I gave the example of Somalia. It happened in Europe. Are you now saying that Hitler should have confined himself to Germany simply because he wanted to unite the Germanic race? It's like asking Putin to remain in Russia and unite the Russians in Georgia, in Ukraine, and all of those areas. It won't happen. They are looking for space, living space.
Mr. Chukuma, they are very.
So what is going on in Congo is simply a reflection of the politics of identity.
Mr. Chukuma.
Like I said, any other thing apart from that is more like a small screen. It has an element of economic imperialism because Congo is rich in diamonds. So everybody, both the Russians, the Americans, even Paul Kagame and South Africans, everybody is looking at the mineral. But behind all of this is the fact that, look, we want to be together. That is just it. If you turn it, you still come to that same conclusion. And it's happening in all parts of the world. Look at what is happening in China, between the Rohingyas and all of those people. That China is trying to say, no, you can't belong here. But they want to belong where they are, where they should belong. Somebody said, you see, I cannot like what I am if I don't hate what I am not. It's a fact of life. Over time, globally, migration, both whether forced or willing migration, has caused problems. In Albania, during the Yugoslav war, what happened in Kosovo? The problem in Kosovo was because at a point, during the Serbian invasion in the 14th century, in 1389, that place was inhabited by Serbs. But when Belgrade opened and had more opportunities, the Serbs moved and Kosovo was occupied by the Albanians. Now, at a point, it became a contestation. Who owns Kosovo? While Albanians were dragging it, Serbs were also dragging it. But originally, the place belonged to Serbs. So that is what is happening. The Bantu migration from North Africa that ended where they settled in Rwanda and Burundi is exactly okay. KJ, you said somebody's interjected.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and conclude.
Someone interjected.
Go ahead and conclude.
Okay, so in my conclusion is this: there is a concept called uti possidetis in international relations. What uti possidetis clearly did during the decolonization period was that, look, in order not to cause problems in parts of the world about boundaries, you should leave the colonial boundaries as they were drawn by the Europeans. In South America, you had the Spanish, draw up boundaries there in Argentina, Peru, Nicaragua, and all of those places. If you go to Asia, they also had the same problem. Why did Malaysia expel Singapore? It was simply ethnic. That was what gave birth to the crisis. The problem in Africa is that we are unable to moderate our differences to the point that Europeans have moderated their own differences and they're able to live together. Forefathers who live in the UK, in some parts of UK, the Welsh and the English don't see themselves eye to eye, true or false, but they are able to moderate those differences because over time they have built institutions to accommodate those things. If you go to the US, when you talk about the critical race theory, it's all about racism. Institutions of government that were formed to support and what again? To entrench racism. That is one of the executive orders that Trump signed, that you should stop the teaching of critical race theory, ethnicity. So that is exactly what is happening in Africa. There will be more wars going forward in Africa until those boundaries are redrawn to accommodate ethnicities, or we are able to.
Okay.
Mr. Chukuma, boundaries do not make you love your neighbors. The problem with Africa is that we do not love ourselves. That is just the bottom line. We have no love and we no respect. So boundaries cannot give you that. Thank you.
I think he's muted though.
Okay, you are muted, Mr. Chukuma. You muted yourself. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Mr. Chukuma.
It's hang.
Unmute yourself if you can.
He's having network problems.
What network issues? Where is hanging?
Hey, righteous man, you're also in Nigeria.
Another network issue. Welcome.
Righteous man lives next to MTN office. That's why he has good connection.
Can we hear your take on this issue?
He always has good connection.
Okay. Righteous man. Chukuma, can you take 1 minute and round up? Okay, go ahead. Network is
forefather, good evening. All my good brothers and friends, I greet all of you in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Even if some of you have rejected your creator because of westernization, there is no problem. But in as far as man cannot define his beginning, there is only one concept that is acceptable. There is a divine creator who is above all. So I am much concerned about where I am today. As much as you guys spent about 3 hours plus deliberating on the issues of America, because that is where you are. So in the last 2 months, the Nigerian forces have extorted from the Easterners 21 billion naira. And within 2 months, 180 people have been taken away, killed. And there was a tanker explosion in Enugu as a result of bad road that claimed almost 120 lives. There was another tanker explosion in Niger State and in Nasarawa. Yesterday in Oka, 3-story building collapsed and a lot of people lost their lives.
So I am much concerned about this country where I am. I'm much concerned about the welfare of the country where I am, the Nigerian people. You could see that I've been on and off because of electricity. The light is not there, and it is even, as they have told us, they have increased the fuel price, they have removed subsidy. It is also, let me inform the House that virtually within the area where I live, it is difficult for you to see a filling station that is selling. And those of you that thinks maybe I come to tell out propaganda or whatever, I think one of our members of this platform is in Nigeria now. You can visit me. 2 days ago, I was at Lost Choosing Prayer Ground, that area. I went to visit a family brother. And while I was walking out from the office, one guy accosted me and said, "Please, excuse me, good afternoon, sir. Are you not Mr. Righteous? Dr. Damage's show?" I was shocked. Because I don't know whether it's Nigerian security agent or whatever. I said, "I don't understand what you are saying." He said, "But your face is the one I see in Dr. Damage's show. You are Mr. Righteous." I said, "Yes, I am." We exchange pleasantries and whatever we as humans and as Nigerians. So I am not a spirit. I'm a human being living in Lagos that feels the pain of Nigeria on daily basis.
Okay.
And I can tell you,
Mr.
hold
Righteous,
on. KJ, hold on.
I have Mr. Chukuma, who had a topic before we admitted you, but you are taking us away.
Okay.
Much as I don't want you to feel your topic is not important, and what you are saying is not important to us. It's very important to us. But let's conclude that we are coming to the issue of Nigeria. So if you may, just hold on. Let's just round up this. I will get to that issue of Nigeria. We will go deep down, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
KJ, can you let Righteous Man finish? He's giving us information about what's happening in Nigeria, please.
Well, I think
it's like
why don't you just allow me to moderate it? Yeah? I have other topics I want to discuss that will come into Nigeria, but even Mr. Chukuma has gone away. So, but what I wanted us to dwell on was that angle that he was driving. Okay, sometimes we look at these things, and I appreciate Fofana on that. We don't look at the historical, journey that these people or these tribes have taken. So we just look at the where we see today. But however, I think he had done a good, giving us a good, background on how the issue of this case came to be today. Let's move ahead. We're gonna have plenty other issues to discuss. If you don't mind, let's move on. There's other things.
So, should I conclude or I should break?
Yes, go ahead. So you can conclude.
Yeah. So the issue of Africa, which also affect Nigeria as a nation, is something that goes beyond our theoretical and historical analysis. Based on the information the white men have supplied to us, we schooled in their universities, we read their textbooks, and what they wrote there was the things they feel they need to put down. There were some other things in their theories and in their textbooks they are not written, which really happened. You see, I don't believe that any white man, I'm sorry, this is my opinion, I don't believe that any white man likes a black man. I don't believe that. I don't hold that opinion. Because the partitioning of Africa and the slavery of Africa were done by the whites. There is no white country that is exempted.
Mr.
And
Righteous,
so,
Mr. Righteous.
Hold on, let me finish.
Do you love yourselves in Africa?
Can I finish what I'm saying before you ask me that question? I'm ready to answer you. So, the real owners of America that I read, they are no longer holding a political or industrial position today, or they are not holding a position that
give their voice, make their voice known all over the world. The Europeans took over what we have today as America, and then they changed it to their taste. That is the same way they partitioned Africa, divided Africa, created boundaries that never existed, and they made us enemies of ourselves. And it is still the same Europeans which extended to what you have today as America, that is also holding the Congolese captive. There is a quotation in the Bible that says, "Can the prayer of the mighty be set free?" Can the prayer of the mighty, the lawful prayer of the mighty, be set free? Is it possible? Africans are lawful captive of the Western world, and it will take the end of the earth and the beginning of a new world for Africa to be free from the shackles of the Western world. There is no way. Look at what is happening in our politics. Look at the number of people that are being killed in Southeast on daily basis. The Western world is not reporting it, but what is happening in Gaza, they are reporting it. The killing going on in Congo, how many have they reported? Do you know how many Nigerians that die on daily basis? Where is CNN? Where is MBNC? Where is BBC? All of them, where is Sky News? They are not reporting it because it doesn't concern them. As long as they are concerned, it looks as if the people living in this part of the world are not humans. So I don't see any white man helping the black man. And as long as God has given us the natural, madam, excuse me, madam. As long as God has given us the natural resources that we have in Africa that cannot be found anywhere in the world, the white man will always cause division and exploit those materials for the betterment of their people. That is why the leadership in Africa, they make sure they mastermind and give us the weaklings, those who are not supposed to be our leaders, to be leaders. The good leaders that emerge in Africa were all assassinated by the Western powers, which is proven today in history.
Labeg, Mr. Righteous, Mr. KJ, wait. Righteous man, that same Oyibo God is the same God you are worshiping today. That your white man that they brought.
It is not true, madam. I'm not worshiping Oyibo God. I am not worshiping
the religion they brought to your Africa is what you are carrying on your head right now.
I am not worshiping Oyibo God. The God I'm worshiping is the creator of heaven and earth, and it's not a white man. Neither is he a black man.
Let's moderate. Thank you for that submission, the righteous man. We are not going to allow ourselves to be dragged into where you guys are going. So we'll gradually pull back to our major topics for today. And we have discussed extensively. I want to move on. Now, in the days past, we had a very shocking news coming from Nigeria. And this news was by a former governor of one of the Western states called Mr. BC Dele. He said only lazy Nigerians are hungry. In other words, Nigerians are not hungry.
Sorry, BC Akande.
Yes, BC Akande. Sorry, BC Akande. If I murdered his name, I'm sorry. He said only lazy Nigerians that are hungry. In other words, why is righteous man still telling us people are hungry? I don't know why you are complaining. And he also said that obedience were the ones who started the answers. We are the answer people, and it was. This answers was used to make sure that Tinubu's government doesn't come. Wanted to stop Tinubu from coming into government. I don't want to quote him myself. I want you guys to watch him say it so that nobody refers to me as adding words into his mouth. And, we all can watch the video together. And after that, I will come to you, righteous man.
Answer was aimed to be the end of Tinubu.
Did you say that?
Yes.
NSAS
was designed to be the end of Tinubu.
Can you expatiate?
Those behind the NSAS knew that's what they were doing.
Who were those behind it?
What do you call them? The obedience.
The obedience?
The obedience were behind the NSAS.
We're behind the answer.
Yes, it was manufactured from America and so brought in just to stop him.
But Obi
Who are the obedient? I said the obedient.
So who are the obedient? So who are the obedient?
The obedience came from America to do the NSAR, and later became a movement to form a party, and they couldn't form a party and join whichever party.
You know, I thought obedient was tied to Peter Obi.
Well, maybe Obi's party, I don't know. Maybe Obi's movement, I don't know. But the obedience were behind the NSARs.
So it was well planned.
Organized with a lot of money.
From America?
From America, yes.
How come Tinubu did not see this coming?
Not every ambush is detected.
Not
Tinubu is now fixing the economy.
And we are getting hungrier.
I don't know. If you are lazy, you will.
You are towing the Buhari line. Where Buhari called Nigerian youths lazy.
Honestly, what I mean is that he who does not work shall not eat.
They are working. There's no even job.
Oh.
There's unemployment. Inflation is more than 30%. Chief Akonde.
Look, come to my place in Ila. I will take you to my farm. I harvest.
Should I announce to the world that we should move to a loud Ogun to come and eat from your farm?
I only feed myself. I try to feed myself. Go around my house, this one. Go around. You will see my vegetables. I eat from the compound here. I don't go out.
So you believe restructuring will come?
Oh yes. Immediately after, when the economy is straightened, the political structure will start.
But that will not be in Tinubu's first term.
I don't know when it will be, but what I know is that where you concentrate the economy in few hands, others won't be able to reach it. Now, let them liberate the economy. Then we will be able to think in a liberal way to say, okay, when do we liberate the politics?
All right. Sorry, where am I now?
Okay, KJ, now what for you? You don't carry us enter dementia land. Eh?
Sorry, forefather, are you there? This is not coming back to me. Okay, sorry. Yeah, right. So, I don't know, Madam Luke, you don't seem to like the Nigerian story. Why?
Well, let me look at Nigerian story at all.
Not that I don't like the Nigerian story, but this one is just sheer lunacy.
KJ, forefather is not here now.
This is just sheer lunacy.
Mr. KJ, can I come in?
No, just hold on. Let's go through the line. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Righteous Man.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. KJ. No, you see.
Hold on.
You say what?
I'm sorry, not you. I wanted to call Man of Prestige.
Man of Prestige.
Man of Prestige, go ahead.
What?
Man of Prestige.
Okay, thank you very much. I watched that guy, make some alteration that he made, and let me get it straight. Okay? Neither there's something they say. Show me who you are the first time, and I believe you. So because the guy said a lot of things that doesn't even add up, I believe he's an educated man, but sometimes when you want to make up things or you're living on la land, delusional, you have to put this in context, at least make it believable to a certain extent. For example, let me begin where he started. He said he forced Tinubu to run for president. This is Tinubu that has been angry to be a president for the last 20 years or whatever. He said he's the one that forced Tinubu to run for president, that Tinubu doesn't want to run. So what you have to believe anything this man said. Okay, let's start from where he began. He's talking about the obedience. This obedience, the activity of the obedience started on Twitter in 2017. But the answer, was 2020. We know that. And Obi didn't come into politics to run. He was in PDP. He didn't start the politics until 2020. So this is 2 years after. So how can you say the obedience, which is Obi, that's what he claimed, they came in order to truncate, Tinubu ambition? I mean, make that make sense. So whatever this man is saying, I don't even want to go through everything that he's saying. The guy is, we do respect to him. He's supposed to be an icon in Nigeria, whatever he is. but in neither his delusional, mistakenly idea or just misinformation, he tried to, defraud us politically. I mean, he was saying all this, he was saying with a straight face. These two people are dumb. It doesn't even make sense. All the whole, all the whole thing he said. What kind of obedience be part of obedience that was from? The answer was in 2020. Everybody knows it. And you come in here to gaslight us, I don't even want to use the word gaslight. It's kind of defrauding. That's what I call it. Political defrauding. That's exactly what he just did. Another nonsense that he talked about, so I don't even want to talk about him. The man is delusional. I mean, I have a little bit of respect for him, a little bit, because I know about him. But he just lost me with some of the nonsense that he said. I don't have time for him. Okay, thank you. Let me just listen to other people.
All right, Manu, Kandu should have enough information because he's coming from your side, so you probably know him better. From his analysis, I think I would say my summation would be that he is a bit off the line. What will you say, sir?
I've always said leadership of anything, Boy Scouts, 5-year-old soccer team, high school soccer team. Leadership is a very, very important thing in life. Who are your leaders and what makes them qualified to be a leader? Whether someone has been an intellectual, reasonable human being most of your life doesn't mean that they continue to be. Just because somebody, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it was so important, so intelligent, doesn't mean they are today. I would never listen to such nonsensical nonsense. I don't deal with nonsense. I don't care who colonized you, how many years ago they colonized you. I don't care if the Oyinbo people are the ones in the background doing whatever. My question to myself and the people that I lead, the young people, is what are you going to do about your situation? Know what happened. Acknowledge it. But what are you going to do? Oyinbo people came and colonized Nigeria. They're the people that are in the background spinning. Who cares? I don't care. It's like me saying in my own household is another man that is doing something. Why I cannot feed my house? Are you all right? I don't care what another man does. I will go over you. I will go under you. I will go through you. I don't care what the reasons are. I don't take excuses from myself. I don't take it from anybody. Not my children, not the children. Well, they're not children. Not the young men and women that I try to have impacts in their lives. How are you going to tell me that how many years is Nigeria now? It is still the Oyinbo people that are doing you. I was in Nigeria in March through April of last year. I planted corn, planted all sorts of planted tomatoes. And I talk to people in Nigeria every day because I mentor people in Nigeria almost on a daily basis. What are you doing? What are we adding? What are we removing? If it's your birthday, don't call me. If you want to invest in your future, let's have a conversation. I don't care whether it's Ileya, whether it's Christmas, Jesus' birthday, Muhammad's birthday. It has nothing to do with me. I don't even celebrate my own birthday. So why am I contributing to celebrate your own birthday? If you're so in love and you don't have money, go to the courthouse. You don't need to have a party. So it's about individual responsibility. I understand. I talk to people, even if you don't live in a house or don't have space, take a sack of gari or a sack of one of these big bags, pour sand inside, you will grow something. It's not going to liberate your life. It's not going to make you financially independent, but you're doing something. So that aspect of people doing something, I understand. I understand that. And that's what I tell people that I talk to in Nigeria every single day. is about empowering people. It's about taking people from, I cannot tell you how many people over the last, what month are we, February? Over the last 10, 11 months, people that were making 30,000 when I met them in Nigeria a month, that are now making close to 300,000 a month. That's what it's about. How do you go from where you are to where you want to be? It's not about me sending you money every month. But what do you want to do? You know, if you say you want to have a refinery, nobody me you they talk to. But if you want to sell some small things, we'll put money together to they help you to do. So that you yourself, you have dignity in yourself.
All right. I didn't want to, because the man said that, people are lazy, and he made a lot of very, very strong points. One of which is that the purpose of the NSAS was to stop Tinubu from coming to power. You didn't answer that.
Yeah, I don't, because I don't listen to stupidness. That's stupidness. Okay. I don't care what Tinubu, who the people who were that put answers together is irrelevant to my life. Okay. And that's the way I handle life. It's irrelevant to me, the people that are pushing Tinubu in the back, or the people that were pushing Buhari or Jonathan in the back. It's irrelevant to me, the people that are pushing the people in Congo. What are you going to do about your situation? If you're not going to do anything about it, then you deserve to die and perish.
All right, thank you so much. Let me come to beautiful Madam Loke. Yes, Madam Loke, you've been laughing all this while. I'm wondering, is it that this topic is so joyful to you, or what?
Oga Righteous Man, eh?
Yes.
Oga Righteous Man and this last speaker, they crack me up. I have to ask myself, why Oga KJ, why are you punishing us like this? You go bring somebody who escape from a colomental ward. Give us nonsense. First of all, was NSAS, what has NSAS got to do with Tinubu? Was it not a protest against police brutality?
It was brought so that they stop Tinubu from coming to power.
Okay, good. Now, the one that cracked me up was when he said, so why did they not know that this was an ambush? And the man said there's not all ambush can be, how did he say it? Not
all ambush can be detected.
But he's correct. The Nigerian army have not been able to dictate any
of that. The man is senile. Call something what it is.
You know what? I think I know what it is. Ever since Mocha came out and received all those death threats, I think this one is just trying to be very subtle and mischievous. Because all this is going towards 2027. I mean, how can somebody listen to such drivel, for crying out loud?
Okay.
So you want to tell me, okay, you are farming because the Fulani people haven't come to your farm, in your compound, that you are so you feel that every youth is lazy. Now this man is delusional. And I want to say one thing, like the last speaker said, it's about time Africans, Nigerians, wherever you are, stop blaming what the white man did to you. The white man has nothing to do with you right now. You are now, I mean, this Mr. Righteous Man cracked me up. He said somebody was asking him if it was in Mr. Damage's show. So he didn't know where the man was coming from. So he wanted to deny to save his skin. And I'm like, Well, and a simple question they ask you, are you on Dr. Damage's show? You begin to
Madam, look, nobody wants to go Kuje prison.
Okay,
simple question.
Righteous Man is there to answer for himself.
A simple question. You can't even beat your chest to say yes. Yes, and so what happened? You begin to test the waters to make sure that no one can go where I go pay 2 million naira bail. I beg go, I bow for you. I beg, next person, please. I go catch you now for the next session. It has been a pleasure.
All right. Yes, Righteous Man, you heard what Madam Luke said. Is it that you are afraid of going to Kuje for some time? That you said to say you don't want to answer the question that you are
let me answer. Thank God that the light was restored for me to come and listen and hear what she said. The liberty and the privileges you enjoy in the Western world, we don't enjoy it here. And Madam, I wish you will come back to Nigeria and be in this network and say exactly the same things you normally say against Nigerian politicians and see if you walk free in the Nigerian streets or road. You'll be picked up
Excuse
immediately.
me. Aisha, Yusuf, no dead there. Why they never arrest them? Why they never arrest them?
No, let's go ahead.
Aisha Yusuf.
Yes, righteous man, just go ahead because Madam Luke is not coming back tomorrow. So just go ahead and make your point. Yes.
Some of the people that have lost their trace, there's no problem. So I was not afraid. Madam Luke, you've not been detained in this country before. During Abacha regime, I spent close to 6 months in detention as one of those who were protesting against the military junta in Nigeria. I said the time with that number here. So I paid the price, which I believe most of us here in this platform have not paid. But somebody cannot just walk down to me and said, "Are you Mr. Righteous Man? I see you in Dr. Damage's show." I first look at and size the person up and know where he or she is coming from. And later I said, "Yes, I'm the one." And we exchanged pleasantries. So what's wrong about it?
No, okay, that's fine. But I'm telling you that no, not all of us here in the diaspora are cowards. That's why I would praise Sowore today. Sowore has left the comfort. I don't even know how that man's family is standing from now on. This man is a man with wife and children. But this man has left the diaspora so he's representing us. Yes, not all of us are cowards.
It's not representing you. Come back. Showore's name is not your name.
No.
Showore is not
If I want to
representing
come
you.
back, I will come back. But I'm not
Hey, you come back now. Come back. Madam, come back. We welcome you.
No, thank you.
Hold on. Hold on. Madam Luke is not against what you are doing. She's just having her fun. So let's move on. The man we are talking about, the guy who said there is no hunger in Nigeria, and that is the NSAS was formed to stop Tinubu from coming to government. That's what we are discussing. Madam Luke only said that as a side talk. Don't let us deviate to it. Let's answer that question. Is there hunger in Nigeria? And can you get it? That's why we are.
KJ, yes, I am in Nigeria. My wife is here. My children are here. There is 1 million times hunger in Nigeria, more than what it has ever been in the history of this country.
Okay.
Nigerians are finding life very difficult today to eat a square meal. We're not talking of 2 or 3. If anybody in Nigeria is telling you that there is abundance of food, that person must be feeding from the pocket of politicians or is a government contractor.
At least, Mr. Righteous Man, you're not facing deportation. We are facing deportation here.
Madam Luke, it's okay now. We are taking you places. All right, go ahead, Righteous Man.
It's not his turn though. No, that's not my turn now. No, Tony turn.
Okay, you have answered the question. Let me go to Tony. Tony, you have been very patient. Thank you so much for your being patient. The conversation has been going zigzag, but let's go back to the normal line. Yes, Mr. Tony, you have heard all we have been talking about. You can weigh in from anywhere, but we are discussing generally the Rwanda issue, the Nigerian issue, the hunger issue, the mere fact that those who are not able to feed in Nigeria are lazy. That's what the man said. BC Akande. So is it anywhere you want to weigh in?
Okay, greetings everybody. I've been listening from when you started the discussion, and first, to talk briefly about the issue with the invasion by M23, the invasion of Kivu province, Goma. I think the issues here are very, very clear. If you look at that particular area, you would see a president. You would see Museveni, who came in the same way that Paul Kagame came. They fought their way. They've been in the trenches, and they fought their way, and they eventually became leaders, and they have refused to quit. So Museveni has been there for a long time, and coincidentally, Museveni was one of those who supported Paul Kagame. When he was fighting. But the history of that area, if you look at the demography, you would see in Burundi, you have a Hutu majority. And then if you look at Rwanda, you would see also a situation where the minority, that is the Tutsis, are lording it over the majority who are the Hutus. I think the issue here is that Paul Kagame is presenting an interest. He is promoting a pan-Tutsi federation because they are in a minority, so they feel threatened. You can't expect any democratic election in Rwanda, because if you do that, the Tutsis will lose because they are in the minority. So that probably explains why he's holding on to power. So that's part of it. The fear of ethnic. This is something to do with ethnicity, ethnic insecurity, which is one of the problems that you find in most African countries. Ethnicity, the problem of ethnicity in politics. People feel that they are marginalized, and therefore, sometimes they want to succeed, or they want to look for interest somewhere else, where with interest that they can coalesce with, to promote their ethnic interests. Unfortunately, these things happen because we haven't had good leadership. So otherwise, if you have a system where people rule and they don't, play to ethnic politics and religious sectionalism, nobody cares. If the leader rules and he does well, nobody would care whether you are a Tutsi or you are a Hutu or you are a Bakongo or whatever. So those are some of the issues that I see here. And what the M23 is trying to do is not just to take the Kivu province, is to overrun the entire country. Unfortunately, Congo has suffered, DR Congo has suffered for a long time from independence, even from colonial times. That country has not known real peace. If you go to the Katanga province, you still have, a smattering of this rebellion and stuff like that. And why? Because Congo is diverse in terms of its ethnic composition, and then it's one of the richest, if not the richest, most endowed country in Africa in terms of land and resources. And so you find both international interest and internal politics, all of them playing out and affecting what we see today. I feel bad for Tshisekedi, and I think that if care is not taken, his country will be overrun, and you probably will have a Tutsi government installed there, and maybe that will give Kagame some security or some make him comfortable, So I think that's the politics that's playing there. But let me just go to the issue in Nigeria with Akande, the video that you played. I listened to the full video somewhere else, and I would not be. I think I'll be much more reserved in calling the man names. I would. I think he's an old man because the things that he said, listening to it from the beginning to the end, it doesn't align with what we know, with the things that we know to be facts. We have heard that, just like Man of Prestige said, we have heard from time that one of Ashwaju's ambition has been to be the president of the country. And we heard when Bakari was the vice presidential candidate to Tinubu, that he tried to enter into an agreement with Bakari that should they win, Bakari will step down for him. We also have heard how the same guy, Ashwaju, had wanted to be a running mate to General Buhari, but that didn't gel because Buhari felt that no, they need to be a balancing. You have to have a Christian-Muslim or Muslim-Christian combination. And then there was this agreement then that if I scratch your back, you scratch my back. If I get you in, then you hand over to me, and so on and so forth. So when you hear Baba saying the things that he is saying, you are wondering whether maybe old age has come and Baba is not very mentally alert in terms of the facts as we know them. And then also, Man of Prestige did talk about the obedient movement. We know that the obedient movement, at the time you had NSAS, the obedient movement has not been formed. So maybe I don't know if it's the same obedient movement that we know today that is talking about, or some other obedient movement and so. So if you put the facts together, I think there's a missing link. It's not in tandem with the facts as we know them. So I would just indulge Baba by saying that Agbatide. So
all right.
Yeah. So that's
Thank
my summary.
Thank you. I tried to give you more time because you have not spoken and you've been patient. So you had about 8 minutes. That's it.
Thank you.
You're patient. Yeah, I'll come to Desta, but let me do Uzo. Uzo too have been quiet, and I hear that Baba Konde used to be your uncle. So tell us, why has he said that to say there's no hunger in Nigeria, and that Nigeria should come to his backyard to take food? Is that what high? So if those in Medjugorje should go to the West Nigeria to go and get food from his backyard, is that how Nigeria has become?
What do you mean that he used to be his uncle? Do you stop being someone's uncle?
He used to be his uncle when he was Nigerian. Now he's far away.
KJ, Madam, they call you uncle. The answer for here. Uncle.
Yes,
No. He said that the man used to be. He said the man used to be his uncle. Uncle status the change. If once your uncle, always an uncle.
Okay. Well, Uzo, tell us.
KJ, you know the answer. Now, actually, when I cry, I come on the head. I rise. When I cry for you, on my own part is this one. This they just a little trip of an eyes we are seeing. The APC and the Tinubu have not ready to unleash everything they are planning for the past 1 year now. They just testing the mic. They will link obedient to even the Biafra war very soon. They will lead it to Biafra war very soon. We have not seen anything yet. We are here talking. We all that people are planning to what to do to Nigeria, how to say Nigeria, how to take power. We are here talking about Peter Konde. What he said, for him, he's not hungry. That's the fact. Where he made mistake by saying Nigerians are not hungry. If he tells us that he's not hungry, I believe him. That man can't be hungry. His family can't be hungry. All right, as much as we say Nigerians are hungry, some people are not hungry. Let's leave the facts. Some people are still eating good and even putting to trash. And when some people are not eating, so that's how life is. I mean, it's not hungry. So for him to say, "Come to my farm," by the time three guys call him, now make we leave that man. That man don't old. All right. So he have already done his own. So my own point, let me say something. Nigerians, I don't know what we are doing because we are talking about Congo, this, that. When Nigeria is about to, what happened 2015, Nigeria about to explode again. I was just thinking, why is it that anytime a certain president emerge, they want is the time they had to form a coalition to take me out. Buhari ruled for 8 years, no coalition was in place. Everybody enjoyed the suffering and the smiling. That Jonathan was there. They have the for a coalition to take Jonathan out. Now Tinubu time they had the for a coalition to. I'm not a Tinubu supporter, but that will not happen though. That's my own thing. All right.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? This coalition that they've been talking about, did you notice that all the people there, they're all Fulani people?
That's what I'm saying now.
Okay,
madam, they need a pinch of salt. They need a salt to, that coalition have been. They need the salt. And the salt they need is support from the south.
Wait. Where are the Hausa people?
Well, we'll wait for when the masker come. You tell us what the Hausa people are.
So, Kwakwanso
is not on this.
Wait, Kwakwanso, Rufai, Atiku, all these people from Futajalo. Hey, God, now they want some coalition.
All right, let's move on because we still have a lot to talk about.
So, my own part, I don't know whenever the Northern support the matter president now coalition they are thinking about coalition. When they form it, they find a Southern that are going to finish the work for them. Just like they did, they have to bring Tinubu in to finish the job. All right. Now they want to bring Peter B in to finish the job. That's the only thing missing. If Peter B done the coalition, that is it. They are not bait. As it's going now, with what you say, I don't think it's going to join them, and that'll be like a blow to them. So they won't achieve the technical power they want to take, as they said. But as we said, I bet you say the technical power from Tinubu is like that one hard though. That one hard.
Now that you have mentioned that, please let's hear from Amechi, because we actually came ready for this today's presentation. So we seem to have few of those very serious videos that made sense this week, and let's see if I can lay my hands on that. Yes, Amechi on.
It's typical Nigeria. Typical Nigeria, and you are clapping. That's why politicians get away with anything. They get away with murder because you have short memory. Short memory. None of you here seated can defend the votes. If you have complained, Nigerians have been clapping for you. The only way Shekarau became governor, do you know how? Because people lined up. When they ask how many people are there, they say over 500,000. No, I won't give 500,000. Announce Shekarau. It's happened in Ghana. Before the election of the last president. 2 days, a lot of us were called to intervene. But why did they do that? The people were ready to die. You are talking, abusing everybody. Nobody has power and will give it to you. Nobody, not even me. If you want a pastor as president, can't get one. The politician is there in Nigeria to steal, to maim, to kill, to remain in power. If you think Tinubu will give it to you, you are wasting your time. So when we speak, we forget history. Unfortunately for me, poverty has made me to be part of the political system from when I left university. I left university in 1987, and I've been part of the process till today. You can't wish me away in the formation of APC. You certainly can't wish me away. You can't wish me away in how APC won election. You can't. But the truth is that if some of us did not stick at our neck, say, PDP, good luck, we want to die with you. When they saw that we were ready to die, what did they do? They gave up power. So we have sweet mouth, we'll talk about it, we'll repeat these things every day. Tomorrow they will call you in Lagos, you will go. Somebody told me in Lagos, said, look, Mr. Mechi, I said, sir, you see these people that gathered here? I said, yes. We called them all. Transport, this, they came. If tomorrow Tinubu comes with the same transport, they will also come. And the final example is when we are pursuing, APC was registered, and I was scared that, look, they may rig us out. So I got the party to agree that we will carry out a demonstration. We agreed that we will carry out a demonstration. We assembled at, where is that parade ground? Eagle Square. We released some money to go and bring women and all that. I walked in. One time I must go early to know what is going on before people will come. See the women gathered. Guess what they are wearing? Jonathan for president. God bless you.
Okay. That's the unfortunate situation we find ourselves. So, coming to you, Duster, you have heard from the horse's mouth that come 2027, if you don't think you are coming with boxing gloves, ready to grab it, run with it, snatch it, that you ain't getting nothing. Is there any hope for a change come 2027? Quickly, because we are running out of time, so I can move to the next one.
Thank you, KG. Thank you, everyone. I can't, as much as I would like to, but I think I have to agree with what Chibike Amechi said. The truth about it is, the Nigerian context right now, the people in power are not going to hand it over to you free. And what Amechi said, I think El Rufai had said something like that before. It's not about snatch it, grab it, run away with it. No, not necessarily that. But you have to show that you are ready to fight for it. It's like a bully. So the Nigerian political setup is like a bully. A bully will continue bullying you until you stand up to fight, to show the bully that, look, I'm not afraid, I'm going to fight you. And then the bully will back down. Now, the other part of it is this. In Nigeria, are we just short-sighted of, we want to get these people out of power? Then we go to the Peter Obi narrative. Because just getting them out of power, it has shown that it doesn't solve the problem in Nigeria. What Nigeria needs is like a visionary plan, like China had, so that whoever gets into power, it is not about the individuals, it's about what the people have said, this is what we want. Until the Nigerian people come and say, this is what we want, and they take power and hold the people accountable, then it won't work. Unfortunately, we are just looking at one side, executive arm of Nigeria. We think that maybe, because that's what the presidency is, it's just the executive arm of government. But Nigeria, the decadence in Nigeria runs through everywhere. Trump called Africa a foul language, but the truth about it is that is what we portray. Look at our judiciary system. It's messed up. Look at the policing. It's messed up. The whole politics is about themselves. Even look at the religious bodies, the Christian bodies. It's messed up. So the thing permeates everywhere. So it's not just about grabbing power, executive. It will change, So it's about the people coming together and demand and having their charter of agreements. Like all great countries of the world had what they wanted to achieve. And until Nigeria comes together and say, look, this is our 100-year plan, and then in 5 years, how are we going to get our 100-year plan? In 5 years, this is what we should achieve. In 10 years, this is what we should achieve. In 15 years, so that any leader that comes inside, whatever political party you're coming in from, nobody cares. You must stick to that plan. I think that's the only way we'll make for. But if we continue in this, let's change, we'll go nowhere. We'll go nowhere because that is not strategic planning. And our culture needs to change. If you talk about BC Akande, he just reflects what he said. He just reflects the culture of his generation. What he's doing there is gross misinformation. And that's what used to happen back in the days when you had few media outlets, papers that people could write their columns and influence the public. Unfortunately, what people like BC Akande don't realize is that the times have moved. He's played the political script of his generation, but times have moved and people are more informed now. But that is what is happening. The question is, we the people, according to the Constitution of Nigeria, we the people, what are we doing? What strategic moves are we taking? I'll give you a typical example. Before Nigeria got independence, people like Zik, they took strategic means. They opened columns. They started writing. And it was that writing opened the journalism outlets and started writing. And that is how they started writing the vision of what they think the country should be. Now, the young generation of Nigeria, what are they doing? Have they come together and say, look, if tomorrow they hand Nigeria to a young man that is 40-year-old, do you think he will prosper? He will fail. Look at Yahaya Bello in Kogi State. Because there's no charter. The young people of Nigeria have not even come together and say, okay, Nigeria has experienced ethnic problems. Have the young people solved it among themselves? Say, okay, we know there was a civil war in Nigeria. What caused it? Let us write. How would we make sure that it won't affect our generation? But what we seem to think is, make I enter first, then I go solve the problem. And that's what Tinubu has done. Let me enter down. But you find out you can't solve the problem. You cannot solve the problem. So that's my simple take on the
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to take, I'm coming to you. We're going to take two topics going forward. We have seen that Amechi's comment. The other thing that was trending was the letter from the Sultan of Sokoto. Now they have termed him Sultan of Sokoto. The Sultan of Sokoto wrote to the states in the West. That was all the fuse about. That, the Constitution says that there should be a Sharia court in all the states of the Federation. So why are the people of Oshun, is it Oshun or on one of those places, resisting the establishment of a Sharia court? Having said that, while we're still trying to swallow that, the appeal court ruled that IPOB is now seen by the Nigerian government as a terrorist organization. Consequently, they upheld the ruling of the lower court that it is a terrorist organization. It should be put on note that IPOB is Nigeria is the only country in the world where IPOB is seen as a terrorist organization. Now, is it really true that the Lady Justice, when it comes to Nigeria, as soon as he gets to the Igbo man, he opens his eyes to make sure that once you say Igbo, then the thing goes against you. Is that what is happening in Nigeria, or is it that there's something else that we're yet to be able to identify? Mr. Ike.
Where they want to draw this conversation, they tell you I don't know.
Yes, Mr. Ike, it's your turn, sir.
Sorry, I want to give perspective to what I want to give a more perspective to what Shibisi Akande was saying or said. We might laugh over it, and we might say that maybe it's old age or maybe it's not serious. But I want to tell you, the loss of Lagos by Emiloko, the pain and the anger of losing Lagos, even with all the rigging that was done in Lagos State, the loss of Lagos State is a stigma in the life of Mr. Tinubu that is not going to forget. And I want, last 2 weeks here, I said something, the day of inauguration of Trump. A lot of people think that the obedient movement were dead. But, people, if you don't belong or if you don't know what is going on, and people say, yeah, obedient movement is dead. But at least you can see what is going on. The loss of Lagos, my brother, they are going to, I want you to mark it today. This, like somebody said, it was the rehearsal of the microphone. Is it Uzo said that? I think so. So many things is going to come out. They will say so many things about Mr. Peter Obi. But I want to tell you that it's not going to stick. This week that is ending, Peter Obi himself made some appointment in obedient movement, which Dele Farotimi is the leader of obedient movement in the Southwest. He made some appointment in the whole zones. political strategy, information, data processing, technology in every areas of Nigeria. We are cooking something. Something is cooking in Nigeria. I'm telling you. It's not in 2023 was a time that it came the way it came, and Nigerians embraced it the way they embraced it, and it didn't happen. A lot of people lost hope. But this is after then, after 23, the obedient movement is being established the way it's supposed to be. And a lot of people are going to fall away by the wayside, right? And this is what is going on now. So what Bishop Akande is telling you, remember what Onononga said. Remember what Moka said. And remember what Buala and the other people have been saying concerning Mr. Peter Obi. You know, listen. This is just, they are rehearsing the microphone. But we are aware. This last week, Peter Obi said about the issue of coalition. He said that if it is all about to grab power, I'm not going to be part of it. If you go into the social media, some of social media are telling you that Mr. Peter Obi saying he's going to campaign for Bola Tinubu in 2027. There are so many interpretations being given until our principal came out last week and said, listen, what I said, I'm not against coalition, but any coalition that is not about Nigeria, any coalition that is not about the citizens of Nigeria, I am not going to be part of it, because I've always maintained that I am not desperate to be president of Nigeria, but I am desperate to see Nigeria work. So we might laugh it over, but there is something that is happening. KJ, you are going to see. Listen, APC is under a groundwork to plant APC everywhere in Nigeria. When they are talking about the extinguishing of political opposition in Nigeria, some people are laughing over it. They are planting people in every institution in Nigeria to make sure that 2027, no political party exists. Have you ever asked yourself a question, KJ? A political party like PDP that stands the most foremost political party in the whole of Africa. In your own eyes, you are watching PDP going into extinction. Have you thought about that? Have you really asked yourself what is going on? That people like Atiku Abubakar, people like name any politician in Nigeria, they all started in PDP. And before our eyes, PDP is disappearing. And they think there is nothing that is going on. Last week, Senator Ned Nwoke left PDP and joined APC. Do you have members in the National Assembly from other political parties? Where are they? And if you are a true Nigerian and you are not asking yourself this question, what is actually going on in Nigerian political space? That political parties in Nigeria are going into extinction just in a matter of 1 year. So, I am speaking because I am an obedient. And I am speaking because since 2023, I have never stopped doing what I'm supposed to be doing as a patriotic Nigerian. The little that I can. To know that Nigerians should not give up. Because that plan, that program and plan that they have for 2027 is already on work. But listen, Nigerians will let politicians in Nigeria know that 2023 came like a flash pan, and we have seen what has happened. So whatever Bishop Akande said, my brother, don't take it like it was just an old man. I agree with Tony. I'm not going to use bad language, because he's an elderly man, no matter whatever. He's an elderly man. So just like when Afe Babalola issue was going on, he's an elderly man. I pray to live to their age. So I wouldn't say anything bad about them, but don't think what is going on is all about testing the microphone for 2027. But the political parties that you see in Nigeria that is going into extinction, I think that if you, KJ, you are a journalist, you should know better than me that if PDP as a political party in Nigeria today cannot be found anywhere, there must be something that is wrong somewhere. So I just pray that God keep all of us alive.
Okay, so what do you have to say, Mr. Ike? Sorry, what do you have to say about the Sharia, the Sultan advocating that there should be Sharia court in the west, the middle, and the western Nigeria? Also, if you were following the news last week, you will have seen that there was a group of people in the east protesting that they want Sharia law in the east because, yes, it's there. I don't know. I can look for it. They said their argument they are not being treated fairly by the justice system and the police. They are harassing them. So they want Sharia and they want Isbella police. In
what of the traditional people?
No, those people. That's what somebody said. Said so. Also demand for their own. But let us bring it to the people's house and discuss it. Yes. Mr. Ike, do you want me to come back to you or you want to go ahead? I can go to...
No, if you want me to round up with that, I can.
Yes, please go ahead. And also don't forget that IPOB have been prescribed. What's your take on that? If you can do 2 minutes on it so that we can...
The issue of IPOB, my brother, you know what it is. It's all about, it's all about politics. It's all about that marginalization we're talking about. So why I do not want to talk about it much is because all of us know why they are doing what they are doing, right? We have a lot of other organizations in Nigeria that have not been prescribed, there are some that are even emanating new from the north, right? Boko Haram up to today has never been declared a terrorist organization. We have so many organizations like that. So I'm not going to spend time on it because as an Igbo man, I know why it is happening. So for me to continue to talk about it is for me to continue to erase my angers and frustration about Nigeria. And in as much as at my age that I know as an Igbo man where my place is in Nigeria, we need first of all as Igbo to know to come back to love ourselves and stop being an agent of the political class in Nigeria, because some of our Igbo elite, they are one of our biggest problems. They use them, and an example of what we are talking about right now, your governor in Imo State, right? Who is he? The governor of Anambra State, the so-called economist, Professor Soludo, who is he? These are the people. They are the political elite. They are the people they use for their political power, for everything that is being orchestrated in the Southeast is to stop Mr. Peter Obi in the Southeast, is to cause division in the Southeast, is to make sure that we are fighting against each other, is to make sure that we kill ourselves in the name of political party, in the name of... Look at Anyanwu, Senator Mr. Anyanwu and the Udo Okoye. 2 Igbo men fighting for the Secretary General of PDP. Can't you just say that? 2 brothers. 2 brothers killing themselves in PDP headquarters with their talks. The same brothers that speak, drink, and live the same spirit. So we know the problem, KJ. We know it's not the problem me and you created. We know the people that are creating it for us and for our children and our grandchildren, right? So, but our prayer is that we want these people to go, right? So, but for us to be able to these people to go, we must stop believing what they tell us, because we know what they are doing and saying is a different thing entirely, right? So the prescription of IPOB, I'm not surprised they will do that, because this is what they want to do, right? They want somebody to say something that they can say, oh yeah, you understand what I mean? I don't want to go too far about that. So
all right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
On the issue of Sharia, listen.
Yes.
On the issue of Sharia, you know, this has been the problem of Nigerian politics of religion, and the people from most of our Muslim brothers and sisters from the north felt that they want to impose their religion to everybody, whether you want it or not, whether you like it or not. It has to be. I don't know. I have not read Nigerian constitution. So if it is in Nigerian constitution, what the emir of Sokoto said, maybe KJ, you might enlighten me, because I don't know. I don't want to, at my age, I don't want to speak of what I don't know. If it is written in the Nigerian constitution like that, then that should be a question that is left for all Nigerians to answer, because it shouldn't be only us in this platform, right?
Yes, and thank you for that. Yes, it's in the Nigerian constitution, really, that there shall be Sharia courts.
Where in the whole Nigeria? Or
whether is the, you see, that's the ambiguity of that clause, because our brother, sorry, somebody's phone is on. Can you put it off? Somebody's microphone. Uzo, you are the culprit. Okay, so the question now is, in the constitution, it is written that way, but whether it is a general application to everywhere in Nigeria, is leaves for the legal mind to interpret. I'm not a lawyer, but like I heard what you've said, and let's just because we have the next show starting about in the next 45 minutes, so let's try and round up. I will come back to you, sir. Let me go to yes, Dexter. When you take your topic, also make your final roundup, so that we all can. I think we can all have.
Eddie, how do you do this? I think you can start from the beginning again, from Righteous Man.
Sorry, no verse. I beg, no verse. It's not arranged.
You gotta get the Gakabala. That's what they do.
Relax now. You know this, when people go off, the thing changes itself. So sometimes it's mixed up. Not as you are seeing it, I'm seeing it. All right. Yes, go ahead. Man of prestige. And then when you also do your final conclusion, so we don't. If
okay.
Come back.
How many minutes?
For you have 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. You see, I listened a little bit about Sadiano Sekolo, what he said. He started saying that the Yorubas are very tolerant people. You see, he used that analogy, trying to calm people. He said, they're not trying to tolerate certain religions. And he made it clear that there's more, just reading into what he was saying, he said there's more Muslims than the Christians. Why is he making that kind of comment? People has been saying there's an agenda by the Fulani to Islamize the country. And I believe there is, if they can. Of course, they're going to have a roadblock when it comes to the east or south or whatever, in that period. But if we're giving them the free will or whatever, their agenda is never hidden. It is Islamize that country by no means. That's exactly. When they come, they are trying to use the Southwest, because I don't know if I know he's a Muslim, but I don't know actually. Maybe he's not a right-wing Muslim. He's somebody that just practice in the north like that. Whatever it's called. So that is their main motive. Why is he trying to make that comment? I mean, you're a Sadiano of Sowore, now somebody in the north. They are using him for them to penetrate in the Southwest. From there, they will go to south. From there, they will go to southeast. That is their main. Let's not hide it. And when they are questioning them a bit about this Sharia arbitration, they're trying to make the interpretation differently. There's a difference between Sharia arbitration and Sharia law. Yeah, according to the definition of the Sharia law, it's saying, why the Sharia court is a legal body that interprets and applies Sharia law. But Sharia arbitration panel established in some state to resolve dispute based on Sharia principle. So what is the difference? If you're going to base your arbitration on Sharia principle, then you apply Sharia. You see, that's what somebody said on the news. It's just an arbitration. They're not trying to establish, but you're basing it on Sharia principle. That's exactly the same thing. So I hope my Western people, can do. I hope you all opposed to that. I know some people in the diaspora, have started opposing that. But this is how it starts. It starts small by small. They're trying to make inroad. So that need to be what? They can't do that in the Southeast. I mean, I don't know. What do I know? I'm not there. So they need to be changed before the nonsense is spread, spread out, okay? It's just nonsense. But it's an agenda, from the Fulanis. Let's call it, yeah, that's how I see that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, can do.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. Which one are we on now, Mr. KJ? Sorry.
We are on the Sharia issue in the West. You can you can intervene in that, or you can also discuss the recent court ruling on IPOB as a terrorist organization.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, unfortunately, I think I remember when was it Babangida that no, it couldn't have been Babangida. Who took us to IC? What did they call that thing?
ICC.
ICC. Wow, that was a long time ago.
Sorry, OIC.
OIC.
OIC. Yeah, that was a long, long time ago. When I think I was even still in Nigeria back then, if I remember correctly. Our problems are just too many, honestly. Before you deal with leadership, before you deal with the people, before you deal with hunger, sometimes it's just like, where do you even begin? Unfortunately, we don't have a functioning government in the real sense of the word, functioning. Because if you have a percentage of the country that are Muslims, and you have the country percentage that are Christians and others, how someone can just arbitrarily just decide it's going to take the country to OIC or whatever it is, and it's just okay. It's sickening. If we had a functioning government, they would have been able to take people in Congress or whatever they have over there and remove us from this foolishness. If you want to have a segment of the country where you want to be cutting people's hand off for selling a pack of cigarettes, while it's okay for somebody to steal 80 billion and be in government house and be protected by the governor, me, I don't understand those type of mindsets. Hopefully, and I can only believe that we'll be taken out of that foolishness. I don't understand this type of people, honestly. It frustrates my brain. If you want to live in 1422, that's okay by me, as long as you're not forcing other people to come and live in that past with you. If you want to be worshiping, like I tell people, I can marry somebody who is a devil worshiper, as long as you don't insist that I have to worship the devil with you. Whatever you do with your God, that's you and your God business. So like I said, I can only believe that sensible minds will prevail, and at some point they will get us out of this. You cannot say because a military guy took us to go and join this thing, then the people in Enugu and the people in Akure have to be sitting in a Sharia court. How is that even constitutional? But this is what happens when the leaders are yeah, The followers are yeah. Nobody even knows what's going on. People just wake up one day and just enact whatever rule, and everybody's just got to bow down. So me, I don't know for them, Mr. KJ. I don't tire.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tony. If you study the takeover of Islam over a nation, it has 4 cardinals. First and foremost, they take over leadership. Secondly, they take over the security forces. Thirdly, they take over the commerce. And then fourthly, they take over the judiciary. Now, do you think that those parameters have been completed in Nigeria? And if yes, the demand that the Satan is putting, wouldn't it be in play? Wouldn't it be correct? Because right now, you guys should not be fighting about Islam any longer. You should just lie down and follow the instruction given to you.
Well, that's a mouthful that you've asked. First of all, let me just say that all the things that you have raised, the issues that you have raised, are symptoms of a country that is gradually going down. Because you will think that in a country where you have very critical issues, to deal with, of the economy, of the entire gamut of our political system. We're talking about issues that in no way will positively impact the lives of people. So it shows you that this country is going down. First of all, let me start with there's a book that I read many years ago, and it's titled "The Abiding Anger of Islam." That anger is still there. It has not gone. So, and we have to realize that. So if we can't get it by force, then we'll get it systematically or diplomatically. So what is happening is a subtle way, to complete what Danfodio started many years ago. But let's put that aside. Let me comment about what Amechi said. Again, if you look at what Amechi said, for some people, it will resonate. But for me, Amechi just saying it's denigrating democracy. Just saying that we have no business practicing democracy. Because if to get to power, you just have to grab it and steal it and so on and so forth. Then no matter what you do, no matter who is there, what you do, what kind of system you put in there, it's just saying that, we're running a system where might is right. And that's the way to go. So for me, I say no, because when he was skimmed out, when he ran for primaries of a PDP as governor and they put Ome here, he didn't do the same thing that he's talking about. He went to court. So, politicians talk from both sides of their tongue. He has said this many years back. So it's not something new that he's preaching, but it's just to tell you the mindset of the political class that we have today. And that, the only good thing is that we are the ones that will sweep all of them out. All of them out, not one. So that's one. Two, if you talked about Nwoko, Nwoko represents me. I know how he got there in controversial circumstances. He didn't win. It was the Labour Party person that won. But because smart. And then the other thing that you don't see, and this is subtle, he's a Muslim. So Nwoko is looking for survival, political survival. So don't mind whatever he's saying. He's looking for political survival, and so he feels that calculating and looking at maybe 2027 or whatever, that it's probably better, to appeal to that constituency, that party that is going to, so that somehow he can secure his position in 2027. But we'll see how it goes, because that place is not a constituency of APC. But again, like I said, the system has been grab it, run, snatch with it, and so on and so forth. But I think, like Ike said, 2027, is going to present an entirely different scenario that we'll see. Now, and the last thing that I would say, again, is that, you see, for me, a lot of the blame will go to the Igbo man. You see, Nigeria, the Igbo man doesn't need Nigeria. He doesn't. It is Nigeria that needs the Igbo man. And I make no apologies for this. And if the Igbo man realizes that it's Nigeria that needs them, then I think part of the problem will be solved. So all these people that are selling out, thinking that that's where the salvation is. If the Igbo man, I mean, what did Obi prove? Why do you think that everybody is there's a fixation on Obi, not on Atiku, not on any other person? Because the person that will determine in a free and fair election who wins is Obi. The person, I'm not talking about party, the individual, the single individual that will determine where the political pendulum will swing is Obi. And so they will do everything to bring him down. So, but he's a smart guy. If the Igbo man realizes that, and they begin to think, because they don't need, I mean, they did everything they did to them, during the Civil War and so on. The Igbo man is still moving, is still going on. The Igbo man doesn't need Nigeria. Nigeria is the one that needs the Igbo man. And once the Igbo man realizes that, I think part of the problem is solved. Let me stop there.
All right, thank you so much for that. Uzo, go ahead.
Let me start from when my brother stop. Say Igbo doesn't need Nigeria, Nigeria need them. Even as it is now, I don't think that there's any Nigeria presence except the police and military in Igbo land. There's no presence of a federal government or Nigeria in Igbo land except the military. That's the only way you see this is a territory. It's only the military and the police. It's okay. This is Nigeria. In terms of infrastructures, nothing. We see nothing. So right from time, this start today. So when you say we don't need them already, no, we didn't need them already. We have been surviving by own collective efforts, both home and abroad, our own community, anyhow we contribute to make it happen. So that's just 1.2. They say if you want to kill a dog, you go to you name him a bad name. That's the only way you can hang a dog. Now you go steal meat, you hang and nobody will complain. Yeah, IPOB. If you know the meaning of IPOB, that means it's a registered organization. People don't understand. This is a worldwide registered organization. You're just the name. Net terror. Nobody say terrorists that have the registration. They're registered with their everything. All right. And it's not only in Nigeria. It's all over the world with multi-million dollars account with members all over the world. And I'll tell you, every Igbo person is an IPOB. May all be registered. You mean the indigenous of Biafra, and we all believe that. So on that one, I don't think Igbo name is just like a political will. And like as I said, IPOB is more dangerous than even Boko Haram. For the federal government, IPOB is more dangerous than Boko Haram ISWAP put together. One IPOB person that carries a machete is more dangerous than a Boko Haram that have a bomb. That's the belief of federal government. So that's what they will do every year. That's their belief. That's why they can do anything to IPOB member, but to Boko Haram they can't do anything. You know that those ones where they talk, where they go, they give them where they go. But IPOB is not like that. So on that part, on the Amechi side, the guy Amechi have been saying this. I've been saying this. I don't know why people are still even talking about 2027. I hear Mr. Ag talk about 2027. Tinubu was not a president. Look at the way he run. Even the president, sitting president, he run him over. Now he has the power. All his people there. You think that anybody will do anything about it? No one can do anything about it. Any chance they have, people are thinking it's P2B because the kind of weight he put into the tray. And I tell you, people cannot put that weight anymore because they know what it's made for. They were saying 2023 is nobody. He have no update. No this. The guy put that weight. Now they know that if they leave this guy, he's going to pull weight. By now, they have already, Rufai said it. In Labour Party, APC have taken over Labour Party. In PDP, APC owns it. All the other parties, Nigeria APC owns it. And they cannot run independently. You have to go to a party. I went to that party, is people APC owns it. So that's another thing we are not even seeing. So, and they believe that, they believe that if a P2P runs, that means the chances of Tinubu will be clear. But if it doesn't run, they have chances. So that's another thing, the calculation. We are here talking, they're calculating, find alliance how to share Nigeria money, share the whole thing. We are here just talking. I mean, let's just keep on talking until God will change the whole place. So that's just my own points.
Thank you.
God will help us.
Thank you. Yes, Ike, my brother.
Yeah, Tony, I just want to say God bless you for your last comment when you said Nigeria, the Igbos don't need Nigeria, but Nigeria need the Igbos. That was the reason why I called the name of Professor Charles Sowore. Because this is a guy, every political washer or every Igbo man and woman think that he is intelligent, he's smart, he knows his onions. But you can see, Anambra State. Peter Obi made a comment, you know, when he wrote that his book during 2023 election. Peter Obi said, well, he's a professor. I'm as a trader. I have tried in Anambra, so let him as professor. Now he's the professor. Let him use his professorship to, to run Anambra State, right? And that's where we are today, you know. I'm crying in Anambra State where I'm crying in Imo State, where I come from. Because I am sure very well anybody from Anambra knows that Soludo is going to be a one-time governor. It doesn't matter who wins in Anambra State. He's not coming back. He can, you see, they say incumbent power. It's not going to work in Anambra for him. It's not going to work for him at all. Right? So, until the Igbos, that's why I talk about the political elite. That is not me and KJ, is the problem of Ndibo. It's the followership of those political elite who think that the people who call political corruption, there are the same people that are promoting this people corruption. When they call them, they gather together. That's the problem. The same common people that we are talking about, they are the people that the same politicians they call corrupt. When they call them, they go and collect 500 naira. I used to say here that in Olu, I come from Olu senatorial zone. In Olu now, there is no more young men in Olu. Everybody has run away from Olu because of Hope Uzodinma and his gangs. Look at the representative Chinyerugo, what he's going through in Idato, local in Idato area. His life is always in danger because of Hope Uzodinma, right? So it's to tell you that when the citizens of Ndibo begin to recognize and begin to tear their clothes in front of this so-called political elite who means nothing, who means no well for any Igbo man, until when they begin to recognize that, like my brother Tony said, by then Nigerians will understand that an Igbo man, that they need Igbo man. But in as much as we have people that are selling us into the hands of these people, they go there, they speak Hausa, and they speak that it don't use you the Minister of Works. Does he dress like an Igbo man every time he's in Dan Chiki? What does he show you? Oh my! Every time he's in his Babalika, right? When have you seen him put an Igbo man clothes? No, because he would not try that. So you can see former Senate President. What is his name from Ebonyi State?
Pius Onion.
Pius. A man of his caliber, he went and joined APC. What is he looking for? This is the problem. This is the problem. Why are they joining APC? They want to fight Mr. Peter Obi, who is their problem, but not Nigeria is their problem. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you made a very valid point. You see, that is, in fact, that's what has been the problem, the bane of the Southeast. And when I say the Southeast, it includes the former South-South. You see, the South-South person is more concerned about fighting his neighbor, not concerned about other people who come from somewhere and own oil wells in the southeast, in the south, and making money out of it. In the Igbo case, the Igbo politician is more concerned about fighting his fellow Igbo man, not concerned about those people who are fighting them and making sure they don't get positions. It has always been there, and until we go away from that, that will continue to have that problem. Yeah, your concluding thought, Dexter.
Yeah, thank you, KJ, and everybody. I think everybody has laid bare the issues actually that are there. Don't think there's anything I can add so much. The truth about problems is that you can even get a small child to sample Nigeria and he'll be able to tell you all the problems that are there. On the issue of the Southern, I have no qualms to that, really. I don't know why we're fighting it. If you read history and if you know about how nations, politics of nations, you know that instrument of power is not given freely. There are always bargains. There are always bargains for power. So sometimes we should not look at it on the surface. We should look at what were the strategies behind it. Is it a coincidence that Tinubu came into power? There is a Muslim ticket, and all of a sudden there's a subtle push to push Sharia into the southwest. Is it possible that there was a bargain? I don't even think we should be the ones arguing about this. What are the biggest churches in Nigeria? The biggest headquarters of churches in Nigeria are based in the southwest. Has there been a pushback from any of these pastors? There's not been pushback. So why are we worrying ourselves about it? If it has been negotiated that, okay, look, you give us presidency, give me presidency, and don't forget I'm a Muslim man, I can allow Sharia to come into. And let's not forget that some part of the Yoruba, the western part of Nigeria is actually, whether we like it or not, there's a large contingent of Muslims there. So if that's what they want, I think what Nigeria, we should not like we can't fight everybody's battle. We can't be fighting everybody's battle. If that's what they want, if that's what was negotiated, then fine, good and fine. Then let them have it. We cannot be emotional about it. So then on the issues of another thing that will help.
What are you saying, Dexter? I want to understand you. Are you saying that the West should not complain? They should just go ahead and
who is the West? Who is the West? Is there? Have you heard Oyedepo complain? Have you heard Adebuyo complain? Have you heard all those big men of God there complain? Why are we complaining for them? Why are we complaining for them? Have you heard the institutions that are there? Have they complained? Have they complained? Why are we complaining for them? So that's my.
I'm sorry. Now me make mistake.
Why are we complaining for them? So that's my issue. I'm not saying I support it. No, get my point here. I'm not saying I support it. Now, on the issues of the East, the truth about it is that whether we like it or not, the Dele Farotimi has said it. The Eastern region, he quotes the Igbos. It's not the Igbos are not just people normally think that the Igbos are actually southeast. No, it's the same problem that is happening in Rwanda will happen in Nigeria. Not in Rwanda, in Congo, DR Congo. Don't forget that what you call Rwanda today was actually first colonized by the Germans. And what you're calling DRC Congo was colonized by the Belgium, King Leopold. Now, the truth about it that they were Hutus in the Congo. When they put that boundary, there were some of them in the Congo. The fact that not more of them were in Rwanda, it's true. So what I'm saying is that when people normally talk about the Eastern, people always think about it as the map of Southeast that has been carved. Now, see the way we complain about what the white man did. Is it not the same thing we did in Nigeria? You have Igbo-speaking nationalities stuck in parts of Kogi State. Igbo-speaking nationalities stuck in Benue State. Igbo-speaking nationalities stuck in Edo State. Igbo-speaking nationalities stuck in Delta State. Igbo-speaking nationalities in Rivers State. Igbo-speaking nationalities in Calabar, in Cross River. Now, let me ask a question. The truth about it, if something happens, it's the same thing that is happening in Russia. That Russia is fighting for their people across Kaliningrad. It's a Russian territory. If tomorrow something happens, those nationalities will face exterminations, whether they like it or not. They will face extermination because they will become the
minority of the minority. So you will find out that there will be a push. And in Nigeria, now we should be able to solve that problem. On the issues of the people in the Eastern region and wherever, the Eastern region and South, what I would advise them is, I'm looking forward to, I thought Soludo would do it, but they are a great disappointment. The only person that I've heard him say this and I want to say is Fubara. I'm looking forward to seeing a governor in Nigeria that will harness the resources in the state and be able to tell the federal government, keep your money. That's what. Because look, to harness resources, it's not about what you call the raw resources. You see, the problem with the African mind is that we think wealth. When we keep on saying Nigeria is the richest country, Nigeria is no. If we are thinking about excuse me, minerals in the ground. No, the richest countries in the world are the ones that harness the human resources they have. And the thing about it that until we Africans learn how to maximize harnessing the human capacity within us, we will continue to play catch up. That is the reality. The country you call UK today, that is one thing. Because they had the resources on the ground. No, it was intellectual power. Intellectual power. Some of the biggest world problems today were solved, some of the biggest discoveries today in the world were solved in libraries. In libraries in the UK. The inventors of those things went to libraries and read and brought out something that the world is moving forward to. That is the only way. Until that happens, until when there's a governor, I mean, look at how many universities, let me give you a simple example, how many universities are in Anambra State? Why can't we have a governor that can come out and say, okay, look, I'm bringing out these funds to sponsor STEM projects and get the best students in those universities, run a research and come up with something that will become a global standard. And you would make that money, the federal government will not be able to come and take the money from you. And then you can tell the federal government of Nigeria, keep your money. Don't give us allocation. That is until the Eastern region can get to that point where the intellectual capacity of the individual is now turned into commercial, turned into economic value. And then they can tell Nigeria, keep your money. We don't want allocation. And we will build our cities. Then we'll know we're ready to move forward. If we don't do that, we'll remain slaves. And one day, it will come with Sharia also. That is the truth. They will come with it. So I think for me, I think what we should be thinking about now is how can we create solutions that our children and our grandchildren would be proud of their liberation. If not, what we run the risk of is that children of the present bourgeois in Nigeria will take over from their fathers, and like what happened in the Bible when Solomon died, when Rehoboam entered. Rehoboam, the elders told Rehoboam, your father was a little bit hard. Please, don't be as hard. He said, no, if my father used what? Whips, I will use scorpions.
All right. Thank you so much for that. And your contribution was well appreciated, and everyone's contribution. We actually have come to the end of this broadcast because the women's segment, for those of us who are here, if you have not attended the women's segment, then you have not attended anything yet. It's explosive, it's insightful, it is interesting, it's entertaining, and there's so much to talk about. It will start in the next 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes. So it's my advice and my humble plea that you join Dr. Adama and Tope and Madam Luke and all the other ones who will be on that panel to see and enjoy that broadcast. Everyone have been, in fact, this forum has been so blessed with a lot of minds. Sometimes it gets hot, but it's okay. That's how life is. Kando, you have done well to have been with us. We thank you for your time. And Mr. Tony, you are such a delight to also listen to. Thank you for all the wealth that you bring to bear on this program. Mr. Ike, Pastor Ike, we thank you also. You bring all, your explanation sometimes is a bit spiritual. So I like to hear it because it goes just beyond normal knowledge. Thank you so much. Desta, in fact, I highlighted one of the comments that you are a delight. So you also bring a lot of wealth and give us an understanding. Those of you who are complaining that we didn't do a lot with the time for the Congo issue, we have not done away with it yet. Next week, as the stories unfold, if you notice, we didn't also talk about the plane crash in America and all those. As the stories unfold, we will have in-depth analysis and be able to discuss it comfortably, knowing that we'll have all the information that we need to put out that have been tested or have been verified. We don't want to come into this place and bring information that are not right and that you go see a contrary information. Having said that, it's always a delight to be and to see all the participants, those who love us and those who don't love us very much. We also appreciate you because that's how the world is. Not everybody that will like you and not everybody that will accept your truth or what you are putting forward. And that's why when we come, we say, go do your research and update yourself. For those of us who are in America, God be with you. We know that America will not happen to you because whether you have your papers are complete or not, God will have a way of making sure that you have a covering. Those of us who are in England, we pray that England will treat you well. The cold will not be too much. And those of us who are in other parts of the world, like my brother Ike and Desta. I don't know, Desta, are you in America?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So wherever you are, which part of the world you're in, Nigeria and all, we thank you for being with us. Dr. Damages will be here tomorrow by 12 with another very challenge. This time it's going to be a guy who you will love him. He has a good way of explaining the world politics and also the situations going on in Nigeria. If you have joined us, this will be my own concluding thought. You see, right from the beginning, Nigeria has been declared to be a secular nation. Secular in the sense that we don't belong to one religion. If we decide to establish Sharia court in the West, I know there are people who are Ogun worshippers. Should we also establish Sharia court of Ogun worshippers? I know there are people who worship Amadioha. Should you also establish Amadioha worshippers court? These are things that we should take into cognizance before we begin to go all out. And some people have argued to say the customary court is a Christian court. It's not a Christian court. It's a local court. A customary court is not a Christian court. It's a local court. It's a court that takes care of every other issue that is there. Whether you are whichever religion you belong to, you can go to a customary court and get justice. So let's leave what is not important and treat the important one, how to feed our family, how to bring our nation, how to, just like Desta has said, develop the human capital that we have so much in abundance in Nigeria. Let us also look at how governments of states can become productive, can become money-spinning ventures. We have the capacity, we have the know-how. Put these things to use, other than waiting to share money in Abuja. And having said that, I want to again say that the problem is not me and you. When we come to this platform, please don't come with the intention that the other person is your enemy. Nobody is anybody's enemy here. And the last time I checked, nobody is collecting salary from Nigeria. So when we come, let's come with a good mind. Let's not come to insult people. Let's just do the talking and leave it at that. Until come your way next time. God bless you all and have a good night from this side.
past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh, yeah. Arise, oh compatriots, Nigeria call obey, to serve our fatherland, with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom.